T, 1, T, T, 1, T, 1, T, T, 1, T, T, 1, T. Good?
It's okay. Good morning. Good morning, Chief Whip. Thank you so much. Good morning, Senior Counsel.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members of the committee, everyone present, my colleagues.
I just wanted to make sure that you have focus. It's now 11 o'clock, honorable members. Let me take this opportunity and welcome all of you to today's proceedings. The honorable members who are designated to this ad hoc committee, good morning to all of you. The senior counsel, who is the evidence leader in this proceedings, together with your team, I extend warm greetings to you. Our witness, General Shadrack Sibiya, welcome and good morning to you and your team. The staff of Parliament, members of the media who are here with us. Honorable members, we are going to proceed. I note that we have few apologies. Some of the members have personally contacted me to inform me that they may not be available or they will join us late in the proceedings. We have the following apologies. Honorable Ngola from the African National Congress has a prior engagement with the Office of the Public Protector. In the event their commitment is done by 12 o'clock, he should be able to join us. And the following honorable members are going to join us late due to flight delays. Honorable members might have noticed that it has been very difficult to have flights over the weekend. So Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Skosana from the MKP, Honorable Mwango from the IFP, and Honorable Mattheys from the EFF will join the proceedings late due to the reason that has been explained. And then we have the apology of Honorable Malema due to prior engagements. He is not going to be able to join us today and tomorrow. And he has promised that he will rejoin the proceedings on Thursday and Friday. May I give Honorable Breitenbach from the DA to make an announcement.
It sounds very dramatic. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Chair, it was brought to my attention on Friday that Honourable Schikkeling had laid criminal charges against the Minister some time ago. Having perused the affidavit, it makes it clear that there exists then a conflict. And so we have written to the Speaker this morning to withdraw her and to replace her with Honourable Klopper, who has joined us today. Because he has not been formally HEC'd, he will not participate until he has been. But I ask that he just sit here and listen to the proceedings for today and tomorrow until he's formally part of the committee. And then while I'm busy, Chair, I'd like to place on record that I have known General Sibiya for 20 years. It's a professional relationship. I was a prosecutor, he was a policeman. I bring an objective mind to these proceedings. I have no doubt that I'm not conflicted, but I'm placing on record that I know him and I know him reasonably well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you say Honorable Schikkeling has laid a charge against a minister, which
Mchunu.
Okay.
Yeah, but some time ago. It had nothing to do with this committee, but it does give rise to at least a reasonable perception of bias, a reasonable perception of bias, as opposed to a perception of bias.
Okay. So where you stand, you feel that there is a reasonable perception of bias.
Yes, Chair, and that is why we have withdrawn her.
So Honorable Klopper is the one that will be coming.
Yes, Chair, he's a member of the Justice Portfolio Committee, and he will replace Schikkeling. The letter went to the Speaker this morning, so early away.
No, I always restrain myself to say, Honorable Member, can you please rise? So let me just say, raise your hand so that I can't make you to rise. You just raise your hand, and South Africans who are following us on television will then know who is Honorable Klopper. So you are an alternate member in this committee. We welcome you, and we must also inform you that the committee has agreed on the participation of alternate members during the proceedings. They do not have the right to vote in terms of the rules, and sometimes their participation is limited. Honorable Breitenbach has the word reasonable. This is the word that is pervasive in this hall or in this. So you have a very benevolent chairperson. So you must not be. And we are trying by all means to ensure that there is equal treatment of all the alternate delegates here. So we invite the privileges that are enjoyed by the rest of the members and the alternate. Senior Counsel, before we administer oath on General Sibiya, can I check if you want?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable members. Yeah, just in relation to Honourable Member and Advocate, I did on Friday, when I became aware of the founding affidavit in the application before the Gauteng High Court, deposed to by Brigadier Kuneni, who's the investigating officer for the search and seizure warrants against General Sibiya, Minister Mchunu, Kabinde, that two of the complainants in that matter, other than General Mkhwanazi, were actually, one was a full member of this committee, the other an alternate member. I brought this to their attention on Friday. I said I intend raising it with you, and I indicated that I think this constitutes a conflict given our terms of reference that we will fairly, and that it's clearly not fair for someone who has been a complainant in a matter against one of our witnesses to also then sit on this, having already arguably prejudged the matter against the complaint. In the case of the DA, Honourable Member Breitenbach had indicated to me on Friday already that alternate member would be withdrawn. She agrees. And the other member, who's not here unfortunately, but I understand from his party's communique that I've seen over the weekend, I'm not sure whether it's still yet, that he had been withdrawn anyway. I don't know whether it's because of this issue or some other issue, but we can chair on the basis that, none of the two members are present.
Who is that other member?
Honourable Member Kakana.
We don't have that honourable member in this committee.
Skosana.
Oh,
Sorry, apologies.
Honourable Kosana.
Yeah, and I had also been in WhatsApp communication, quite a few WhatsApps. He was sitting next to me on Friday.
Okay, no, it's fine. I think the honourable members from MKP have just arrived now towards the conclusion of the. Let's not delay the proceedings. I think we will give them a briefing so that we do the work of Chief Whip.
Morning, Chair. Morning to colleagues and morning to the General and his team. I think, Chair, the issues raised by the Senior Counsel are very important.
Yeah.
Now, we have to avoid a situation where I understand why you're saying let's defer the matter to brief the colleagues during lunch. But what happens when the member in question walks and want to participate? My sense is that you might end up with a very bad situation where you are now disrupting the actual proceeding. And rather than, I would advise you, Chair, because the leadership of the MKP is now here, you give them a briefing of what we're talking about and allow them an opportunity to say something about it. Suggest that we take it in that way, thanks. So that when we begin, we are uninterrupted. Thanks.
Okay. Do you want to say something, Senior Counsel? Do you want to say something?
Nothing further except just on housekeeping. There's a bundle of additional documents that has now been made available to us by General Sibiya's legal team. We are aware of these documents. We have discussed them with his team, but the committee would not have had sight of them. We have asked for these documents to be made available ASAP. So hopefully that will not prevent us from proceeding. The honourable members will obviously have them before the opportunity comes to ask questions of the general. The delay in them making these documents available is perfectly understandable. They arise from testimony given by General Mkhwanazi and most recently on Friday by General Masemola. But then our draft statement and their input into that statement was far advanced. So they only had a further opportunity after Friday and over the weekend to review their situation and make these documents available. So in the circumstances, Honourable Chair, I would suggest that we condone the late filing of. They are definitely relevant to the issues before the Honourable Committee, and that we should nevertheless proceed. And as soon as the printers have made the other bundles available. Thank you.
Honourable Nombalo and Honourable Shongwe, good morning and welcome. We read and accepted your apology, and during the process when you have not yet arrived, a matter arose regarding two honourable members, Honourable Sikeleng from the DA and Honourable Kosana from that in the documents that served at the court, the names of the two honourable members appear as complainants. And so the DA has informed the committee that they have returned to the Speaker of Parliament to inform the office that they are bringing Honourable Klopper as the new men's committee. And Honourable Klopper is sitting second right from Honourable Braden. And the Senior Counsel has formally raised this matter here in the proceeding, that there is also the name of Honourable Skosana. And I'm informed that a party has also returned to the Speaker. Can you confirm that?
Chair, no, the party has not returned to this. In relation to what, Chair, if I may ask?
To the matter of Honourable Skosana being a complainant in the matter involving General.
No, as far as I know, Chair, there is no letter to that effect. But Chair, if I may ask, that in accordance with the view of the legal counsel, then what becomes an issue if Honourable Skosana is a complainant? What is the issue? Where is the problem?
Let me give it to the Senior Counsel to explain.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. This in response to Honourable Member's query. I initially thought it prudent to raise it privately and directly with the members concerned, albeit in the case of Honourable Member Schikkeling, I messaged Brayton directly. I had a number on my phone. But I raised it with Honourable Member Sana directly, and I had indicated I'm raising it with you now because I intend to raise it to the chairperson, who will no doubt raise it. But before we do that, I thought it was prudent they take a view on it so that I could inform you. I think Honourable Member Breitenbach did so on Friday already during lunchtime. And the basis, I think that with respect pretty clear. Honourable Member Skosana is a complainant. There are two complainants in the criminal matter. If one has regard, I don't know if he had an opportunity of looking at the affidavit filed in the search and seizure application. That affidavit makes it clear that the criminal charges that they intend to bring against, amongst others, General Sibiya, Minister Mchunu, and Mr. Kabinde, they arise directly from the media briefing given by General Mkhwanazi on the 6th of July. Our terms of reference relates directly to the 6th of July statement by General. And to the extent that the two complaints, the one has got a CAS number, Cape Town, that's honourable member, and the other one has a case number in Brooklyn, Pretoria. They both form the basis of an allegation that Minister Mchunu, General Sibiya, Kabinde, they are accused of defeating the ends of justice, and that they and then alternative inspired. And I think it'd be pretty self-evident that you're sitting here on a committee asking questions when you've already laid a complaint, and at best you have formed a prima facie view that person is guilty of some or other wrongdoing. Then I think there is an argument to be made in those circumstances. But Chair, that is exactly why I had indicated to both honourable members that I'm going to raise it with you so that you, the committee. Thank you.
Honourable Nombalo.
Well, Chair, I want to disagree first with the evidence leader on what he has just said, that by virtue of laying a complaint, you have formulated a prima facie. That is not true. When you lay a complaint, you are directing the police officers to investigate. The same thing that we're doing here. Prima facie can only be formulated by the police officers through an investigation. Two, it's not Skhosana who laid the complaint. Skhosana is a messenger of the MK party. It's the MK party that laid the complaint. So if we are saying conflict of interest arises in that context, then it means we are saying the MK party must not participate. Because I also share the same sentiments that Skhosana shares. And all MK members share the same sentiment, that there is a rot in the police and that warranted our action to lay a complaint. So when you lay a complaint, where does prima facie get in there? You have not formulated any prima facie. You are just saying to the police, there are areas that necessitate investigation, and you have the competency as the police officers to investigate. So that is why, Chair, when I was listening to you unpacking what transpired before we arrived, I was actually confused as to what is the issue here, really, because I was going to understand if there was something that was implicating Honorable Skhosana. If maybe in the testimony that will be accused here by General Sibiya, there was the name of Honorable Skhosana maybe as one of the suspects on a certain aspect, like in the case of the member of the DA that we are no longer seeing here as part of us. So where is the issue here, Senior Counsel? Where is the issue? You have not really done enough to convince us, except laying statements which are vague and which are not convincing. So, Chair, up until we're convinced, really, maybe we can start to have a discussion about this. But from where I'm sitting, there is nothing that warrants discussion at this stage, because there's actually no issue. We're just fundraising issues which are neither here nor there.
Senior Counsel, in the records that are before the complaint, the documents that served or sent to by General Sibiya's attorney, what are the names of the honourable?
Honourable Chair, it wasn't sent to me by General Sibiya. It was actually sent to me by Minister Mchunu's lawyers. The names that appear are those of Honourable Member Chickeling of the DA and Honourable Member Skhosana of MK. The issue is quite simply one of fairness in regard to our terms of reference. He stated there the terms of reference that guides and that binds that we will conduct these proceedings fairly in terms of the rule of law.
Let me check.
So
the document that General Sibiya, and do they have the names of?
It's at page 21. Sorry, it's in the core bundle of documents sent to 21. That's the same bundle that I referenced by making. And at page 21, paragraph 3, attached the court order which was obtained for the warrant. And this is the affidavit of Brigadier Kuneni, and it reads: further dockets, Cape Town CAS number 402/07/2025. On 10 July 2025, Mrs. Lisa Marie Chickeling, a member of the National Assembly of the Republic and Deputy Spokesperson on Police for the Democratic Alliance, registered a criminal complaint against Mchunu. She alleged that offences are fraud and a contravention of Section 27 of the Powers and Privileges and Immunities of Parliaments and Provincial Legislators Act 4 of 2004 by lying to Parliament that he did not know Mogotsi, when in truth he knew him. She claims that, and I quote, if it is found that the Minister intentionally deceived members of Parliament, the Minister must be found also to have obstructed these members in fulfilling their duty of oversight through the Parliamentary Committee, thereby further contravening Section 7A and B, and thus the contravention of Section 27. And then the other reference is Brooklyn case number 172/7/2025. On 10 July 2025, Mr. David Mandla Skhosana, a member of Parliament representing the MK political party, also opened a criminal case against Mchunu, Sibiya, and others. He alleged that Mchunu may have committed the offences of fraud/forgery and defeating and obstructing the course of justice. The defeating and obstructing the course of justice emanates from the disbandment and disestablishment of the PKTT and the removal of its dockets from KwaZulu-Natal as alluded to and traversed above. At this stage, the fraud/forgery charge is not clearly set out or explained in Mr. Nkosana's statement.
So the document has been sent to us.
It's been printed, Honourable Chair.
Yes, and this document is sent by General Sibiya.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we had sight of document on Friday already when it was sent to us by Minister Mchunu's lawyers, and that's why I raised it
And
on
so
Friday.
now the question that is before this committee is that if I open a case against you or I initiate proceeding, can I come and sit on the other side and ask you a question about matters related thereto?
Honourable Chair, this committee must make findings of fact and make recommendations to the National Assembly. I think there's an even higher duty on an honourable member of parliament sitting in this committee to observe the rules of fairness. I think most, if not all of us in this room, even before I was appointed as an evidence lead in this, we all follow the news, we all read the papers, and most of us, all of us tend to form some kind of opinion, but that's a lay opinion. But when you find yourself sitting on a committee that now actually not quite like a court of law, but sitting in judgment of a particular person, I think one is duty bound for constitutional, legal, and ethical reasons. But what I wanted to, that's why I wanted to raise it with the Honourable Chair.
Yeah, it's fine.
Maybe it's something that should have been discussed by the committee.
Let's do this first because what we are doing is unfair to generals. Maybe we may have to recuse him from the process, and then we deal with this matter. We invite him when I think it's fair. And I want to apologize to you, General. We have to bring you into discussion like this in your presence. Senior Counsel, can you please help the General out and we'll let him know when we are ready to.
Have I now been deployed as a parliamentary officer?
You are the one who received him here, so can you please, in the meantime, take him to where he should be? We will wait for you to come back and we deal with them. No, just to take General Sibiya out. We'll come back. Thanks very much, Senior Counsel, for coming back. Honourable members, let me put this matter to you in this way, that there are two members of this committee, Honourable Shikeleng and Honourable Nkosana, who have been mentioned in the documents that have been sent to us by General Sibiya and his lawyers, that the two members have respectively laid criminal complaints against Minister Mchunu, General Sibiya, and Mr. Ngabinde in Cape Town and Brooklyn. So that matter has been brought to the attention of the individual members in the committee. And the Democratic Alliance has come here and announced that Honourable Shikeleng has been replaced by Honourable Top. And now we are left with the matter of Honourable Nkosana. And before I rotate the matter for discussion, can I check, Senior Counsel, is there anything that you want to say?
No, Chair, I was hoping it could be resolved in a matter that avoids me having to look some take sides or skewing. You've asked me for a view, I've given a view. I think it goes to the heart of fundamental fairness. I was hoping on Friday when I interacted with the two members concerned privately that it would also be resolved. So this is unfortunate.
Okay. Thank you so much. Can I start with the African National Congress? Or maybe let's give the MK party first to speak on the matter and we understand how they view it before we rotate it.
Yeah, no, thank you once again, Chair. Chair, we are not happy with how the Senior Counsel is approaching this matter. He is not giving any direction. That is number one. He has just narrated the events. That so and so opened the case on this date and so on, and says it is up to this committee to make a decision. He does not even go to an extent of raising a legal principle so that we can know where we premise our discussions. I asked, what is an issue here? Is an issue about a conflict of interest? Because if the issue is a conflict of interest, then let us argue from that point. The Senior Counsel just narrates event. He does not cite the law. He does not cite any legal principle that will guide us in this context. The same thing he did when we were discussing the Honourable Banach matter. He kept quiet. We did not receive any legal advice from him regarding that matter. Whereas he was employed to advise this committee inter alia during the course of its work. He was not only advised to lead evidence and write statements, he was advised to give us legal advices so that we do everything in accordance with the relevant laws. Now, he just narrates like a layperson to say so-and-so went to a police station, he opened the case, then the committee must decide. He is throwing you, Chairperson, to the deep end because you will make wrong summaries and wrong determinations for this committee which are not in line with the law. As a legal advisor, as the starting point, he must say, this is what the law says in this regard. Then the committee can argue from that perspective, not from a perspective of narrating events that have been narrated. So that thing can be done by anyone. It can be done even by a 6-year-old to say Nkosana on this date went and opened the case, then the committee must decide. He's an aspect here. He must play his role. Secondly, Chair, we have said that even on the question of a conflict of interest, it does not arise in this point because Skhosana is not a witness before this committee. He went to the police on behalf of the MK party, not on behalf of his family, not on his behalf, not on behalf of his company, but on behalf of the MK party to lay charges against General Sibiya. So if you say on those bases he must be recused, it means you are saying the MK party must be recused. Now the question is, if we were dealing with an ordinary committee here, the portfolio committee on police, what was going to be the case? Because these matters have been accounted for even before the portfolio committee on police, these matters, after the case was opened by Skhosana. So it means you are going to say Skhosana must not play his constitutional responsibility as an MP of doing oversight because he opened the case. The case, Chair, is to be investigated by a component falling in a different arm of the state, the police. Parliament is doing its work here as Parliament. We're doing our own investigation, which is not going to be influenced by how the police have investigated this matter. Because we're not only investigating General Sibiya here, we are also investigating the police holistically. So we don't know what is it that we are actually dealing with here. And the senior counsel is not helping this committee, Chairperson. If anything, he is just exacerbating our problems. He comes here and speaks like a layman and say, this is what happened, then you must decide. What does the law say? So that we can argue it from that. If we can approach our lawyers now and say there's an issue in the committee with regards to Honorable Skhosana, they will say, but what is the issue? And we'll have nothing to say because there is absolutely nothing that is put before us to say here is a crisis. Like we argued the case of Honorable Banat, that in our view, his continued stay in this committee constitute a conflict of interest. So, Chairperson, we are not sure of what we are discussing here. And in our view, the senior counsel is not doing justice for this committee. He's just exacerbating confusions. And we think he can do better than that. Maybe let's afford him an opportunity to tell us about the law, to say these are the legal principles that are guiding us in this context. And here is my advice as a legal advisor. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. I think to a larger extent, the point that is made by the MK part, I was hoping that before we intervene as other parties, you may allow the senior counsel to properly motivate the argument that he has advanced in terms of it being supported by whatever clauses on our terms of references. And then we can come in. We do have a view on this matter, but on the legal issues, we think that if he's drawing our attention to any legal matters, we should allow him first and then we can come in. Thanks.
I take that point. Senior counsel. Okay, Honorable Breitenbach.
Okay. Chair, perhaps I may be wrong. My understanding of this situation is this. Mr. Arendse and his two junior counsel are here as assistants to place the evidence. They're not here as legal advisors to Parliament. Parliament's legal advisors are here. Their job is to supply the committee with legal advice. It's not the job of Mr. Arendse to supply the committee with legal advice. If you want a legal opinion from him, you'll have to brief him and pay him. I understand him to be here as an evidence. And the role of an evidence leader is completely different to that of somebody giving you legal advice. If we as a committee want legal advice on a position, we must ask Parliament for the legal advice. That's why they're here. Thank you.
No, I think, Chair, okay, it may very well be that in terms of how we've been interacting here, we have been looking at the senior counsel and the team almost interchangeably with our legal team, because right from the beginning when we started our work, the understanding was that here is an external team which is coming to work together with the parliamentary team. Now, I have no problem with Honorable Breitenbach's argument, Glenis's argument that no, that's not what they are meant for, and I don't want us to spend time on that. This is what I want to suggest. I think firstly, we would like to suggest that firstly, we want to welcome the decision of the DA to withdraw one of their members on the basis of the court case that has been opened, notwithstanding the fact that the court case may very well be a DA court case as opposed to an individual court case. But the mere fact that the member who happened to participate in that case is one of our own, it therefore suffices that they've taken a correct decision on that matter. Secondly, and I would want to assume that our view as the ANC is that that decision may have not necessarily dependent on certain legal principles, but rather on taking a position on moral ground and understanding the fairness that has got to unfold in the committee like ourselves when we're interacting with the witnesses. Now, I want to propose, Chair, two things. The first one is that the parliamentary legal team should look at this matter, even if they don't advise us now. We are allowed to proceed now with Honorable Skhosana in attendance, while we allow them to go and look at the matter and advise us whether there are any legal grounds for him to be recused. However, in an event where his name pops up in the presentation by the witness who's coming here, in the context of him having or being expected later on to answer to certain things that are going to arise from the presentation, we should then agree in principle that we will treat him in the same way that we've treated others. But in terms of the legal standing of his participation here and now, I suggest that we defer that matter to the parliamentary legal team, and in the meantime, we allow the proceedings to resume and proceed with an understanding that will be advised later on whether or not he actually qualifies to remain in the committee. That's our submission as the ANC. Thanks.
Is there anybody who is opposed to that view? The DA, can I see if the Democratic Alliance wants to take a bite on the proposal?
Chair, we'd like to see the committee move along.
Okay.
So we have no difficulty with the proposal.
Honorable Souls.
Chair, we as a committee and yourself, we've delayed the issue unnecessarily from day one when we raised the issue of conflict. And we delayed it. The House decided that after the first witness, we will relook at the matter of conflict. After the first witness, I wrote to you. We spoke face to face. You delayed it even further and said we will discuss it in detail this coming Wednesday. Now we're sitting with a similar issue because we didn't make a decision on it. And even in the last meeting, online meeting, virtual meeting, it was agreed that there will be a legal opinion on the matter. Now we must...
Honorable Souls.
Are you recognizing the...
No. I want to say to you that you are an honorable member of this parliament, and this committee is a committee of members of parliament. So when you see a hand of a person who is not a member of parliament, you must not be distracted. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you, Chair. It's just, I was looking at you and you were looking at the
This is a parliamentary proceeding.
So as I was saying, if we dealt with it and we got the legal opinion in the beginning, we would now not have the need for this proposal to say, let's first get a legal opinion and then we continue. That's the first thing. That's the first reason why I disagree with the proposal, because we have to have that legal opinion already. Then the MKP says that the matter or the criminal case was opened against General Sibiya by Honorable Kosana, but not in his individual capacity, but as a party. If it was in his individual capacity, I would then have proposed Rule 163 of our rules, that they can co-opt someone else when the witnesses who is involved in that case are here. But now that's the entire party on the record. The entire party must recuse themselves for when the witness...
Yeah, but you see...
But let me finish.
Just to hold you there, I don't want you to debate the merits and the demerits, because the proposal of the Chief Whip is that General Sibiya is already here. If we want to discuss, like you said, the chair said, we will itemize all those matters for Wednesday. We will discuss them. But for now, what we should do, for me, is to check if all of you agree with this proposal.
No, but that's unfair, because before the proposal of the Chief Whip made that proposal when it was the Chief Whip's opportunity to comment on the issue, to discuss the issue. And then in his input, the Chief Whip then proposed. Now I'm only expected to deal with the proposal and not give my input. But everyone else before me gave their input. I need to be allowed to give my input on the matter.
It's okay. If you want to give that background, you can do. But
I have to.
But where I stand, I would persuade you to talk to the proposal. The proposal that the Chief Whip makes is that all of you will still be given chance to raise the views that you have around the matter. But for now, because he's proposing that we subject this matter to a legal opinion.
Chair, I'm saying that the position we have on the MKP on conflict, from day one, we had the same position on the DA on conflict. It's not only the MKP that is conflicted here. The entire 4 members that the DA has given initially is conflicted. All 4. Today, we find out that the 1 member that's now being removed by the DA, it's not something beautiful. The Honorable Member Breitenbach said that they knew about this. She opened the case some time ago. So when they fielded her, they knew about the conflict of interest. Removing her today is not something beautiful. It is just proving that they intentionally knew about conflict, allowed the Honorable Member, and all 4 of them, I don't know about the new Honorable Member, but all 4 of them are conflicted. 3 out of the 4 needs to be witnesses. So now I'm saying, when we decide on MKP, we must also decide on DA. DA, the entire members of DA is conflicted.
Yes, Honorable Source, I hear. You see what we must do, Honorable Members. Let us direct ourselves to, I know you are politicians and you are political parties. You know, political parties, they like sniping at each other.
No, Chair, point of order. I'm not sniping at anybody. I'm raising facts. Honorable Barnard, we've spoken about it. There's conflict. The witness, our terms of reference says, any allegation that the main witness, that General Mkhwanazi raises, and anyone implicated, we must investigate. General Mkhwanazi implicated Honorable Barnard. He implicated Honorable Cameron. He implicated Honorable Breitenbach. That's 3. Today, the DA lets us know that Honorable Schickling has opened up a criminal case and therefore there is bias. So therefore she's removed. These are facts. I'm not sniping at any party. This thing that when it comes to corruption, it has a black face. When it comes to those who must hold them accountable, it's only a white face. The 3 out of the DA that is implicated by General Mkhwanazi must become witnesses. We must question them. They have alleged part in political interference into the work of the police. We must interrogate that. If we're not going to be fair, then we can't expect the same from MKP. So I disagree with the proposal and I say we must look into conflict for MKP and the DA. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vessels, can I check, honorable members from the DA, do you want to speak before? Because from here, I'm going to give the MKP to reply, and then we must go on with the proceedings. I mean, can I check, from Vessels, DA, do you want to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Yes,
Yes, if you want to speak, hold it there. I just want to know.
Well, we'll wait.
Honorable Sangoni, would you want to speak, or what the Chief Whip said is fine with yourselves?
Yes, I think we just still stand by that proposal, Chair. Only in the event that you change the decision, then we'd want to come back. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to do like this: is Honorable Vessels, Honorable Breitenbach, and then Honorable Nomvalo. And delay, you must come closer to me.
Thank you, Chairperson. Obviously, one has an opinion on this matter, but I think the proposal is progressive. Let's move on. Let's get a legal opinion, and let's discuss the issue on, I think, Wednesday when we have a meeting that we can discuss household.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thanks, Chair. I would like to suggest to the Honourable Sauls that he be a little more circumspect in the use of the word implicate. We will go with the proposal of the ANC Chief Whip, just to get the matter moving along. The meeting on Wednesday, as you well know, I cannot attend for previously arranged reasons. The Honourable Cameron won't be there, so the Honourable Klopper will present our argument on Wednesday. Thank you.
Okay. MKP.
Chair, we disagree with the proposal. If you take that decision, you can take it on your own. We're not part of it. We are going to consult our legal advisors on this issue, because it cannot be that you can do on the left what you can't do on the right. When we're faced with the most critical issue in this committee, involving a member of this committee who was implicated by the testimony made by General Mkhwanazi, there was never a call for legal advice. Where does this call come from? Because the senior counsel does not do what we task him to do, to say, what is the issue here? Take us through. He's not doing that. And we say, out of nothing, let us have a legal advice. Because there's absolutely nothing that is a crisis that has been put before us, except narrating events of who opened the case when and for what. So, Chairperson, we don't have confidence already in that team, because they kept quiet. They never advised this committee on serious issues. Two, we disagree with what Honorable Breitenbach is saying. The senior counsel has a task of advising this committee. If that was not the case, he would not have raised the matter he's raising now. He would have come here in this committee and led the evidence, if he does not have a responsibility to advise the committee. So it means he has acted ultra vires if we were to go according to what Honorable Breitenbach is saying. The problem with what he has done is that he has just given us a half-cooked legal advice, a microwave legal advice, which is not enough, with no legal principles, a whole senior counsel. So, Chair, we disagree with this. If the committee takes that decision, take it on your own. We will consult our legal team, because we know the legal advice that will be given by Andile on this matter. Thank you.
No, I'm not going to give any member time to speak. If you get triggered by what other members are saying, we will not finish. We'll discuss this matter the whole day.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Honourable Source, is taken.
Not taking input on the issue. I just wanted to say that we have asked for a legal opinion. So it's not true that there's no legal opinion. That legal opinion should be here now, so that we can have an answer to the issue. Because if we're going to allow a witness to sit there and be questioned by people who has a matter against him, it's not fair. His constitutional rights is being infringed upon, because he's not having a fair trial. So there should have been a legal opinion already now, because we've requested it when we addressed the issue of Honorable Bana. So the question is just, is that legal opinion now available, instead of postponing this session for a legal opinion? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Andile.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the honourable members, and greetings to my colleagues. Chair, for us, this is a fairly simple matter, because it is not the first time that a committee of parliament is confronted, with this question. And I think, Chair, if you look at the rules, you will agree with me that the rules do not say anything regarding the recusal of members. And I personally, Chair, I think there's a reason for that. And the reason is a simple one, is that you can't subject members of parliament to the requirements of independence or impartiality. If you read 5.1 of our terms of reference, it says this committee is neither a judicial or it says, let me just read it, 5.1 under the format of the inquiry. And I think this begins from the second sentence. It is neither a judicial or quasi-judicial process, nor is it an adversarial process. I'll just stop there. So Chairperson, this committee does not perform a judicial or adjudicative function. Its function is merely to inquire into these matters and report on them to the National Assembly. So even if you are speaking about a decision in a technical legal sense, this committee won't be making any decisions. It will just report that which it has done, to the House. And of course, the House will have to take a decision whether they agree with the report of the committee as well. So of course, Chairperson, it would be undesirable for any member of the committee to participate in its inquiry into the conduct of the member concerned. And if I listen to the conspectors of facts, Chairperson, the members we're talking about are not under investigation. I know I'm not aware that these members were investigating them. And of course, a member should not sit in judgment of his or her own conduct. I agree with that. But the mere fact that a member, of a committee has expressed strong views or has particular knowledge of matters under investigation does not disqualify them. I'm not sure if I've tried to simplify it. So we're not a court, Chair. We're not sitting as a court, and that's my view. And of course, members of parliament, I know I'm repeating myself, to subject them to requirements of independence and impartiality. That's not correct, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'll leave it there up until maybe there are follow-up questions. Thanks.
Look, this is what we are going to do, honorable members. Number one, I'm going to make a request to you that every time we discuss a matter, our focus must be on the matter for discussion, because we spend a lot of time making political statements, veering away from the matter at issue, and that takes our time. Number two, I want you as honorable members to understand that we are a constitutional democracy. That is what we are in terms of architect. Mr. Tejana has read a clause in our terms of reference, and that clause that he has read, I believe it must also be read in context with the rules of parliament. And the rules of parliament must also be subjected to the supremacy of the law in this country. But for now, the matter has been raised by ourselves as members, and all what we are saying here has not been put to test. And maybe before I come back to this matter to tell you how we're going to move forward, let me go back to the matter of the senior council. This senior council is not a senior council of parliament. This committee is a committee of parliament which runs in terms of the rules that we ourselves as members of parliament have adopted. And if there is any matter that has to do with the rules or our conduct as members of parliament, don't throw that matter to the senior council. It is not his matter. You may have whatever feelings you have about him, but let's not draw him to matters that are not within his or the ambience of his work, please. He has been unnecessarily attacked here. The attack on him is unjustifiable, and we must desist from doing that. So there is a provision in Rule 165 of the rules. I don't know if that provision is applicable to the matter here, which deals with integrity. But Andile is right. When we are members of parliament, the reason why and the chief whip has said it here, that it's very difficult to legislate on morality. But the reason why you are called an honorable member, it's not just a cheap tag that you get on the streets, Honorable Lekganyane, Honorable Lekganyane. They call you an honorable member because there is a huge expectation on your part to be exemplary in everything that you. But unfortunately, we cannot legislate on morality, and our rules are silent on matters like this one. So, and this is a matter which I have personally told you in more than one occasion. Just try it one day and mention my name, you will see. You will no longer see me sitting here. It's a moral stand. I don't have to discuss it with anybody. It's about my morality as a person, and it cannot even be commuted to anybody, and we cannot even try and persuade anybody to have that kind of understanding. But then what we will do, honorable members, is that we are going to proceed in this way. We are going to allow General Sibiya to come here and make a presentation, and during their presentation, where there is information that comes out that implicates the member, or a statement is made to the extent that the witness expresses their unhappiness with the presence of the member, that is where we are going to have a problem. And number two, because this committee is a committee of parliament, and attention has to be brought to the office of the speaker in terms of Rule 165. That speaker, in the parliament that you lead, there is an ad hoc committee comprising of the following members. And in the evidence presented so far, there are the names of these members that continue or that are being mentioned. And then the office of the speaker as the leader of parliament will then have to lead us in that regard. So I'm not going to open this matter for a debate now.
Just a point of clarity, Mr. Chair. I just want to be clear. Clarity.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, to understand, is the legal advice saying that there's no requirement for us to be impartial? And Chair, you are agreeing with that, just for clarity.
No. Let's put the issue of the legal advice aside, because if there is a legal advice, the legal advice must come from the office of the speaker. That is what the chief whip has said here. Go and seek legal advice. So the leader of this parliament is the speaker, and the rules enjoin us to report every matter to the office of the speaker. So that is exactly what should happen. Senior counsel.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Yeah, just in addition to what Andile drew attention to, I think it's important to draw attention to the following terms of reference that binds this committee. The first is at paragraph 1.6. It says a committee of parliament that holds a public inquiry for purposes of reporting to the NA exercises public power and he is obliged to do so in accordance with, but not limited to, the fundamental principles of the rule of law, legality, rationality, procedural fairness, and justice, ensuring that his procedure and report adheres thereto. Then at 1.7, the committee agrees to conduct the inquiry in accordance with the provisions of these terms of reference, which are based on the aforesaid principle.
Yeah.
Then,
There is nothing wrong with what you are saying, Senior Counsel. If you listened, I said that the rules of parliament that we have and the terms of reference and the Constitution of the Republic have to be read together if you want to make a proper interpretation of that.
and then Chair, at the same 5.8.1, there's again a reference to the same principle. And can I just say 5.1?
Chairperson, Chair.
Can I just say
Chairperson.
lastly 5.1?
Chairperson, I'm calling an order on you, Chair.
Okay, Honorable
Chair,
Member.
you have just said a few minutes ago, the legal counsel does not have a right to advise this committee. It can only be advised by the speaker. The reason why this meeting is on hold is because of the advice that he has initially given to us. 2, you are allowing him to proceed with his legal advice, and we will demand our right of reply, because it can't just be left hanging. If he is advising us on the direction that we must take, we must also deliberate on his advice. I just want you to know, Chairperson.
Yeah.
And if you say he has no right to advise us, he can only lead evidence, as it has been said by Honorable Bach. So be it. We can't be found wanting because we don't know exactly what he's doing now. Is he advising us, or what is happening here, Chairperson?
But listen,
and I think you are creating more confusion.
Listen here, Honorable Member. The Senior Counsel has raised a matter here to the attention of the committee, and that can never be equated to him giving us a legal advice. He came here and said, I want you to note as the committee that you have the following members of your committee who are being mentioned in a letter that has been sent to you by General Sibiya's lawyers. That's what the Senior Counsel did, and the enfilade on the Senior Counsel must stop. It must stop. We cannot allow honorable members to continue to attack the
Point of order, Chair. I think I respected the Chair. When I've been raising my hand, you are not pointing me. Chair, abantu base South Africa right now, bawomela ukukhuluma noBaba uSibiya bazi ukuthi uyaganga or akaganga. Let's stop wasting time where Chief Whip has also given a direction. That's in public kanjani. You, Chair, are wasting time now, continuously allowing this matter to continue. He has given an advice. If it's not an advice, what is it? So, Chair, I'm asking my plea to you, Chair, before you speak, with all respect, can we kindly respect South Africans now that we take this matter as Andile has spoken? It will be dead on that Wednesday deliberation, and we don't accept it. But we have a Wednesday to talk about that. For now, can we put South African first? Can you be a chair? Chair right now, because the first time I spoke, I told you you are not running the committee correctly. And today I always find myself victimized. When I pick up my hand, you jump me, and you also emphasize on time alternates and all those things. But can I tell you this time around, Chair, you are not steering this committee right at this moment. Please protect South Africans. Give South Africans the respect you've always given them. I say life, it's totally different. It's totally different with the person to open a case. Totally different. You are still failing to see that clear, implicated, and come on, Chair.
Okay. Look, I did not expect you to debate the matter. I expected you to raise the point of that point of order is ruled out, because if you want to say the chair does not recognize you, I said when I noted the hands, I said to you guys, I'm going to give the MKP chance to reply. No, we don't run a meeting like that. And if you are unhappy with the chair, do not attack the chairperson and say the chairperson is not running the meeting. We have been running these proceedings from the first day under very difficult circumstances, but we are where we are today. And I'm going to plead with you, honorable members. We have to be calm. If we are going to make this committee to work, we have to be calm. There is nothing that will stop us from doing our work. The only thing which will defeat us is the attitude that we bring to the meeting and our process. Honorable vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think we should be fair. The Senior Counsel brought a possible perception of conflict of interest to the committee's attention. That is his prerogative. It is his due diligence to do, because we have to disclose a possible perception of conflict. That's not advice, but Chairperson, let's move on.
Do you want to speak, Honorable Skosan? Do you think it's fair to speak on a matter where your name is subject of?
Yeah, in fact, it's about me. I'm not going to comment on this, but I just wanted to support my colleague to say it's improper to say the evidence leader is not giving advice. He's giving advice. The fact of the matter is that he's giving advice. And you said the proposal was that Andile, like Honorable Rechenbach was saying, the Andile is from the Parliamentary Legal Service. He has mentioned what must happen. But now we are debating that with the SC. I mean, with the SC, our evidence leader. I don't think it's fair. In other words, we are saying, I don't want to go to the merits to say, it's wrong for Mkhwanazi party to open a case against anyone in this country. Therefore, it means Mkhwanazi won't be able to participate in Parliament when this matter is going to be debated.
But you are going back to debate the issue that,
thank you, Chair.
That we have.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight that the SC is giving legal advice. It's not giving any other thing. It's not questioning the witness. It's arguing that MKP should not be here. It's not about me. This is not a private matter. Mkhwanazi has opened a case.
I want to know.
Thank you, Chair.
Do you still need some time to talk on this matter that involves your name?
No, Chair. I'll listen. Thank you.
Honorable members, we have concluded this item. Like we have said, it will still be discussed in the committee, but it has to be brought to the attention of the Speaker of Parliament. Committees of Parliament report to the Speaker on the work that they do. And the Chief Whip is right in his proposal when he says Parliament will have to get a legal opinion on this matter, because this is a matter which has to do with the rights of the citizens of this country. So let's conclude it that way. And I want to thank you for your participation in the discussion. And where you might have said things during the discussions that you may regret, when you are alone, just inform yourself that I regret what I would have said. I could have said it in a better way, but I said it different. Don't tell anybody about those regrets. Just inform yourself. That is how you become a better person. Let me check if I must give you a 9 minutes break so that we reorganize ourselves with General Sibiya. Will come back at 22:1. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, honorable members, and welcome back, General Sibiya. We have now done our housekeeping, which did not need to, and I think we were ready to proceed. Honorable members and our participants here, there is this ownerless cell phone. Yeah? The cell phone is ownerless, so any person who wants to claim to be an owner will have to come and produce all official documents. Yeah. Okay. We are now going to do like this. General Sibiya, welcome. This is the procedure which we are going to take. We are going to start by administering oath, and then thereafter, our evidence leader and his team, Advocate Arensen, will then lead you in the statement that you have deposed here with. Let me say the following to you, that you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which investigate the allegations by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, so that you provide information in relation to the ad hoc committee's oversight in investigating these allegations, which include, amongst others, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, the PKTT, alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, SAPS, and alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public, as well as political interference in the work of the. In extending this invitation, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish, under oath, in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and provincial legislatures. You have indicated that you wish to take the oath so as to be afforded the protections as provided in the Powers and Privileges Act 2004. Please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawful, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a house or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offence and is liable to a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. You may choose to take the oath or the affirmation. Which one do you prefer, General Sibiya?
I'll take an oath there, Chair.
Thank you so much. If you take oath, I will then read the following, and then you will mention your full names and say, I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me.
I, Shadrack Sibiya, I swear that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me.
Thank you so much, General Sibiya. I'm now handing over to Senior Counsel Advocate Arense to start the engagements with you. Thank you so much. All the best.
Good, Chair. Good afternoon, General.
Afternoon.
We were supposed to start this morning. Anyway, thank you for your attendance, and thank you and your team, your legal team, for the cooperation that we've received in the past few weeks. And also more recently, some additional documents that have become available. Honourable Chair, as I indicated, these documents are being printed and will become available during the course of the day to Honourable Committee members. And if I may, with your leave and Honourable members' leave, refer occasionally to some of those documents as I ask the witness questions. General, just by way of introduction, is there anything briefly that you want to say or mention to the Honourable Committee?
And thank you, Chair and honorable members. Just to find out in relation to the fact that before we broke, Chair, there was a discussion that was actually being discussed in relation to the concern that we raised in relation to one of the honorable members in relation to his participation in these proceedings, considering the fact that the honorable member is a complainant in a member that led to a session Caesar house and at the same time have to come and account before the same parliament. As far as I'm concerned, there's a conflict of interest. I just want to be led by parliament and advised with all the utmost respect. I just need to be guided by parliament, by the chair, by this house as to what is the final verdict so that I can also take legal advice from my team and then take it from the chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, General. And I want to thank you for your courage to raise the matter with us. It's within your right to raise that matter. We are a committee of parliament that runs in accordance with the rules that parliament has adopted. And the rules that we have do not empower us to take any decision regarding the participation or the membership of members to committee. The only recourse that we have as a committee is to write to the Speaker of Parliament and alert that about any other matter that would have arisen in relation to any member of the committees of Parliament. So we will accordingly bring that matter to the attention of the office of the Speaker of Parliament.
Am I allowed to take legal advice? And if the chair says no, I'm 100% ready to proceed, but I just want to because I'm trying to remain within the rules and also not for Parliament to think that I'm being difficult, but it's a matter that we've been discussing with the legal team because there's a better way of maybe from my side of my legal team to be able to express it better than I can, if it is allowed. But if the chair says no, let's proceed. I'm ready, Chair. But it is my humble request that I be given an opportunity to hear or for my legal team to be allowed to actually express my concern more in a legal form, if it is allowed.
In terms of the terms of reference that we have passed, we have said that you have a right to consult with your lawyers, but when you come here to our proceedings, your lawyers may not represent you in our proceedings. And if you, for instance, say, I want to consult with my lawyers and hear what they say, and then I will come back and sit on this chair. It's not for you to tell us what they are saying. Remember, it's your right to consultation. And if you come back and say, no, I have consulted with my lawyers, let's proceed. Yeah, I don't think we can deny you that right to consult your lawyer.
Just 2 minutes, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
Good, Chair. I'm ready, Chair.
When you say you are ready, you mean we can proceed?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you, General Sibiya. We have discussed with you the topics that we intend to follow that you have in your witness statement. So I'm not going to ask you to read your statement. We've discussed that, save for where you wish specifically either to read from your statement or where I direct you to a particular paragraph that I will request you to read. I've also indicated to you that given evidence that has already been given now by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and General Masemola, General Masemola being the more recent, that I will also from time to time put to you any adverse comment or comments that they made for you to give a response. I've discussed with you and your team that because our procedure is different to that of the Matlala Commission and we only have you, as it were, here today, I will take the opportunity of occasionally putting a contrary version to you for your comment. And you and your team have accepted that that's in order with you. In fact, you welcome the opportunity of putting your side of the story, as it were, before the Honourable Committee and people of this country. The themes we're going to follows the contours of our terms of reference. We look at the Minister's directive, your involvement or knowledge, if any, of the political killings task team prior to the Minister's directive, and subsequently the control and custody of dockets and the removal of PKTT dockets. We look at alleged political interference, alleged factionism in SAPS. So broadly, those will be the themes that we will follow. But let's start on a more personal note. Your witness statement begins with your employment with SAPS over a number of years, and we go to paragraph 13, it starts at paragraph 10 on page 7. This is your career path, which at paragraph 11 you'll see on the 2nd of January 1989. So it's quite a long career in SAPS and where you have progressed to the most senior levels within SAPS. I want to just ask you, just for purposes of distinguishing between what we have today and what you currently work with and experience, just to discuss briefly your appointment appointment to the Directorate of Special Operations, commonly referred to as the Scorpions, 2001, which you referred to at paragraph 13. You established the Northern Cape and Free State offices in 2004, and where you appointed the Special Chief Investigator until the Scorpions disbandment in 2009. So briefly, just describe for us your experience with the Scorpions, what your own views were on the effectiveness.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I continue, Chair, in response to my short meeting with my legal team, I'm advised that I will proceeding. I must know or indicate rather that I do so, Chair, in case at the ultimate end, because I'll be participating in a process that I believe will be tainted. As a result, I just want, Chair, starting from my career path, Chair, I'm appointed as the Deputy National Commissioner and I'm responsible for crime detection. And I've been employed by the police since the 2nd of January, 1989. And I rose through the ranks, starting from where I was deployed in Nizna as a constable. And in December, I was also appointed as the head of the General Desk of Internationally Missing and Wanted Persons at Interpol. I obtained my National Diploma in Police Administration in 1996 at Technicon SA. And I also obtained my BTech degree in policing through UNISA in 2008. I'm currently registered for Masters in Arts in Criminal Justice in UNISA. In 2001, I joined the Directorate of Special Operations, colloquially known as the Scorpions, and I was based at Gauteng as a senior special investigator. I was also based at head office Scorpions, the NPA, BGM. Then whilst I was there, I was one of the people who were sent to the Eastern Cape. When the Eastern Cape were hit by a spate of corruption and corrupt activities at the Eastern Cape, I'm one of the people who were sent down there to go and fight corruption and maladministration in the East for a number of years. I was subsequently referred to head office as a project manager responsible for the Eastern Cape and Free State region. I was running those projects for those provinces. In and around 2004, I myself, together with Advocate Moleboheng Mdala Maisela, who is now a judge, we were sent to Free State, the two of us, to go and establish the Scorpions that was to be responsible for both Northern Cape and the Free State. And following this, then leading to my appointment as the Chief Special Investigator in 2005. Then in 2009, the Scorpions were disbanded. I was then sent to commercial crime within the South African Police Service. But then I indicated that my interest is more in fighting organized crime, and then I was sent to organized crime. When I arrived at the Scorpion head office, at the South African Police Service head office, at the DPCI, the Hawks head office. At that point in time, because we were just arriving from the Scorpions, there was not much because there was no post really allocated. I started a unit. It was a task team called Tactical Operations Management Set that dealt with serious and violent crimes, including cash in transit, ATM bombings, serious and violent murders. And this is a team that at some point between 2010, 2011, 2012, it was mostly dealing with cash in transit and ATM bombings. And I'm quite sure members can recall, because there was a point where even we were counting with Parliament in terms of the kingpins that were involved in the cash in transit that we have identified and that we were addressing. Parliament was even doing a countdown with us until 0. And for a long period of time, at some point, cash in transit became quiet because of that intervention that I was leading. To an extent that the same team that I formed today, it was actually turned into a fully fledged unit to be part of the DPCI, within the structure of the DPCI. I was then approached and promoted to become the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng, responsible for the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, which is the DPCI in Gauteng. And then members will realize that it is at a time when the management of the South African Police Service decided to bring General Petros from Western Cape, who was doing well here in the Western Cape. They sent him to Gauteng because Gauteng was under pressure. When you look at the provinces, Western Cape was always number 1, but Gauteng was number 9 in terms of the crime fighting. As you fight crime, you check on the provinces which one is doing well and which one is not, is really suffering. General Petros was taken to Gauteng, and then I was part of the team of General Petros, which changed the whole scene in Gauteng in such a way that Gauteng became number 1, no longer number 9. I was there also with General Petros running PCI in Gauteng. Members and Chair, it is at that point in time when I was approached to conduct an investigation on the former Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence, General Richard Mdluli. And I put the team together that were running the investigation, leading to the arrest of Richard Mdluli. And it is at that point in time that I actually made a lot of enemies within crime intelligence. Many cases were opened against me, and to an extent that even when they brought in General Ntlameza, who was to take over from General Mdluli, he immediately suspended me, immediately charged me for fraud and corruption on fraudulent kilometer claim, including the illegal rendition of the Zimbabweans. I was charged for the illegal rendition of the Zimbabwean. And when you look at the people who actually were involved in the arresting of those Zimbabweans, all of those people who were arrested by crime intelligence. And crime intelligence were even given or awarded letters of commendation, but I'm the one who was charged for illegal rendition. I got charged for fraudulent kilometer claim. When you got to court before a magistrate, The magistrate asked the prosecutor, why did you charge this man? The prosecutor says, into the court record, the records are there with the voices of the prosecutor saying what I'm saying that I know there was no case, but I was instructed to put the matter on the court roll. Now, Chair and members, this took me almost 7 years to fight this thing to return back to the police, having been dismissed for crime I did not commit, which is the similar situation I'm facing now.
Sorry, General. So just following that sequence of your employment, so the time lapse between your employment with SAPS and then your subsequent re-employment on the 1st of July, when you returned as the component head of organized crime. Prior to that, you were employed by the city of Joburg.
That's correct, Chair.
That period of employment, was that following the charges and the finding of guilty by Major General Mkhwanazi, the charges he brought against?
That is correct.
So your employment at the city of Joburg, some would describe it as your departure there somewhat controversial.
May I respond, Chair?
Yes.
The employment at the city of Chair and members, you will remember that I challenged my dismissal all the way. From the start, after the suspension, the judges, in all the courts that ruled in this matter, they ruled in my favor. To an extent that General Mkhwanazi was, the judge said that he's a dishonest person who lacks honor, and as a result of that, the Helen Suzman Foundation and the Freedom Under Law, they took the matter to court for General Mkhwanazi. So now, but the fact is I was already fired. I had to follow the labor law, the labor relations process, and which took quite some time. Now, I have won the cases, and now I was at home. I was looking for a job, and an opportunity came from the city of Joburg. I applied like many others, and then I was employed by the city of Joburg. Now, I was employed daylight on a national television, approved by the council of the city of Joburg, and I participated like any other normal employee. I accounted before the committees, all the oversight bodies. So there's no any other environment that is actually regulated more than like the city. The systems put in place, everything that gets approved by the council. I was appointed officially so. And even when that was challenged, it was investigated by the public protector, cleared by the public. We've got a public protector report that I can refer to. Chair, you'll help me here. The way we pegged my. We've got a public protector report in the bundle, Chair. I will just.
No, it's not there, but it's fine. So you were appointed by the city of Joburg, but you had also left there.
I left.
Well, what was the circumstances of your departure there?
Because of the fact that I joined the police when I was 20 years, and today I'm 57 years. So I grew up in the police. My job is that of the police. I was there because I had no job at that point in time. But the moment the Labour Court appeal gave me the result that says you are being reinstated with effect from the 1st of July, I went back.
Oh, okay. So that explains your re-employment. It wasn't even a re-employment with SAPS. It was a reinstatement.
Reinstatement as if I never left.
So the Labour Court found that you had been unfairly dismissed, unfairly treated.
Unfairly and substantially and procedurally dismissed.
And the primary remedy for the Labour Court in cases of unfairness was always reinstatement.
It's reinstatement, and I was supposed to actually be paid for the difference for the whole 5 years, 6 years I was out. But because I was already employed, it cannot be, because it's being looked at as double dipping. Yeah. So the court said, no, we'll only reimburse you for the period you were unemployed. But for this other one, you were already employed, so we can't pay you since then.
So your reinstatement at SAPS on 1 July 2022 into the role of component head of organized crime in the rank of Major General, was that equivalent to the role you had occupied at the time of your dismissal?
Yes, I was a Major General, and when I was reinstated, there was already a Major General appointed at the DPCI, and then I felt that I really don't need to fight for a position and say I was the head of the DPCI. I can be deployed anywhere in the South African Police Service, and that is what I said to the management, that I'm just happy to be back, and I can be deployed. And then I was deployed at head office as a component head responsible for organized crime.
And then just about a year later, so that was quite quick, you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General, the rank you hold now, yes. And you were appointed as the Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection. Who appointed you?
The National Commissioner.
And just describe briefly what is the role, function of the Deputy National for Crime Detection, and which other sections or divisions fall under you in that role?
Chair, in short, let me start here to say that it was not within a very short space of time. Remember, it was a reinstatement since I became a general in 2010, stretches up until 2023, which is how many years? From 2010 to 2023.
13 years.
I was a general, Major General. That's when I got promoted to. So it's quite a number of years. And my job is, as a Deputy National Commissioner, in short, is to provide executive direction on crime detection matters within the SAPS. And my functions include to ensure the strategic direction on the effective investigation of crime on all levels of intelligence service for the South African Police Service. I also ensure the strategic direction with regards to the investigation of crime as set out in the South African Police Service Act 1995, inclusive of the application of forensic science and maintenance of criminal records on all criminal justice. I ensure strategic direction with regards to the investigation of crime within the detective.
So you have oversight over specialized investigative divisions, the forensic services, and all intelligence-led policing initiatives.
That is correct, Chair and members. I had two divisions reporting to me, which is detective forensics and crime intelligence. Under the detective forensics, you will have your components. And the components that you will have your family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses. You will also have a component that deals with crime investigation service. You will also have a serious and violent crime investigation. You will have your organized crime investigation. You have your criminal records and crime scene management. You also have forensic science laboratory and quality management, as well as commercial crime. Now, when it comes to crime intelligence, you have intelligence collection services. You also have intelligence analysis and coordination, operational intelligence support, counter and security intelligence. Now, this is the structure that I had when I was leading the as a Deputy National Commissioner. However, there's a new structure that has been approved that changes crime intelligence to report to the National Commissioner, and that separates detective and forensics. In others, you have detectives, Divisional Commissioner, and you also have Forensic Science Laboratory as another division. So you still have two divisions. The two divisions that were clubbed together, detectives and forensic, there now is detectives, and there's also for intelligence into the national.
Can I direct your attention to the core bundle? Chair, that's the Honourable Chair, that's the bundle that's not in front of you and Honourable Committee members, because we haven't it printed. That starts at, have you got the core bundle there?
I've got it, Chair.
Page 34, that's where it starts. It's an information note. At the time, it was addressed to the Acting National Commissioner. I think this 2015, 5 November 20. And at the time, I see the Acting National Commissioner was J.K. Pashlani. Can I ask you to turn to page 39 and 40? And at the bottom of page 39, this reads background to the establishment of the post of Deputy National Commissioner. At the time, the Minister of Safety and Security, the scheme established 4 posts of Deputy National Commissioner and required the National Commissioner to appoint the 4 Deputy National Commissioners subject to the directions of the Minister. So in your case, were you appointed by National Commissioner Masemola?
That is correct, Chair.
And that would have been at the time when the Minister was Minister Tele.
That is correct.
Your appointment, was there any particular process that was followed?
Is the normal process that is being followed in the appointment of all senior managers.
You apply?
You don't apply at certain levels. You just get identified as a regulation that is being followed, appoint such senior manager.
So must it be the case that you were identified by the National Commissioner Masemola at the time?
That is correct.
As suited for this job?
That is correct.
And it's with the approval of the Minister at the time, Becky Cele?
That is correct.
And this is what the document reads. These posts were established to enable the National Commissioner to discharge his responsibilities, exercise his powers, and perform his functions and duties effectively. And then just over the page, maybe I should ask you to read this. It's on page 40. This is your mandate. Have you got it there?
Yes.
If you want to read it.
Yes. The responsibilities, powers, functions, and duties of the National Commissioner that are related to one another and related to the same environment were grouped together in different groups in terms of the scheme. A Deputy National Commissioner was appointed in respect of each environment to discharge the responsibilities, exercise the powers, and perform the functions and duties of the National Commissioner on behalf of the National Commissioner in respect of the specific environment for which he or she was appointed in accordance with the National Policing Policy determined by the Minister of Police and subject to any direction issued by the Minister of Police and subject to the command and control of the National.
So how do you interpret that? And we'll deal in more detail with the Minister's directive.
Paragraph 4 says, since the relevant Deputy National Commissioner exercises the powers and performs the functions and duties on behalf of the National Commissioner, the National Commissioner is by law deemed to have exercised the powers and perform the functions and duties himself. All members, including divisional commissioners and provincial commissioners, are accordingly bound thereby. So, in terms of delegation number 1 of the document entitled Delegation of Powers and Authorization to Perform Duties, the Deputy National Commissioner, South African Police Service, approved on 19 January 2012 and issued by means of Consolidation Notice 3 of 2012. The powers to perform any legal act for the service or act in any legal capacity on behalf of the service was delegated to a functionary at the level of Deputy National Commissioner. This means that a Deputy National Commissioner may exercise any act that has legal consequences for the service within his or her sphere of responsibility. The National Commissioner may assign certain functions to a Deputy National Commissioner within a sphere of policing possibility of the DNC and finalize the matters. For example, the Deputy National Commissioner Corporate Service may be assigned to approve certain appointments. So this is the document that gives powers to the appointment of Deputy National Commissioners, and it specifies the functions of the Deputy National Commissioner because, as was mentioned by the previous witness, General Mkhwanazi, he said if the National Commissioner is alone, and for him to be able to run the whole country alone, it will be a much impossible task. So the structure allows for the National Commissioner to appoint some managers that will be able to assist him to run the country. The same applies to in the province. You also have a provincial commissioner who will have deputy provincial commissioner. At head office nationally, you will have the national commissioner who will have deputy national commissioner. Thank you.
So in relation to the, let me use the language of the mandate, in relation to the responsibilities and functions in respect of the specific environment for which you were appointed in terms of this policy, and that would be National Crime Detection, Forensic Service and Intelligence-led Policing Initiative. You had full authority to exercise those powers for and on behalf of the National Commissioner.
That is correct.
Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Although it does say in this subparagraph 6 on page 41 of the core bundle that despite these delegations, the National Commissioner retains the power to perform functions and duties himself or overturn any decision taken by the relevant Deputy National Commissioner in the exercise of his powers.
That is correct. That is correct.
Now, although 7 goes on to refer to certain powers that may not be delegated, that relates to him being the accounting officer, such as the power to cordon off an area and the power to suspend without remuneration, that you don't have those powers. But all the other powers of the National Commissioner, you may exercise it, provided it falls within your sphere of responsibility.
Yes. I for an example, I cannot wake up tomorrow and employ a certain person. It's not within my power. I cannot wake up tomorrow and establish a unit without having discussed with the National Commission. There are things that you can do. There are things that you cannot do that falls within your powers, and you can't accept the powers of the National Commissioner at any given moment. Operationally, you can run the way you can, but there comes a point where you need to go sit down with him and say, National Commissioner, I was thinking of doing 1, 2, 3, 4. Will you be comfortable with it? And then he will say yes or no. Once he say no, it's no.
So within your sphere or those 3 spheres of responsibility, where would Brigadier General Khumalo, where would he fit into all of it?
General Khumalo is a divisional commissioner. He's one of the divisional commissioner that reports to me. In other words, as the Deputy National Commissioner responsible for crime detection consists of forensics, criminal detectives and forensics, and crime intelligence. That is now not in the newly approved structure because it was just recently now changed. But all along, since my appointment, it was crime intelligence and detective and forensics. So which means crime intelligence, General Khumalo.
And in relation to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, the same document, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, at page 43 deals with the appointment of a provincial commissioner, which of course is the National Commissioner with the concurrence of the provincial executive in terms of sections 207(3) of the Constitution. And then the mandate reads as follows: a provincial commissioner reports directly to the National Commissioner on all matters and to the relevant Deputy National Commissioner and Divisional Commissioner on matters resorting within the sphere of responsibility of the specific Deputy National Commissioner or Divisional Commissioner. Now, the question that flows from this is the political killings task team. Did that fall within the sphere of responsibility allocated to you in terms of your appointment as a Deputy National Commissioner?
It's supposed. That was not the case, but it's supposed to.
Oh, okay. Where did the political killings task team resort under? Under whose jurisdiction? Under whose sphere of responsibility?
It should be under detectives because we are talking about investigative work. Everybody who's there is investigation or investigator. It's about murder cases that have been committed. They get investigated. And once you're talking investigation, you're talking about crime detection. But in this case, there was a different, so to put it, a very weird arrangement where you find a political killing task team. They will say to you, this is a task team that uses members of the detective, most of them, that reports to or a project managed by Lieutenant General Khumalo, who is in crime intelligence, and that also reports to the provincial commissioner. Yes, it is acceptable, of course, that because the provincial commissioner is responsible for the province. In other words, the provincial commissioner is responsible for crime and policing in the province. But the reason why I say it was a weird type of arrangement is that you have a task team, but that has got only 4 people or 5 people that should know, or that are supposed to know what is going on in them. It will be the minister, General Khumalo, project manager, provincial commissioner Mkhwanazi, national commissioner, and General Lebeya, to a certain extent, the former head of the DP, was mostly not so much active. As far as I'm concerned, if I'm the Deputy National Commissioner that is responsible for detectives, intelligence as well, and I've got a top secret clearance certificate, I need to know and understand why can't I be entrusted with knowing what this team is doing? What is it that they're busy with? And what is secretive about what they are doing that I, as a Deputy National, know?
So can I ask you this? You were then appointed in July of 23 already. The events that we are discussing in this inquiry relates to what Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi said at the media briefing on the 6th of July. And of course, the focus of that was the political killing task. What did you learn or know about the political killings task team as of July 2023 when you assumed the post of Deputy National for Specialized Investigative Division, Forensic Service and Intelligence-led Policing.
Chair, I just want to get which paragraph are we, Chair?
Sorry, Gen.
Which paragraph are we at?
It's I think paragraph 50 will help you. Yeah, forgive me, General, I'm sometimes jumping a bit all over the place because I'm trying to, you address your involvement and knowledge of the operations of PKTT on page 18 from paragraph 49 on.
Yes, Chair. I was aware of the PKTT that was established to focus on political key, but I was also aware of the PKTT that were at times assigned on matters that are really not PKTT related. In other words, when the National Commissioner feels that we need such a team at such a point, he will then also deploy it because they were a multidisciplinary that has all the relevant expertise within the team. However, I'm of the view that when I look at it, the PKTT as a task team, and that is only and mainly focusing on KZN, it's a cost focus because when you look at the PKTT and the way they were constructed, I can tell you that we have other political killings throughout the country that are not being attended by the. And I can give you a clear example if you were to go to page 145 of the core. When you look at the case, when you look at.
Sorry, General. Yeah, just Honourable Chair, Honourable Member, just to remind you again, this reference to the core bundle is the bundle you don't have before you. It will be made available. The reference here is, General, this is from page 145. This is an information note which is dated, it runs to 148. It's dated the 4th of January 2024.
That is correct.
The Honourable Chair, I believe the bundle is available on SharePoint for those who can access SharePoint. Oh, it is now in front, the Honourable. So I'm referring to page 144 of the core bundle. We call it the core bundle. There's two. There's a bundle that's attached to the statement, and then there's another separate bundle, which is a core bundle. It's the bundle we received from General Sibiya's team yesterday. So, General, this document is submitted by you on the 4th of January 2024, and it's called a feedback report multidisciplinary investigation team on municipality killings cases in Mpumalanga from 19 January 23, 31 March 3, and then there's also a reference to some. So what was the purpose of this document?
Here,
why did you want us to refer to this document?
Here I'm indicating, Chair and members, honourable members, this is a clear indication that these are political matters from a municipality, and they were not dealt with by the PKTT. And you can see that here we are talking about your matters that were committed like around about the 2023 cases and 2022. Now I'm looking at, it says on the 19th of January 2023, the National Office established a task team to assist on the matter. The purpose was to assist on the investigation in all political matters at the Mpumalanga province. The task team comprised of 4 members, namely, I'm not going to mention the names of the members, and the docket collected and investigated are as follows. We have Mzinoni, case number 09/05/20.
Okay, if we can just go through. It's Mzinoni, Peter.
Or Mzinoni,
just PR Tonga. But your point is that this is a document which shows political killings taking place in Mpumalanga
and other parts of the country.
And other parts of the country. And was this also being investigated in what is referred to as a multidisciplinary investigation team?
Not necessarily as beefed up as the PKTT, because this one you have to extinguish fire somewhere. You have to put a team together that must go deal with the situation. Okay. Yes.
Now you would have been perhaps tied up in court, or you may have still been unemployed. No, you would have been employed by the city of Joburg. You were employed in 2016. But you know the background now to the formation of the political killings task team, the first announcement by the president 2018, and the subsequent establishment of this task team. So that would have been in 2018 already in May, and then fast forward, you are appointed in 2022, and when you come into office, this task team has now been established. Now, you would have attended these, I think how many times a year? 4 times a year, the Board of Commissioners meeting.
The Board of Commissioners meetings, yes, I attended.
You would, because even though it's a statute says National Provincial Commission, we understand from General other petty national also attend.
Yes, if the National Commissioner is not there, I have checked too.
So my question is, were political killings task team matters, were they discussed at any of these?
I don't remember unless in those meetings commission it is possible we'll have that check.
Or maybe tell us what would typically be on the agenda of these board of surely matters of national importance.
There is matters of national importance where the National Commissioner top management, and once the Board of Commissioner they are those that mostly.
So as the intent, I think Police Act says, it's not the decision making body, but it's consultative, and where you discuss matters for operation, so that you don't cross your lines, stay in your lane. Now, did Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi at any stage, to your recollection, raise the issue of the task teams at such a forum?
Chair, I've never had an opportunity to be favored with the minute. I don't remember him.
Before the 6th of July, when would the last Board of Commissioners meeting
Before the 6th of July,
this year, 2012?
yeah, I think the very last one was chaired by the Board of before the 6th one. I was the one who I don't have.
Now, when you were appointed in, the minister was PKTT, and then in 2024, was it July 24, a new minister, Senzo. How would you describe your relationship with minister?
Relationship or give the minister to go.
Before, or rather, what was your reaction when he was appointed, when Minister Mchunu was appointed?
When a new minister is always say evidence, they gave everyone.
Before his appointment in July 20, did you know Minister? Or did you say not really, or
No,
not at all?
it was the first time I met him.
So when he was appointed, or after he was appointed, when would you have met him for the first time?
There was a meeting that was arranged at the board of the minister, top management of police, where we went, deputy ministers and the national commissioner, and I think even the divisional commissioner.
And I suppose you would have just had a briefing or general discussion with him. But as the year proceeded, before, after July, there would have been more focused discussions on various areas, South African service that were bringing him up.
As they gained momentum with all the duties, we began to gain speed. As we gain speed, more in the number of the signing of the stakeholder, a lot of it, this one, let's meet with the metros, that, there's a whole lot of things that the minister.
Did you in any of these engagements discuss the political killings task?
No, because to me, political task team, I was not involved. It was a door that was worried out.
So someone like Lieutenant General Major Khumalo.
Khumalo is a lieutenant, we've got a major general, Lieutenant Kenya.
So Lieutenant General Khumalo, who in terms of authorities, powers and dockets, SAPS organogram, he resorts under you. Did he ever account to you about what the task was doing?
There's only one time where he wrote question for the following. The purpose was to say more he was in need of apparently some of the read. It was the very first time. I think I once attended, I'm not so sure. I've never participated. If ever I attended the meetings, one or two. Is that one? This other one was more about that one. It was the first time I attended. I think the minister, and even the nation, one meeting that the rest.
And what was your relationship with Lieutenant?
I must say I've had a good working relationship for years, and there was no issue. The only issue just after that I came just arrested. I participated in the as the team were planning, and even in my case.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for doing this. The general is talking about an arrest of AKA. I'm not sure if we take it that automatically referring to the arrest of the alleged murderers of AKA. So maybe if that can be. We don't want to assume that he's talking about what we think is referring to another AK.
Whether we start with all.
My apology, Chair and member.
We're not talking about it. It's a very serious matter. We're just saying that for the purpose of our record, if we can say everything for what.
Thank you, Chair and members. That is where the difference between myself and General Mkhwanazi came in, and it was not meant to be a big. After the arrest of those that were in. Now we were somewhere in Cape Town with in an office, Minister Taylor, but the minister came, approached me, and tell me, "Are you sure the people that I was involved? Can I have the team brief because I am the one who was going to be asked, especially that can be." I then contacted the province. Now, in contacting the province, actually provincial case, yes, it is indeed true that I was supposed to actually contact provincial. I contacted the provincial commission simply because of we have been having a good relationship with General Mkhwanazi. I never thought he will actually make it big. The main reason was normally when I contact him, you find that he is busy in a meeting, he's chairing a meeting, and normally when he chairs a meeting, either he's always on silent or is then I would then call the next person who I think can. The process, the intention was just to try and make sure that there's not going to be any delay. Now, and I said, can you please arrange with the team members and also inform the provincial? That was General Mogotsi later came to me and said, "Hey, General, can you please call the PC yourself? It's not okay." And I called the PC with all the confidence that I knew. And then when he responded, he was fuming. He was very angry. He said, "La, you're not going to phone my province and order my people." Whoa, nobody. He says, "You call my people here and you instruct them, you tell them that the minister must come to him." I don't know about General. I'm apologizing, but I just wanted to. He said, "No member is good. No one is good. I don't report." But when he said, "You go tell the minister," I say, I also didn't take it kind. We are all trained members of the African police, grew up within the team. From a student who are trained who must salute who must stand up when who comes in, who must salute, who must greet who how. Now the way he's heavy and talking to me in an aggressive manner, his tone was very heavy. I didn't take it kind myself. Then I said, "But General, when you order me now and say I must go tell the minister that you are ordering me, it wasn't meant to be like that. I'm your senior for you to me." Then he said, "Oh, I don't know where you're coming with this thing of you being a senior." Then he followed me with a very long message, tells me that he's appointed in and I'm appointed, and then he's responsible for policing in KZ. He said, "From now onwards, you've got nothing to do with KZ." And now I'm being banned by the provincial commissioner to operate in KZ. And when in fact I'm operating national, when you call meetings to discuss the project at head office, these people are not there. KZN is beginning to suffer. The project are not there. The cash in transit people want to know cash in transit is high in KZN. We've got hitmen in KZN. We've got the drugs, and we've got a lot of crap. We've got the people burning the trucks. We've got a number of issues that were happening in KZN, and yet we need to intervene from head office, and then there's no relationship. So it was KZN was, so it was a question of we need to, so that at least crime time. That is how it happened.
Is that the
Yes.
and what the date?
The date in which that happened.
Or maybe it was in here.
I can simply say it is the AKA arrest. It was on the day the people were arrested, because what happened, it was an anniversary. It was almost a year after the murder of, and the spokesperson comes and say the media wants to know what is going on. It's almost a year. It's nothing that is on the arrest. So what must I tell the media? At the same time, that's when I started getting involved too much with the team and say, guys, now it's all in our being, what is going on? How can we assist? How can we support that? Then we arranged a meeting with the team, and then myself and the national commissioner, we flew to Durban. We met the team with the provincial, the acting provincial commissioner, if I remember. But there was a team there and the prosecutor that was involved. We met at the app, and then we agreed that they will actually, because we knew where and who was agreed they were.
So can you recall whether four of the both of you had in May?
No, that one of it was more, it was Minister Kele, and this other one of May, it was Minister.
Yeah, talking about that meeting.
Yes,
the two of you.
Yes.
The purpose.
The minister really, I saw a message, an email that was sent to me, an email that was sent to, it was the email that was sent to us to say that there is going to be a meeting with the following individuals, the one with the minister and the national commissioner myself, and the other one with the national commissioner myself, and then Minister General Mkhwanazi. In that meeting, the minister actually opened the meeting and indicated the purpose for the meeting, and that we as senior managers really don't find a way of resolving our issues, Africans that want whatever issues that we were okay with the meeting. We shook hands with General Mkhwanazi, looted, we left.
But you know, in his he says he doesn't want.
Minister, Chair and Honorable Chair, and it is not true. It was a very matured meeting. There was no fight, because immediately after that meeting, General Mkhwanazi invited me to.
I think look at page 164 of the core bundle. 164. It's a meeting for June. Have you got 164 of the core bundle? Maybe you tell us.
Yes. Now,
is this after the meeting?
This is after the meeting. The meeting is on previous page
162. This is from
yes.
Brigadier Letoko. Letoko is in the office of the
National Committee.
And to Leon Avenant, Colonel, National KZ, and also to you, Mkhwanazi, Sabola, Millicent, PA Commissioner. Subject: private meeting in the Minister, National DNC, Sibiya and KZ, BC Mkhwanazi, dated 12th of May 2025. Kindly be informed of the below schedule of the Minister, NatCom, DNC, Crime, KZ as arrested Pretoria. So is that the
yes?
So that's that meeting. You say you shook hands. Your recollection that was cordial.
It is indeed so, Chair. And I'm told that if I check properly on the record, I think the meeting was actually on request by General Mkhwanazi. Now, on the 2nd of July 2020, no, not that one.
No, 164. 164.
Yeah, 164. I received an invitation signed by the Provincial Commissioner of KZN, General Mkhwanazi, where he says that invitation to the Provincial Excellence Awards KwaZulu-Natal was June. The KwaZulu-Natal province will be hosting the Provincial Excellence Awards to award members officers who rendered outstanding service on Friday, 6 June 2025 at International Convention Center in Durban. All guests are required to be by on behalf of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commission, Lieutenant General NS, you are kindly invited to attend this. Please RSVP not later than 2025 to confirm your attitude. If you wish to have any questions or need further assistance, please contact Kominani or Warrant. So,
did you attend this awards evening?
I did attend that.
And what was that occasion like? I check it. The National Commissioner was also there.
Chair, I just don't want to make a mistake. I do know that there's one I didn't attend. This one I don't think I didn't attend. There's one that I attended where it was now with the police. I think it was a National Police Day, but the excellence one, they even made a follow-up whether I'm coming or not, but I was not able to come because the national.
And then on what is that on 165?
Well, on 165, Chair,
this is addressed to you. It's dated the 2nd of July.
Before I get onto this one, Chair, I want to indicate that even subsequent to that meeting with the Minister and General, I've shared a stage with General Mkhwanazi when we were going to address the comrade marathon colleagues that were going to myself, General Mkhwanazi who spoke, and I spoke, then my giving. So we've been working together. I've been KZN many a times where we were working together. Even on the 4th, the Friday before the 6th of July, I got a call. The National Commissioner sent me to Parliament. I was on my way to Parliament to go and represent the nation. I got a call from General Mkhwanazi, and then he said to me, "Hello, boss, you called me boss?" He said, "Hello, boss, will you be attending will be coming to Durban?" I said, "Yes, General, I will be there." And then he said, Ubo Chopin, he said, "You must let me know because you are the senior manager of the South African Police Service. I must know when you are in the province because you will have a puncture and the next thing you won't know what." I said, "No, General, I didn't let him know though." So I'm just indicating, or rather demonstrating that even on the 4th of July, the eve of the press conference, I spoke to him and I didn't even know and I didn't see it coming.
So there's a number of events leading up to this July, and that includes a private meeting held to the minister where you and him were present. You say you shook hands, and that was a cordial meeting. There was nothing toward at that meeting in May. Then in June, you get an invitation to attend a Provincial Excellence Award, and then subsequently you also went to Durban on the 4th of July at his invitation.
No, I didn't go at his invitation.
Please correct me.
He asked me whether will I be coming to KZN. I said yes, I will be in KZN. There is this event that normally take place.
And this is after the minister's letter of 21st of December 2024. This after your letters you wrote.
Yeah, that is long after.
Honorable Chair, convenient break before I go on the new topic as you. So before we get to the letter of this, do you know Brown?
I know Brown.
How do you know him?
Brown Mogotsi, I know him as an activist in Northwest, but I didn't know him. I also Googled him and I saw him at some point. He was commenting, it was an interview, but relating to the former premier. He also contacted me. Remember that there what is going on. And also, just also want to know. Busy, I knew was sitting. I even spoke to the nation. No, I didn't know Brown. We were living his in the nation. Let's year.
What is your relation?
General,
you called me Chair.
In the form.
Yes, Chair, and that was
without you having had a discussion.
Yes, I had not even met him, not even once. Even my.
But he phoned you.
He did call.
So his phone will show that. His phone will show that he phoned you.
Yes, the record can indicate that. The records are there.
So how does he get your number? A senior person like you in police, I'm sure a lot of our citizens would want to phone higher up sometimes when frustrated because a crime that's not being addressed or followed up or solved, and then they want to phone higher up. You don't know this guy?
Counsel, I don't know this guy. I never contacted him before. You do get at this level, you get calls for tell you that sometimes another one will call and say, how can I get a phone around? Ultimately, even the minister, they do.
So he must have gotten your number, a third party, and there's nothing unusual about that. And he also gave you some information that some people are after your words. So he's peddles information.
The council put it
of a political nature.
The council did that way that he will call you and tell you that be careful, 1, 2, 3, 4 7. Mine is see how I.
And did you ever meet him in person?
Yes, twice.
When was that and where?
The very first time when we went to operate in KZN, we were there on official duty. And then he called and said, will you be in Cape Town? I said, yes, I will be there Saturday. He came, greeted me, it was during a break in town.
And where was that? Which hotel was that? In Cape Town?
Yeah, in Cape Town, in town. But it's one of the.
Was that with the January 8th? So he was here. Were you also here for the party celebrations on January 8th?
No, I was here on official duties. The top management of the police will be here to run the audience. We are all here, all of us. So you will get people that you know. I met a lot that I know, greet each other when we met. I had the issue of the Camps Bay, but in Camps Bay, it was actually a friend of mine, Malusi Zondo. I met where there also in comments.
But why would you give audience to someone you don't know? He must have some kind of influence to access you directly and even to have breakfast. Not many people who don't.
No, I can't say really. Chair, I don't have any reason to say. You took into a person over the phone all the time. You took into the person, tells you and say, will you be there? And I say yes. I say I'll come. And to me, I didn't see.
But he must have dropped a name or to persuade you to meet him for breakfast.
No, he didn't drop names other than telling me that be careful here, and then he will give me information. And the information that he gave me, you find that is the information that I see is happening.
So did he give you that information there over breakfast?
No, all the time when we. Some people you want to avoid, but some people you cannot. If someone gives you something that you may need, you listen to him.
So how many calls did he make, more or less? You said you mentioned you spoke to him all the time.
Yeah, at that time it wasn't that many times, but he's the kind of a person that I never really deliberately. So I never wanted. I deal with him and then there's no way I will listen to him every time he calls, because you block the person. The next thing was the person was going to save you for 1 hour.
So you must have found him to be at least very interesting and someone who's worth listening to, because the information that he was giving you strikes you as that you knew or knew of. And so you were curious. How does this guy know all this?
You see, my job, Chair and member, honorable members, I deal with information. I deal with me. I have to get information all over, whatever information.
So again, so how many times more or less did he phone you? How many times more or less did he meet you? Was the Cape Town breakfast meeting on January 8th, whatever it was, on the eve of January 8th, was that the only time you
He met me only once here in Cape Town. And even when he left, he forgot to pay. And then
so he peddles information and he must pay for it.
No, he forgot to pay. And then he said to me, hey, I forgot to pay there. Can you pay? I didn't agree to pay because I didn't know that I was going to have a guest that I must pay breakfast. So I didn't pay. He then said he had to come and pay.
So he's some guy. and so during this meeting at breakfast, and you still haven't said how many calls more or less he made to you.
No, when he was here, Chair, it was that one call when he came here, and then from that was it. Greet, and that was it. It's not like we are friends. We are not close to each other.
Does he phone you or do you phone him, and do you have his number on your phone?
I had his number on my phone. I do have his number on my phone, but many a times he's the one who calls. I don't call.
And in these calls that he made to you and the meeting you had, did he mention the name of Matlala to you?
No, he never mentioned. It does happen sometimes when he will talk about the issue of Kat who's been arrested and things that he reads on the newspaper. But I will not really entertain him on such cases.
Do you know Kat Matlala?
I know Kat Matlala.
How do you know him? Have you got a relationship with him?
No. Before I came back to the police, I didn't know Mr. Matlala. I didn't know Mr. Matlala. I got to know Mr. Matlala when he called asking, wanting to meet. And I said, no, come to the office.
When was that call?
The call was around about, I can't remember exactly, but I do have the bundle where when they wanted to have a meeting with the lawyer because they did came. I don't know with my legal team whether we did put. I have it, Chair. If we can maybe like during lunch or after, I just produce the paperwork. And
Can you look at this? Is a next? Thank you, Mary. This is at pages 203, 205 to your statement. It's not 203, 205, and it's you deal with it in your statement on page 26 from paragraph 81, page 203. It's SB 14.1.
Mine is blank, Chair.
203 to 205. They're all blank, or is it just 203?
No, they shouldn't be blank. There is a letter.
Or is it just a really poor print? Just turn over the next page. Sorry, the SB 14.1 it just reads Vusi Matlala sent on Thursday, the 2nd of February 2024 to Major General Tutoli, care of Deputy National Crime Detection, Public Works Lease. And this is in connection with the lease agreement, Medicare 24 Swani. This is a letter of demand. And then if you go over the page, this is 204 to 205. See that letter?
Yes, I see the letter.
It's dated the 19th of January 2024, and it's addressed to the National Commissioner. It's on the letterhead of attorneys S.J. and Globana. So the question is, are you aware of that email and the attached letter of demand?
Yes, I'm aware.
And it's, if you look at your page 20 of your statement, perhaps you can just, if that can help you refresh your memory, paragraph 81, where you say, I know Vusi Matlala as a service provider of the SAPS.
Paragraph 28, page 28?
Page 26, paragraph 81.
Yes.
Do you want to read from there? Or do you want to
yes, I do know Vusi Matlala as a service provider of the South African Police Service. He's well known in the South African Police because he was at the time running a hospital at a SAPS college. As far as I know, he was awarded a healthcare contract to police. I, however, do not know exactly the detail of the contract because that's between supply chain and it's in another division. And then during about February 2024, when I was acting National Commissioner, Mr. Matlala set up an appointment to visit me at my office. On his visit, Mr. Matlala complained that he has been awarded the tender, but he was not allowed to use the facility and thus not able to deliver in terms of the tender agreement. He also finished me with a letter. Addressed to the National Commissioner. And a copy of this letter is attached here to SB 14.1, which is page 203.
Yeah, 204 and 5 is the letter.
Yeah. Mr. Matlala also had a letter from Public Works, which confirmed that he received a lease agreement to utilize the building. I then consulted with the National Commissioner on the issue, and his response was that Public Works was not going to tell us on how to utilize it. So the tender nevertheless continued. My responsibility in this regard was to just give Mr. Matlala feedback on what had transpired when I had informed the nation, which I did not know Mr. Matlala before.
And what happened with his demand? Do you know whether there were any legal proceedings subsequent to the letter of demand?
Not at all. There were no further demand that I'm aware of. What I know is that he kept on working. We met him many times at college. When there are events at the college, you would have at the stadium where you have gazebos, Metropolitan, Old Mutual, other service providers, gazebos, everyone displaying their own product. They also have Medi 24 where they will have things like this. So this is a person who has just known a lot of, so I knew him.
May we please take Honorable?
Thank you, Chair. No, just clarities. On paragraph 81, which is the facility, and then is it interchangeable with the building? What is this? The college, the hospital?
Yeah, you see, every college will have a clinic, or I don't know whether they call it hospital or clinic, so that as the students are busy with training, and should one of them fall ill or injured, but you have an hospital where you can go and be at. Now, he was of the view or feeling that he's not being allowed to access the hospital, but yet he's been given a tender. And at the same time, he's been made to fail because now he's struggling to deliver, but at the same time, services are expected from him, but he's not being allowed to be able to utilize. That was the basis for the
So, are you satisfied, Honorable?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So you addressed this with the National Commissioner?
Yeah.
And this would have been General Masmola?
Yeah.
And do you know whether it was resolved?
I don't know.
And did Mr. Matlala or his attorney contact you again after that?
No, I've never dealt with him.
And is it your evidence that you only then met him, had contact with him, interacted with him from time to time, like the other generals?
Yes.
In the service at some of these occasions at the college, in his capacity as a service provider?
As a service provider, as a stakeholder.
So how would you describe your relationship with him? Just certainly not as a maybe.
We are not friends. Or we were not friends, but at the same time, I was getting to know him. I wasn't really. It was, if ever I've met in my whole life, I've met Mr. Matlala. It is 5 times less. It's not someone that I was really close to. It was just the beginning of knowing each other more. So my interactions with him is really very, very, very limited.
So let me ask you about, you have seen the affidavit. You have seen the affidavit of Brigadier Kuneni in the search and seizure application. And can I direct your attention to page 20 of the core bundle? This is part of the, it starts at page 1. It's the court order search and seizure access in terms of the Cyber Crimes Act. And on page 3, you'll see this search, access and seizure warrant pertains to Mr. Shadrack Mongo Sibiya.
Page 20.
Sorry?
Page 20.
Yeah, page 20. I'm just giving some reduction to it. And then this is the document that was filed in the High Court. And Annex A to the application is the affidavit of William Sipo Kuneni, Brigadier in the South African Police. He's the provincial head of Serious and Violent Crimes Unit in KZN. And then at page 20, from paragraph 34 onwards, or at the top of page 20, it says that, we go to page 19, paragraph 33, sorry. On 14 May 2025, Matlala was arrested on the Sandton docket, and the police seized his cell phones together with SIM cards for further investigation. Matlala was asked to consent for the search, access, and seizure without a warrant. Matlala agreed and signed the formal consent form. Then paragraph 34, Colonel Diezi from the Digital Forensic Investigations Unit, forensic research and access Matlala's cell phones in the Sandton docket, prepared a report. The purpose of searching and accessing Matlala's phones was to establish the link in the Sandton docket between the suspects Musa Kakani and Danny Mobusela on the one hand and Matlala. Sergeant Sitole received the forensic downloads and report and saw messages that relate to the closure of the PKTT. Sergeant Sitole reports directly to Kumalo. The data uncovered on Matlala's phones were communicated to Kumalo. Kumalo informed Masemola what was discovered on Matlala's phones. Masemola engaged with Mkhwanazi, provincial commissioner, affected by the decision to disband the team. This culminated in a media briefing July 20. Digital evidence extracted from Matlala's devices reveals conversations between him and Mogotsi, in which the latter wrote, and I quote, "I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister. They must have a solution." A further message from Mogotsi stated, "The task team that came to your house and harassed you have been dissolved. They got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they are bringing all dockets to Sibiya." Then the affidavit reads further. I hasten to add that these conversations took place on 1 January 2025, long before Sibiya issued the instruction for dockets, which were investigated by PKTT to be transferred to Pretoria. Further messages shows that Matlala financially supported Mchunu's political campaign and paid for certain expenses for the direct and indirect benefit of Mchunu.
Okay, Senior Counsel, that will be the last question before we get a break.
Then Sibiya, you'll have some time to ponder on this and respond when we get back from lunch. Thank you, Honorable.
No, if he so wishes, he can respond and we break. And if he feels he wants to respond after break, you are still welcome, General.
Chair, may I suggest that I read this thing because this one is a statement. I just want to read it in its totality so that I can then be.
You are allowed. Do you want to respond now or when we come back?
I thought when we come back, because I was going to have a chance now to go through it.
Okay, that's okay. No, we're breaking for 30 minutes, honorable members. Welcome back. General Sibiya.
Thank you, Chair.
Senior Counsel, we may respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. General Sibiya, you're still under oath. Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You had some time to think and reflecting for your response to those WhatsApps.
Let me go to, what page was that?
Sorry, 19 and 20 of the core bundle. It's in the affidavit of Kunene, the investigating officer, and the relevant messages where your name is mentioned is at paragraph 37 on page 2.
Digital evidence extracted from Matlala's device reveals conversation between him and Mogotsi in which latter wrote, I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister. They must have a solution. A further message from Mogotsi stated, the task team that came to your house and harassed you have been dissolved. They got a letter on Monday. As we speak, they are bringing all dockets to Sibiya. Now, my comment, Chair, in relation to this, I listened at some point, I listened to the communication or to the bail hearing of CAT wherein mention was made. The phones were taken to a private company and tampered with, messages removed or inserted. I'm not sure about whether it's true or that is a subject that still needs to be invaded. However, only concern that I have is that, firstly, this is a discussion between two people that does not involve me. I'm not part to this discussion where my name appears in this thing between the two people. I think they can come and explain that. But at the same time, when I look at the fact that there are concerns that says this phones was taken to a private company, unloaded or message or tampered with, it's something else. I'm just raising this to say that under normal circumstances, in a situation like this, when you're dealing with the devices are taken to an expert who then mirror image device and then come and say, this is a device that was brought by Brigadier Kunene. And in the presence of Brigadier Kunene or so, I downloaded or I mirror image this document or this, whether it's a laptop or whether it's and then this is the information that I found from this. Now, if there are signs whether there is a 2-on-2 statement or a statement that explains this process, I don't know, and I don't want to get too deep into that if that is the case. But my problem is where our names are being used here, say, I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and a minister. In my case, no person ever arranged a meeting between the minister and myself. The minister, if he wants a meeting, he will call for it. Or the national commissioner will ask. The national commissioners, not the person who sent outside and say, I've arranged a meeting with.
It sounds to me that you doubt or dispute the authenticity of this WhatsApp.
Not disputing, but I doubt. I'm concerned because if this house had to invite experts that downloaded and say, this is who I am, these are my qualifications, this is the use, download this, I analyzed, I found this in my professional qualifications, issue this statement, and this is what to me, I mean, this is an expert.
But that's what the affidavit says at paragraph 34, is that Lieutenant Colonel TSC, I don't know if you know him personally, from the Digital Forensic Investigations Unit, forensically searched and accessed Matlala's cell phones in the Sandton docket and prepared a report. The purpose of searching and accessing Matlala's phones was to establish the link in the Sandton docket between the suspects, Musa Kakani and Denny Busela on the one hand, Matlala on the other. So this process is described. Unfortunately, we have also asked for the supporting or the confirmatory affidavits to this affidavit of Gunenes, and we haven't received them. I don't know if your legal team has requested them or received them, because one must assume, just being in this profession, one must assume that there'd be an affidavit from Tiesi where he confirms that I refer to paragraph 34, whatever, and I confirmed X, Y, and Z, confirmed.
I'll tell you the problem that I have with this type of approach from the side of Lieutenant Colonel JC. If Lieutenant Colonel JC, a member of the political, then it begs a question of independence, neutrality, because an expert must be neutral and must not be part of, because if he's part of the same team, they can produce any result. Consent.
Well, I mean, he's clearly, what seems from Gunene's affidavit that he's not. He's from the Digital Forensic Investigation Unit. You should know who's in that unit. You're the head of forensic detectives, crime intelligence.
Remember, General Mkhwanazi said that they also have the ballistic units. I do know that I have received such complaint from the component where they wanted certain members killing. They say affecting their cases. Their cases be questioned. You cannot really exercise independence and say, I'm an independent for when you are the team that actually conducting it. We can actually investigate you and place you on the scene anytime, even if you are not. If it is an independent thing where, like in any other criminal case, you investigate, send staff to head of forensics, then it gets registered in the registers, it goes through the normal process. But however, I'm not here to challenge the authenticity. I say I doubt if that is the case. But safe to say that this is a discussion between two. I've never sat in a meeting that was arranged by Brown. He's never called me and say, have a meeting with him or with him. But
this message doesn't imply or allege that you know Mkhwanazi.
No,
what it does say is that him, Matlala, information peddler, he has arranged a meeting for you and the minister. And they must have a solution, whatever that solution might be.
It never happened. When you follow a series of correspondence, a series of correspondence in relation to disbandment comes back and dates back as far as 20, to an extent that it was even announced specialized, and those specialized units include dissolvement of the teams. That's including the dissolvement of the task teams, introducing the specialized units such as a unit. Now, murder and robbery unit, which is set to investigate like ordinary murders, police killings, serial murders, including your. Hence, you had the meeting with in Parliament, General Kumala. This docket be taken. Now, the murder and robbery unit is mandate to investigate, including police.
Now, can we at least accept this? One, that he has your number. Two, your number is on his phone.
Right.
Three, he has phoned you on several occasions.
Yes.
You've never phoned him.
I have.
You've also phoned him.
I have called him.
So you've also. So it's not surprising that when they retrieve or access data on his phone, that a message from him to you or you to him would also be on the phone.
Yes. In relation to this part that, because in my discussions with whatever that I talked to him about, we've never gotten to a point where we talk. That's why you will not find anything from me.
So the only issue then is the content of this message. You deny that what's in this message is in fact what happened. Is that what one person?
Yes. We never had a meeting with the minister because of the instruction or the arrangement.
So that's another, from your viewpoint, that's another fact that as far as you're concerned, there was never a meeting between you and the minister involving Mogotsi or Matlala. You sure about that?
The only meeting where we sat with the minister was in the presence of all, wherein the minister was questioning the tender, actually, or the tender.
That's the Swani Netgate 24 tender.
That's one police college.
Yeah, and ironically, that tender was then cancelled by the National Commissioner.
Yes, on the instruction.
So if the minister was in bed with Matlala, with respect of a big tender like that, he may well have turned a blind eye or not raised any objection.
Yes, considering the fact that it was issued before his.
Yes, it was issued in 2024.
Yeah, during the time of minister. So when he came, it was already locked.
He came subsequently, and of course we will ask him about it.
Yes, when the noise started to take place, that's when the minister asked, "Is going? What do we know? Can it be investigated?" Up until the minister then cancelled.
So just to come back to this message. So it can only be that Matlala had made this up, this message. Which I mean, if it's the case with peddlers or people who peddle information, I suppose that's what they could do. I'm trying to narrow what the issue here is. This is a message on his phone. He's got your number. He knows you. You've spoken. He phoned you. You phoned him. And now he says to Mogotsi, I've arranged a meeting. You're not aware of this message, firstly.
I saw the messages for the first time when they were displayed, I think by General Kumar.
Yeah. So one, you obviously don't know this message.
No, I'm not aware of these messages, and I was really not part of this discussion.
And two, you were not party to him arranging any meeting between you and the minister.
Not at all.
And when he talks about a solution to what do you know what he's referring to?
I don't know. I think maybe he can come and explain. But in my case, when you look at the correspondence in relation or leading to the ultimate disbandment, you can see that starting from the presentation that was made in Parliament, it is not influenced by any other thing, even leading to let's say, for an example, let me refer the honorable members to a document that I want to refer to, is that one of the establishment of the specialized unit. Chair, I'm up and down because the evidence leader is asking questions, so I'm not following the statement. So I lose track.
Do you want the PKTT implementation?
Establishment of the specialized unit.
You're looking for the work study of 2019?
Yes, somewhere around
that. That is at item SP 13 on pages 120 to 1.
So now, when you look at this DNC management,
which page, General?
Page 120.
Yeah.
This is a work study investigation report, and it talks about the establishment of specialized capacities, anti-gang units, murder and robbery units, inclusive of taxi violence and cold case investigation within the police service. And specifically, draw you to page 131.
131.
Yeah. Paragraph 5.4.2, it talks about the mandate, murder and robbery, which includes taxi violence. It says murders will be restricted to the following: all identified serial murders, murder and attempted murders are committed against officials employed in the criminal justice system whilst in the execution of their duties, police killings, political murders and attempted murders, murder of elderly as defined by the older. Now, it also talks about robbery, we will be investigating robbery. But further than that, we then go to the one that speaks to the evaluation. It's also a follow-up on the work study report that says the purpose of this project had a dual purpose. The main purpose of this investigation is to determine the implementation status of specialized units that were established and reviewed in the detective service since 2016. Combined to that is the evaluation of the allocation of resources as well as the necessity of this unit based on the restricted posts available. Now, this document, honorable members, without going, maybe just to read this history and background, it talks about this work study is based on concluded work study investigations that were conducted and approved since 2016 for the establishment of various specialized capacities in the detective service. This work study investigations includes the following: the review of the detective service structure in 2016 were conducted in the inclusion of capacities for both organized crime investigation unit as well as commercial crime investigation unit for re-establishment in the SAPS in response to the migration of the resources for the Directorate of Political Crime Investigation in 2009. Both these units were also reviewed to determine their ideal post structures. Now, I want to just, without any waste of time, Chair, go to page 176 in this document.
176.
Yes, 176 paragraph. I'll read in each paragraph that I want to specifically quote. So in 6.4.4, it talks about, it says, it is evident that the historical specialized capacities are better implemented than the newly established units. The units that is the best capacitated according to the personal strength, FCS, taxi violence capacity within the murder and robbery unit, which is 74%, anti-corruption unit, 52%. It is, however, evident that there is a shortage at all the specialized capacities. The worst allocation to any unit is currently commercial crime unit. Now, murder and robbery units are at 18% implemented and organized crime at 28%. The reason for the next paragraph, 6.4.5, it says the provincial investigation unit, although present and part of the structure of the detective service since 2016, have not been established in 7 provinces. Northwest allocated one commander to the PIU, but what I want to bring to the attention of this House is the reason for the establishment of this unit was to ensure that provincial directed investigations could be conducted with the alternative function to also replace the numerous task teams that were functioning at provincial levels. It is necessary to look at the status of the provincial units' capacities and make a decision based on implementation of possibly to close down the capacities at provincial level, to close down this task. This would also alleviate the need to establish a capacity without a need in the current circumstances, and there are continuous budget cuts, especially for compensation. Closure of the provincial investigation unit would then relieve some pressure on additional unit that needs capacity resources. Now, when you turn to the next page on page 177, it says these task teams should be placed within the murder and robbery unit to capacitate and direct the focus on a permanent structure within the necessary command and control budget and capability instead of functioning in silos. Now, this says...
But just to pause there, if you look at the task teams that you are referring to, you look at page 170, because the criticism is at paragraph 4.5.1 on page 17. This seems to be the criticism. The task teams that are not monitored run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from, mostly at station level. The task teams found operating in province are as follows. You can look there: foreign vehicle task, multi-trip task, functioning in various provinces, essential infrastructure task, kidnapping and ransom task, extortion, counterintelligence task, anti-gang task, cash in transit and ATM bombing task, political murders, multidisciplinary task, knockout team, concentrating task, provincial tracing, illegal mining task. Where does it mention the political killings task team, other than you see a reference there to political murders?
Political murders team is the same as political killing task.
Is that what you?
Yes, the same team. Now,
this is a 2019 report. There's two work studies. No, this is a work study. There's two work studies you referred. SB 13 is June 9, 2019 from page 120 to 1. We are now dealing with a work study of 14 June 2019, which in brackets it says it proved on the 5th of June 2025. That's at 167 to 202. So this 177 is the work study dated 2019-24, but approved in June 25.
It's the same document that talks about the task teams that are existing. And this task team must come to an end, basically. And this is approved. Now, listen to my comment, honorable members and chair, because this document, it comes back a long way. And this is why sometimes, depending on how effective you are, these documents, you do a lot of work study and you waste a lot of money in conducting work study investigations, but not implemented. Now, when you go to page 200, this is my comment before the signature. I say it is deeply concerning.
Yeah, let's go to page 200 and see what you say. You say this on the 16th of September 2024.
Yeah.
And just to remind me, was the Minister Mchunu, was he appointed already in 2024?
Yes.
He was July 24.
Yes.
Okay.
So now I say it is deeply concerning that a study of this nature was undertaken and approved by the National Commissioner since 2016, date, but not implemented by the respective provinces. What is also of concern is that despite numerous work study approvals by different national commissioners, little to no effort was made by provinces to resource and implement the resources and implement the approved recommendations. This has significantly contributed to the poor performance of the detective. In the recent crime stats release, it was evident that commercial crime investigation was neglected. Considering the fact that the study proves a 17% implementation, little else can be expected to a greater extent. There is 46 units not implemented, whereas 42 were only partially implemented. In other words, the detectives are operating under a complete deficit. There is an overall 57% shortage of capacity. Now, this is me trying to say it's a cause for concern that this study was undertaken but not implemented because it addresses the challenges within the detective.
Okay, so
Chair, the clarity, please.
Honorable Matthias.
Thank you. This clarity. So the report or the work study investigation was done in 20, or it was commissioned in 20, and then it was only signed off in 24. Is that what I'm understanding? Because I heard Senior Counsel say something about 2025.
It was started in 2016, and then it was circulating now in between the offices from 2016 to up until it was signed by the National Commissioner on the 5th of June 2025. I raised a concern myself when I say it is deeply concerning that a study of this nature was undertaken and approved by the National Commissioner since 2016 to date, but not implemented by the specific province. This is what I say. And the National Commissioner, upon receiving this document...
Yeah, just hold it there. Are you fine, Honorable Member?
No, Chair, because the date here has, and maybe you can just point me, it's got, okay, let me just go to, it's got 2024. It was signed off on the 6th, or it's got a date here of the 6th of March, 2024. So where's the signature of the National Commissioner for 2025?
Page 202.
Oh, okay. I see it. Thank you. Thank you.
The National Commissioner says implementation of these units must be expedited by the DNC crime detection, which is me, DIFCOM detectives and provincial commissioners. Now, here we are talking to implementing the specialized units.
General, just before we go for the stand process, also some clarity on it. This is a work study. It starts in 20, but it's not as if it was done by Major Bissell.
Nzama.
So it's not as if it's done in 2016 and then it gets passed on to you to look at and make your comment. The study is actually an ongoing piece of work that he does.
Yes.
And then it looks like, in fact, it looks like it is submitted in 2024. If one looks at, if you start, are these all the senior officials in office at the time? But first, if you go to page 193, the first senior person, the Brigadier, Section Head, Organizational Design, Operational Service, SJ, is Kaibi.
Yeah.
that he or she signs on 18th of March 2024.
Yes.
Then the next one is Major General Nzima, Head Organizational Development on the 14th of May 20. Then on the 22nd of May 2024, Major General Max, Commercial Crime Investigation. But let's just look at their comments. The first one from KEB says, thanks, Colonel, for the comprehensive work study report. Paragraph 8 is supported.
186.
That's the recommendations. It is on page 186. It is recommended that this investigation be disseminated to all provincial commissioners after completion of comments and signatures.
Yes.
So this must mean that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi also had sight of this work study.
That's correct.
Proper planning and implementation be done in all provinces regarding capacitation of specialized investigating units for both physical and resources. Implementation plan should include all support in the province and be approved with feedback dates and progress made. The criteria be developed between organizational development, planning in all provinces. The whole range of command structure of the specialist units on page 1 prioritize criteria for the location posts included review of station posts or vacant. Then 8.9, no task teams be established without written and approved documentation from the Provincial Commission indicating the start date and the end date, as well as dates of analysis. 8.10, current task teams be subject to an impact analysis by organizational development to ensure the feasibility. The provincial investigating units in the provinces that have been established be closed, as discussed in 645, 646, and that's the initial criticism that you had referred to at page 177.
Yes, Chair.
And members currently placed at established PIUs, that's provincial investigating, subjected to a skills determination evaluation in order to be placed at murder and robbery, organized and crime. The provincial investigation units be removed from the structure of the service as a prioritization as well as cost saving. What did that mean, since you are the head of?
What this whole thing, actually, this whole exercise means is that we've got task teams that are all over the country and they are not properly monitored nor controlled. If, for an example, now there is fire somewhere in the Eastern Cape, we form a task team, we take certain members from different offices. Those members leave the docket, they peg them there in the office of the commander. They go for the task team and they're claiming a lot of money every day to be there. The same applies to this same task team. You must watch, this committee must request for an audit of the overtime and the SNT claimed by these members of this task team since they are. Now, I say, when you look at Vision 2030, we've got to build a capable state, well-resourced, with technology, capable and able. In other words, whatever crime that is committed, whether you're in Cape Town, whether you're in Northwest Limpopo, every office must be capable, must be able to do the work. Now you are sitting with a very small pool of excellence in KZ that selects whatever they want to do, but with a budget almost 500 million. Now, I'm sitting with Westbury, I'm sitting with El Dorado Park, I'm sitting with Hanover Park, I'm sitting with all those areas, sensitive areas where every day I get videos of a shootout, mothers crying, where we need to focus our energy, but we're not focusing our energy there. We're focusing our energy on a PKTT in KZ, and that is actually every 3 months applying for millions of rent too. So I say it's not helping the country at all. It's not helping the country. We must build the country in such a way that capacity must be evenly distributed, but it must be, every office must be as prolific as possible. I think even when you look at the FBI, when a case is open, you are sure that it will be attended to. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to rely on the PKTT to be called someone from KZ. So I'm just saying, personally, I feel that we need to equip all the offices of the murder and robbery units. Now, when the minister started, the notes that I made in one of the meetings, the minister says, Minister Mchunu expressed his concerns regarding the political killings task team. He suggested that instead of establishing separate units to focus on different types of murders, the organization should consider establishing a single integrated unit under the umbrella of murder and robbery unit. This unit would operate nationally, ensuring a more streamlined and coordinated approach to address such crime across the country. Now, this is the minister, and at that time, the minister had just arrived. It was just a big feedback sessions. We were discussing these issues in a boardroom with all the other executives. And this is the National Commissioner's response. And I must hasten to also indicate that what was said to be closed is not the PKTT alone. There was also an inspectorate. The inspectorate, the minister said here that Minister Mchunu cited that legislative imperative is what we would be worried about when designing organizational structure. We need to be concerned of economic growth, capable state, and removing poverty, as well as intervene. In what is causing the disclosure of trade, you must also adhere to the mandate of the 7th administration in addressing corruption and that. Now, Minister Mchunu required a narrative between the relationship between provincial commissioners, deputy national commissioners. He further guided the relationship linkage by having dotted lines to indicate of those that are directly reporting to the national commissioner. Now, General Masemola clarified to the minister on the relationship between provincial commissioners and the DNCs. Now, this is the in that meeting. But specifically what I want to talk about, on the issue of disbandment of the inspectorate, General Masemola indicated that it can be done, but to implement it would come with the cost implementing such as providing of Section 35 to some members. But it is something that has to be done. That is the national commissioner. General Masemola clarified to the minister that the political task team is not a formal unit, but rather a task team. He explained that the primary objective of this task team was to evolve into a dedicated murder and robbery unit. As such, it does not appear on the organizational structure, given that it is a temporary structure designated for specific purpose and not a permanent operational unit. So as far as I'm concerned, the National Commissioner was actually in agreement from the very onset that this was just not meant to be a permanent structure. It is just a task team. So I'm saying, just like when the minister spoke about the murder and robbery unit, when he introduced the subject, even General Kumalo in his presentation in Parliament, he says that the docket will be taken to the murder and robbery unit where they need to be investigated. So it was that what was just agreed upon. It is not motivated by any relationship with Matlala or Brown Mogotsi, not at all. It is a subject that has been a subject matter on the table with signatures.
But you see, it seems to be the case that this work study didn't simply reference or deal task team. Some are stood apart. Because in March 24, this is in your affidavit on page 19, paragraph 55.
Page 19 of my statement.
Of your statement.
Paragraph 19.
On page 19, paragraph 55.
Paragraph 55, Chair, I'm ready.
In March 2024, Lieutenant Colonel Kumalo made a request for a budget of 94.8 million rand from the national budget of PKTT.
Okay.
For the PKTT. I supported the budget request and signed the recommendation on 26 March 2024. This demonstrates that I had no opposition to the PKTT. Then if you go to your comments, which is now dated the 9th of September 20, you were on page 200 of the core bundle, where we've already read these comments into the record.
200 of the core bundle.
Of the core bundle, yeah. We've already read these. Your comments are recorded on 16th September 2024. And
just trying to page with a statement.
And on that date, on the 5th of June 2025. 5th of June 2025. This is a month before the 6th of July 2020, when Mkhwanazi has the National Commissioner. His comments are implementation of units must be expedited by DNC, Crime Detection, Divisional Commissioner Detectives, and Provincial Commission. Yes, I'm talking. We're in the core bundle, 202 of the statement. That's the work study. That's the second work study. Sorry. Now we've read that comment already. So that's and this is what I want to ask you to help us understand, because on the 22nd of July. And this appears, and your legal team can help you. It's in General Masamola's an annexure to his statement. On the 22nd of July 2025, at pages 424, 423, 424, he approves the budget for the political killings task, and that is until March. So that's why I'm asking rather than putting it to you. I'm also not sure. There's a work study talks about units for various reasons. Either they must be terminated or the budget reduced, be phased out, but it doesn't seem to address for killing task, because this, as we speak now, we know the political killing task is still in operation, being budgeted for until March. Your own proposal, if you go to page SB11. SB11, this is now where you're now applying for, if you look at 91 of SB11, this is attached to your statement. It is request for financial authority for 23-24 national task team investigating political related cases in KwaZulu-Natal. It is recommended that the estimated budget of 94,807,999 be approved and funded by the national budget and such budget under its own project code within Crown. Alternatively, whilst the final budget allocation set for 24-25, a 2 months portion million of the above the budget be approved in order for the extension of task 4 is from Kumalo, recommended by you and Pani, and then National Commissioner at page 2, 16th of April says 20 million rand additional whilst the finalization allocation is processed task.
But Chair, let's go to page 91 of the same letter, where the CFO signed. The CFO says, considering the 11% reduction on the operational budget of the organization, the following are recommended. An amount of 20 million be approved for 2024-25 financial year. This is now only for 1 year. Post-elections, the task team be deactivated as it has been in existence for the last 5. And
so what are you saying, that this is the CFO?
This is the CFO saying this thing must be disbanded.
Said, and the budget is also reduced from the requested 94 million.
He says the work
which you seem not to have had a problem agreeing with.
No, it's not that I didn't have a problem in agreeing with this. The problem is that at this point in time, whilst I'm attending to whatever issues that needs to be attended to, work must. That is why I didn't have a problem in attending myself. But the moment I can't say I'm part of the chain now. It has actually never been brought to me to sign, because remember, I'm not part of what is happening inside the political killing task team. But now this time, as the Deputy National Commissioner, it was brought to me for signature to recommend, which I did. I didn't have any problem to recommend because I didn't have any problem with the political killing task. But the only concern is that at some point, just like as the CFO is a very neutral person, doesn't know people. When I say doesn't know people, nobody can say, she also said it must be deactivated because she's influenced from someone. She's saying this thing post-elections must be deactivated.
So on page 92, with that context, the National Commissioner seems to be in agreement with the CFO's recommendations, 20 million.
Yes, he says 20 million.
Can you make that out? Can you read that? That says approved.
He says it's approved, but for as long as there's work to be done, it must continue. The National Commissioner says here that 20 million provisionally, whilst the finalization of the allocation is processed. Task team must continue beyond elections, so long as there is work to be done. Can't be localized to KZ. He says it must continue to operate and can't be localized to KZ, which means it must work nationally.
Now, apparently, and the minister will come and speak for himself. From what I can recall consulting with him, he had cited this, and this is one of the reasons why it took December, because he had, even though this predates his appointment, July 4, he had cited talks about phasing out the task budget. But then the National Commissioner had on the 23rd of July this year, and this is from page 433. It's SFM 16. This is an information note. This is addressed to the National Commission. Request for financial approval from 1/8/2025 to 31 March 20. National Task Team investigating political related cases in KwaZulu-Natal for the financial year 25-26. The background to this is that the December 2024 directive issued by the minister. Various meetings were held, and then it says that request for financial approval. Then the recommendations, it is recommended that the approval with extension be granted for the duration of 8 months from 1 August 25 31 March. The estimated budget for 31,102,406 rand be approved and funded from the national budget, and such budget be managed by Provincial Commissioner KwaZulu-Natal as recommended by the Chief Financial Officer as per attached A and B. This is dated and signed by Provincial Commissioner Mkhwanazi, dated 23 July 2025. Then the CFO, in a handwritten note dated 25 July 25, says funds available. An amount of plus minus 27 million is available and should be managed in such that payments up to 28 February 20 are paid during this. Now, this is a person you say she doesn't know anybody, even Matlala. She neutral. And then this is also approved by the National on 29 July 2025. It's approved as per CFO comment.
Yes. What I want to put on the table, Commissioner Chair, Honorable, is that if we were to take all the applications for the money to be up, and we calculate the amount of money we spend, and we keep on spending every after 3 months, 6 months, we're applying for millions. Let me ask this question. I know I'm yet to respond, but I'm asking this question that this begs the question of, say, if you were to take the same capacity that you have as political killing task, you put them in case that they're under units and you let them run, you still achieve the same purpose without every now and then having to apply for millions every day. You apply for millions. So say, take the same capacity that you have, put it as a unit, then you don't have to every now and then apply for 74 million, 60 million all the time. But let it then happen in each and every province, so that each and every province has got a unit that can carry it when crime is committed, not only in KZ.
Now, just to come back to what's up next. We've dealt with the first one, where he said, I've arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister. They must have. You say you don't know of such a meeting being arranged, and you certainly haven't been in a meeting with the minister.
I've never been in a meeting with the minister in relation to these messages of the issue.
And meetings you have been in with the minister were other members of the force present?
We have.
You haven't had one-on-one meetings?
I have.
You have?
Yeah.
In relation to what?
In relation to the different feedbacks that the minister may require. And not only me, the minister calls whoever he wants to call, depending on the specific schemes there is. And remember, in that specific meeting, it won't be yourself and the minister alone. There will be chief of staff, PA, there will be the minister. Sometimes it will be yourself, certain senior officials for whatever reason. So it can be for any reason. Remember, we are not prevented from speaking to the minister. It's the minister who calls meeting, and then he wants to task him. It does happen.
So what are you saying? All these meetings where your staff or other staff were present, were they official meetings?
Yeah, they are all official.
My question, sorry, I should have clarified it. Did you have any private, separate meetings with the minister, one-on-one?
I have had meetings with the minister, not a private meeting.
But meetings where only the two of you were present?
It happens.
When?
Senior Counsel,
Sorry,
may we please allow the Honorable?
Oh, I didn't. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise the issue that the page which was, and the statement which the evidence leader read now, is on the document which was presented to us when the National Commission was here, which comes direct from the Matlala Commission. On what we have in terms of what General Sibiya has presented to us, in both bundles, we don't have that page. So I just wanted to say, unless digitally some have that, but if one has to make reference in the document which we have with us, beside the Matlala statement, we don't have here. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, but remember, we have gone past that stage. We said that the statement that has been deposed with us is the primary document. and any other document that is there to attach is an annex. So you are saying that you don't have that annex.
Exactly, Chair. That's what I'm saying. That what we presented for today, these two documents doesn't have that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
We will sort that out for you to be assisted to have access to the annex. I think it should be something easy to do. Just check with the honorable member if the document can be posted in the WhatsApp group for easy access. May we proceed, Senior Counsel?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was asking you about one-on-one meetings with the minister where there's no staff or officials either from your side or his side. Have you had such meetings?
No, not where it's me and the minister were locked somewhere in a room, that never. But if he calls for a meeting, for an example, it is to, I mentioned something, let's say at the police summit, and say, we have a situation where a person has been killed, and I was specifically referring to like your Jeribu show house at the police summit in the open. And I say, but we have technology in the country. We have service providers that can assist. And let's say the minister will then follow up and say, tell me, what do you think needs to happen? What can we do in this case? Now it's a question of call. Let's say, for an example, we invite all the service providers, the network, and say they have engineers. Can we be together in one room and say, today for people to commit crime, they need communication. And as they need communication, how can we make sure that whatever crime that is being committed, we are able to, without any waste of time and in no time, be able to, how can we achieve? Now, it's a question of signing a memorandum of understanding, inviting the stakeholder and say, let us follow this. And there are other meetings where the minister will have other meetings, let's say, for instance, with generals in Mchunu, or maybe with crime intelligence, depending on what the minister wants to achieve. And it does not necessarily mean that there's anything wrong there, but he's planning his work on how to attack crime in the country.
So is it your evidence that you never had a meeting with the minister, either alone or with your staff present to discuss Matlala and or Mogotsi?
No, with the minister, we never at any given moment, not even for once, discussed Matlala or Mogotsi, unless it is in an open meeting where the minister had to speak about this tender of Matlala. It is the minister who said, there is this tender, I need to know, how was it issued? Can this thing be investigated? It was in an open meeting.
Now what has raised suspicion, and which is now apparently being investigated, is this message that Mogotsi says the task team that came to your house and is addressing Kat Matlala and arrest you have been dissolved.
What has been dissolved? Sorry? I thought the council was asking a question.
No, I'm reading to you the message again. I said what raises the suspicion amongst the complainants in the case and why you are being investigated is this message from Matlala. The task team that came to your house and arrest you have been dissolved. They got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they are bringing all dockets to Sibiya. So, one, your name is mentioned, and two, the investigating officer says that this message is dated the 1st of January 2025.
Okay. Senior Counsel, can we get honorable number?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, we've been trying to peruse the documents before us, the statement and the bundles. We don't see the conversation between Paul Mogotsi and Montana. So on which page?
Yeah. Honorable members, can I check if you have all the documents? Yeah. Remember, you may find that even your paycheck is one of the documents. Honorable Skosana.
But remember, when the evidence leader was reading page 437 in particular, if any member has that bundle, it means it's got a bundle which was given last week on the National Commissioner presentation. But here where we are sitting, what he was reading there, we don't have it. You can ask Honorable Ngola there whether it does have page 483. No, none. Can ask the colleagues here? None. No, 437 there. I'm reading there. It ends yes. It ends on 207.
So it's he's asking questions based on information that has gone on record before this committee.
Because I was asking the advocate here, then he said that it was on the bundle of the national yes, which I agree. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. But I'm saying, I think here maybe there are some members who has that. But when he say page 437, that's where the problem which I picked up to say. When I wanted to make reference to what the evidence leader was reading, the handing over of dockets on Volker Carter's team, on what he was reading, we don't have here.
The difficulty is that members may not be able to carry those documents every day.
Yes.
But what happens is that once a document is presented before this committee, it can be used as a reference anytime, even yourselves as members.
Yes.
When you ask questions, you can still use evidence that has been presented before yourselves, either last week, Thursday, or Tuesday. Unfortunately, you may not carry all those documents every day. I think what we just have to do, Senior Counsel, maybe for ease of reference for members, at some point you can just say to them, refer to document this and that. But the documents the members by now they have, you may proceed.
May I continue? So we were General, we were discussing the email, which is the WhatsApp messages on Matlala's cell phone, which is at page 20 of the core bundle, which is the affidavit of Brigadier Kuneni in the application for search and seizure. And we were last discussing this WhatsApp where Kurt says to Mogotsi, the task team that came to your house and harassed you have been dissolved. So they got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they are bringing all the dockets to Sibiya. So this appears to be drawn or taken from the cell phone of Matlala on the 1st of January. So what the investigating officer is telling the judge, who must now issue the warrant, that this has raised suspicion, a reasonable suspicion, that there's some collusion between Matlala, Mogotsi, the minister, and you. This is drawn from his phone because we know as a fact that the minister had in fact issued the directive on the 31st of December 2024. This is downloaded from his phone on the 1st of January 2025. And Matlala seems to be aware that the team has been dissolved. He refers to a letter on Monday, which is the 1st of December 2024. And then he seems to be saying they are bringing all the dockets to Sibiya. So he seems to have inside information about the dissolution of the PKTT. He seems to know in advance that you are going to request the dockets, which you only did on the 17th of January and again on the 4th of February. And it was brought to you, I think, on the 24th of March. So that's what they say when they join the dots, that there's a relationship, you, the minister, Mogotsi, Matlala.
Maybe before you respond, General, I just want to request the senior counsel you will indicate to me when you have finished this part of questions, because I would like us to. So anytime you are satisfied that the part that you wanted to probe, you are done. You can just indicate to me and then we break.
I think we're going to conclude on this line of questioning and then Honorable Chairman. General.
Let's bring me back on track. Frame of mind that I want to approach response. Please take me through it.
These emails, they're both emails from Matlala's phone. It was downloaded. And these messages are dated 1 January 2025. This is a day after the minister's directive of 31 December 2024. And these messages seem to indicate that Matlala has some inside information. He says, 1, the task team is going to be dissolved. And that's what the minister says in his directive. You are hereby instructed, or directed rather, to disestablish the task. 2, he said they got the letter on Monday, which is the 31st. And then he says 3, as we speak. Now he's speaking to Matlala, Mogotsi and Matlala, they're bringing all the dockets to Sibiya. So I put to you that appears to be the case, that what the investigator of this case is doing is to what they refer to as join the dots. There's all these coincidences happening. The disestablishment of the task team, Mogotsi, Matlala downloading this from their phone. They seem to know about it. And of course, they are involved allegedly in criminal activity and so on.
You see, there are a number of things that you need to look at in relation. To start with, from the 24th of December until it was during the festive period, we were operating. I was operating in the Western Cape. My last roadblock was at Harry Smith on the 30th. And at that time, I think the minister was at home around there, leading to my meeting with the National Commissioner on the 14th. Remember, the National Commissioner's office, National Commissioner's office, is the one that gives instruction that says the DNC crime detection is directed to communicate the deactivation of the task team to the relevant team and to compile a close-up report by the 20th. They say by the 14th. Now, in the same meeting, and I want us to refer to that document, Council, so that the honorable members can see how it happens. Now, from the National Commissioner's office, in the same meeting on the 3rd, my office on the 7th forward the same message to General Khumalo. I just want us to refer to that meeting. Chair, I lose track because we this site and that site. Which paragraph is it of my statement? I'm referring to that the email from Brigadier Letoko that gave an instruction to my office, 3 January email, page 1154.
Yeah, that's the email dated 3 January 2025.
Yes.
Before.
Let's go to page 55. Honorable members.
You deal with it. This is from Brigadier Letoko.
Yes.
At paragraph 27 of your statement on page 11.
Yes, he said, as directed, DNC is requested to accordingly communicate the deactivation to the relevant team. Now, this comes from the Office of the National Commissioner, not influenced by Brown Mogotsi or CAT. Now, the same meeting, the same email, in the same response, on the 7th of January, my staff officer sent to Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence and say, DNC Crime Detection has directed that the trailing email be forwarded for your attention and the closing report was signed off by 13th of January 2025. Considering the fact that there's been a number of complaints received from, let's say, Professor Meridi Haas to Parliament, from Parliament to the Minister, from the Minister to the National Commissioner, to talk about this disbandment of the task team. So now this complaint come back from outside, not internally. Now, the same email that comes from the Office of the National Commissioner is the same one that I say, DNC Crime Detection has directed that the trailing email be forwarded for your attention and the closing report was signed off by 13th of January, simply because of the fact that the National Commissioner gave me the 14th of January. So in my case, I give to the team the 13th of January so that I can receive it a day before. So now, this is a document that comes from the Office of the National Commissioner, unless there is also suspicion that even the Office of the National Commissioner is actually in collusion. Because I carry out an instruction as I receive. I was not party to this. Let's say the National Commissioner didn't circulate this thing to me. Would I have really started the process myself? The answer is no. So And now this is early in the year. We haven't been to work. Everybody's still at home. We're working remotely because the offices are still locked. Many offices are closed. Many companies are not yet back at work. So this whole thing, in our case, it was just to push the instruction. Now, the National Commissioner says, I gave General Ravi an instruction to help him draft the report. I want us to go to that report that was crafted by General Ravi. And honorable members, you can see on page 56. Now, this one comes from my staff officers who says, please call me at your earliest convenience to discuss the above directive from the National Commissioner or from the Minister of National Commissioner. This is me now saying to my staff officer, please call
General,
me.
can I just interrupt you then? Maybe let us just, Chair, with your leave, take this adjournment because I wanted to deal with the events before the directive, leads up to the directive, deal with the directive and your comments on it, and then deal with these events from 3 January onwards. Okay, then I think it'll flow a bit better. Maybe we all need a break this time with the Chair.
Yeah, thanks very much. It's now 17 minutes 5. Can maybe please, Honorable Skosana, I have been shown the bag that Honorable Sangoni is carrying. Thank you so much, Honorable members. Let's come back at 17:30.
Thank you. General, just for purposes of clarification, I'm referring to these WhatsApp messages on page 20, the core bundle, which is the affidavit of Kuneni in the search and seizure application. The WhatsApps are extracted or retrieved from Matlala's device, but the messages are from Mogotsi. Did you understand it also in that way?
I do.
So it's Mogotsi who writes and disappears from Matlala's device. I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister. They must have a solution. He's telling Matlala, and in a further message from Mogotsi, the task team came to your house, and arrested you, have been dissolved. They got the letter on Monday. As week, they're bringing all the documents. So that is too much.
Yes.
Now, you also understand?
Yes. Now, can I proceed? Because I was still responding.
Just coming to the directive of the 31st of December. You said that there was you received it. When did you first receive it?
I received it on the 3rd of January. I received an email from the Office of the National Commissioner.
And you deal with the Minister's Directive?
Yes.
On page 10 of your statement, under the heading Minister's Directive dated 31 days before, from paragraph 25 onward. And then at 27,
Paragraph 27.
Yeah, that's where you talk about receiving an email from the office by Brigadier Letoko, and that email is at page 54, SB3.
If I were to start at paragraph 27, it reads thus: on the 3rd of January 2025, an email was addressed to my office by Brigadier Letoko from the Office of the National Commissioner, which directed me, Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection, to communicate the deactivation of the PKTT to the relevant team. My office was further requested to submit a close-up report on 14 January 2025 for National Commissioner's consideration and sign of the minister. And I'm quite sure, Chair and Honourable Members, that the National Commissioner said that he did give such an instruction on the 14th of January. It is when this close-up report came.
So this is at SB3. It's from Brigadier Letoko, dated Friday the 3rd of January. It's sent to you, and it says, of DNC Crime Detection, as directed, DNC Deputy National requested according to communicate the deactivation of the relevant team. Your office requested a close-up report on 14 for NetCom consideration sign-off to the minister.
That's correct.
Now, this is notwithstanding the fact that the directive itself, which is at SB2 on pages 52 and 53, that is addressed to the National Commissioner himself.
That is correct.
And it's not addressed to you.
Yes, I never received this type of a document at all, and it went to the National Commissioner's office. Now, if the National Commissioner had a problem with this type of instruction, it is the type of instruction that was not ever supposed to have gone further down, disseminated to further for implementing. If I was the National Commissioner and then I received this type of document that I do not agree with.
No, but the National Commissioner is on leave. He's on leave. He took leave just before the end of the year. There was a Police Day event on the 28th. I don't know if you were there in KZN. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was there. The Minister was there. Never mentioned anything about the disestablishment of the political task team. Then the National Commissioner goes on leave from the end of December to the 14th of January. So he's not in the office.
Start with, Chair and Honourable Members. When you are a National Commissioner of the South Africa, you remain the National Commissioner of the South Africa, even if you are on. Whatever that happens in the country is still on your shoulder. You're still accountable, even if you are on leave. Whatever that happens, you will make a call or a call will reach you. We all know that if there comes something that needs where you need advice, you will pick up a call and call the National Commissioner and he will advise you being on leave. Even if he's overseas, he knows he's still the National Commissioner of the police.
No, but you've got an acting national.
He's fine. As the acting National Commissioner, I will call the National Commissioner and say, Nascom, I'm confronted with 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you suggest how I should deal with it? He will say, no, I suggest that. It happens all the time. He will say, no, I suggest that you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's not easy to just say, no, I was on leave, I'll see it when you come back. The country won't stop. You remain the National Commissioner. Now, in this case, the acting National Commissioner is there. One thing that is for sure, is that the letter from the Office of the National Commissioner will never be disseminated further downwards unless there's consultation, whether with the acting National Commissioner or with the National Commissioner himself. If they did see that document, the National Commissioner said he became aware of the document on the 2nd of January. Even General Mkhwanazi says he called him and then he asked him, he said he didn't know about it. It is not enough to say, I saw it, but I said, no, I'll see it when I come back. No. You are the National Commissioner of the Police of the country. You are confronted by a document that is addressed to you by the minister. I will take a call. I will call the minister and say, Minister, I received this document and I still think that we can engage on this document. Can I come back? Can I respond to this document when I come back? This is under normal circumstances. What must happen? So now, as far as I'm concerned, where I draw the line is the fact that here is an email, which is a directive from the office that I report to, that says do the following. In the same email, same breath, when you go to 55 page, SB4, page 55, same email, you'll see below is the National Commissioner's office. On top is my response. I carry out the instruction as I receive it, and I don't change even one word. I say, DNC Crime Detection has directed that the trailing email be forwarded for your attention and the closing report be sent off by the 13th of January. National Commissioner wanted it on the 14th. I say, let me see it before on the 13th of January. This has got nothing to do with Brown. It has got nothing to do with the cat. It is simply what is being received by me from the Office of the National Commissioner. And I remember we're all coming back from leave. So now.
But Brown, it may have nothing to do with Brown.
Yes, I agree.
To you, but we agreed that. We know for a fact that they knew about it. They knew in this WhatsApp exchange, on the 1st of January, they knew that the task team is going to dissolve. They said so in their WhatsApp group.
The dockets were that thing was in the media. It was in the media. Everybody read about it in the media.
On the 1st of January on New Year's Day?
I think from the 31st or the first day, but it was on the media, same day. It was leaked same day, same time. Now, can I proceed?
Yes.
Now, I then contacted the National Commissioner NASCOM. I received this thing. And I'm going to approach General Rabi to assist me.
Honorable Number.
Yes, Chair. I just want to be clear for my records. I don't understand the response that has been given by the General, that when he says the disbandment issue was already in the media. What does it mean? Does it mean it was in the media before the decision was taken or before the decision was communicated? What is the meaning of that, so that we can record properly?
The letter of the disbandment signed by the minister on the 31st of January somehow found itself in the media space, and it was widely circulated. So most of the people, including the DPP, KZN, Provincial Commissioner KZN, they all say we saw it on the media. So it was leaked somehow to the media. In my case, it was never sent to my office. You can see, you can follow all the email trails. We never received. Now,
have you responded?
I did. I see there's still follow-up.
Do you know?
Still a follow-up.
Senior counsel is a follow-up.
Sorry. Apologies.
Yeah, no, Chair. Still, what I don't understand is, was it in the media before it was signed by the minister, or after it was signed and before it was circulated? Can he be clear on that?
It was after it was signed and after it was sent to the National Commissioner's office.
Honorable Nomvalo, you say?
No, I think I'm satisfied, Chairperson. He says it got to the media after it was sent to the National Commissioner's office. I think that is my understanding of what he is telling us.
It's like Honorable Ngola was also trying to help to give a better understanding. Honorable Ngola.
I clarified, Mr. Nomvalo, that's why it's covered. No, no, Chair, just one thing, which I think the SC, maybe you can come back to it at the end when I'm about to finish. When you started with the communication from Mr. Brown Mogotsi to Mr. Matlala that says the team that harassed you in your house is dissolved on Monday, blah, blah, blah. I have arranged a meeting with Sibiya and the minister, blah, blah, blah. But you quickly skipped without the general. The general was trying to give his understanding of that, but I think the SC quickly skipped before the answer, but he may come back to it later, it's fine.
Your request is that the general respond to that statement. SC, did you get the point? Or general, did you hear what
I heard what the honorable member said, Chair. I would prefer that maybe the SC pose the question so that I can then respond directly.
The honorable members are saying that at the point when you were supposed to have allowed the general to respond, you quickly moved to question, afford an opportunity statement regarding the alleged WhatsApp text. In which it is alleged that they form part of a conversation, Mr. Mogotsi and Mr. Man.
Well, I thought we had passed, and when I clarified that the text, although it was found on Matlala's phone, extracted his phone, the text actually came from Mogotsi, who made.
What they are saying, they want to hear the comment of the general on that.
I got the impression he agreed, because I clarified it. I may have been mistaken or confused him, and now I'm clarifying it, and he agreed with the clarification.
Okay, let's hear what Honorable Ngola's point is.
Chair, I think the SC is not understanding what we're trying to say. He himself started with the text, alleged text, that is part of the bundles. The text, besides the fact that it's a communication between Mr. Brown Mogotsi and Matlala, but it makes mention of a role that is supposed to be played by the Deputy National Commissioner of Police, was it says, I have arranged with the minister and Sibiya And our understanding is that the Sibiya that they are talking about, unless the general is going to clarify it, is the Deputy National Commissioner of the South African Police. So before the general could comment on that text or alleged text, the S skipped to another aspect. So if we can allow, amidst him leading the evidence, if we can allow the General Sibiya to also make an input on that. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I responded by saying that I think this was a communication between two people that spoke about our names. And at this point in time, Chair, one cannot really accept responsibility of two people talking somewhere and adding our names when we are not sure and even part thereof. And in an attempt to try and demonstrate that we had nothing to do with this whole thing, I'm bringing in all the correspondence that shows that this instruction, if we were acting on an instruction or advice or request, or maybe as indicated by Brown Mogotsi to CAT, the whole arrangement would have been started by me. I would have been the one to write, and then the House would have been perfectly allowed to say, but on what basis did you write this? Because we see this email, this communication between Brown and CAT, and we see now you wrote this letter, you are disbanding. Who gave you this permission? But that is not the case. Unless this whole thing, anyone who wants to say, I know, the minister knows, then the National Commissioner knows, because this communication is also from him. I'm saying, me, what I responded to, is that what come from the National Commissioner. That what forced the National Commissioner to write that email to me, is that what gave me an instruction to start implementing. Above all, let us look at the email that the National Commissioner says, I spoke to General Rabi to help him. And who is General Rabi? It's in the National Commissioner's office. And we can go to that email. But listen to this before we go to that email, the document that was crafted from the National Commissioner's office. My staff officer say, I write to my staff officer and say, please call me at your earliest convenience to discuss the above directive from the National Commissioner's office. Now, she says to me, that's my staff officer now, 7 January. She says, General, I've confirmed with Brigadier Lotoko that she dealt with the HR matters separately, and ours is just to facilitate the closing report to minister's signature. I have sent it to the DIVCOM office with due date for the 13th of January. 13th of January. Now, this is my staff officer. This date of the 13th of January is given by my staff officer. These are staff officers working. I accept the responsibility of what she wrote, but I'm just indicating, Chair, that this is the date she gave and said the National Commissioner want this by the 14th. So you see, I bring this thing on the 13th so that the DNC can have a look at it. That's what happened. Now, we then go to, I want us to go to the letter that was written then. I don't want to run ahead of myself, Council, but I wanted to then refer to SB 6, which is page 59 and 60. Now, General Rabi, having been directed by the National Commissioner to assist me, I also spoke to General Rabi, by the way, and the National Commissioner also said he asked General Rabi to assist me. Now, General Rabi produced a document. This document is at page 60. It's written, Deactivation and Disbandment of the National Task Team on Political Killings. This is a very important document that I think needs to be read into the record, Chair. I don't know, but it's quite a lengthy document. It's 4 pages.
That's the one of the 17th. It's the first one.
Senior Counsel.
That was on the 17th of January.
Yes.
This is after. Now, can I just do this, Honorable? Are we over these WhatsApps? Because I thought much earlier I clarified this with the witness. I discussed the content with him. We agreed. Matlala's phone was handed involuntarily. This is downloaded from his phone. But of course, he can't be held responsible for the messages. They put it there, and his evidence is if they put it there, he can't account for it. So when they talk about a minister meeting between him and the minister, and they talk about the closing down of the unit, and that the dockets are going to come to Sibiya, he said, well, if that's what the message said, he can't. I thought we did.
You see, the message says, as we speak, the dockets are on their way to General Sibiya, and that was January. The dockets were only brought to the office of the DIVCOM on the 28th. The handing over was done on the 28th of March. So which means what is contained in the SMS is not right.
Well, it may not be right, but it's not accurate, because it's not. They say the dockets are on the way to Sibiya as we speak, and that's on the 1st of January.
In my case, I wanted to systematically go with this thing because here is an instruction, a letter that is written, instruction received from the National Commissioner. General Rabi put a deactivation plan in paper that talks about how to do this deactivation, and finally writing out the closing report, all the exercises that must happen here. It explained everything leading to the Office of General Sebola bringing me the final document that I must now finally sign. And it's also still referred to my office by the Office of the National Commissioner. The same letter that was done by General Rabi, it was sent to the Office of the National Commissioner, not to me. From Rabi, that's directed by the National Commissioner, to Sebola, who's the office manager in the Office of the National Commissioner. Then Sebola take it to my PA and say, print and give it to the General to sign. So the National Commissioner says, I brought him a document that he did not like and he didn't sign. But that's a document that comes from the National Commissioner's office. I take it that if he didn't like it, should have called Rabi again and say, hey, I don't like this document. Why did you write 1, 2, 3, 4? Because it's not how I want it. Not to let it go further.
But can we just go back a bit to your statement? You said, and go to paragraph 30 on page 12, where you say that the NC was on leave at the time when I received the email on the 3rd of January. General Musikili was appointed as the acting national 31 December 20. I called Major General Rabi to assist me with an implementation plan. After having discussions with Major General Rabi, he confirmed that he would put an implementation plan together for my consideration. But you had already gone to the NC and with this plan. And he then said, no, he's not happy with it. That was, I think, on the 14th, 15th. And then you had to come back, which he still didn't accept.
It's the same document.
Yeah. Yes. But the point here is you said, I first called Rabi with the implementation plan.
To assist me with the implementation plan.
So that is even before you went to the National Commission.
Yes.
So why didn't you speak to General Musikili, who is now acting as National Commissioner?
Where is it stated?
On the 30th, paragraph 30, you say General Musikili was appointed as acting national on 31 December 2024. So when you received the email from Brigadier Letoko on the 3rd of February, why didn't you clarify this with General Musikili? Instead, you go straight to Major General Rabi.
No. Remember that the email that comes from the National Commissioner's Office, it comes from General Musikili, because she's acting now. Brigadier Letoko would never send this document to me unless General Musikili said so. So it comes from the National Commissioner. Who was acting is General Musikili. Now, I can't call General Musikili and say, can I please speak to General Rabi? That is my implementation plan now. Once the email comes from there, it's for implementation. I was implementing, and that's what I did. And even the National Commissioner confirmed that he also spoke to Rabi, that Rabi must help me. Remember that when you talk about a disbandment, it's not a small thing. There is they call it organization and work study, OD, and the organizational development. They conduct work study investigations, whether you want to establish a police station or a branch, or whether you want to deactivate or whatever improvement you want to make in the police that requires a work study investigation. These are the people that are well trained to write such, and they will know what needs to be in that kind of a report. That is why we thought of immediately, let us speak to General Rabi, because he will ask. And he said, no, I will help you, General. And he wrote it. After he wrote that disbandment plan, he sent it to General Sibola, the National Commissioner's Office again. It is the National Commissioner's Office again. Now, on the 16th, remember the National Commissioner, we met on the 14th and 15th. And he said he didn't like it. But on the 17th, I get, is it the 16th? I get a document that come from General Sibola, attaching this document and say, we are just print and give the general to sign. We did that. The wording is exactly the same. I just had to change because the initial one that the National Commissioner didn't sign, he said, no, sign it, it's operational. The general can sign it. He's a Deputy National Commissioner and this is operational anyway. And then it was sent through Office of General Sibola. Here is an email that sends this document to my office. And when you read this whole document, all the headings of what needs to happen in terms of deactivation, consultation with stakeholders, everything, you can see that it is adequate enough, detailed enough, even more than the one that was submitted by General Kumal, because General Kumal is not an expert in writing this type of reports. People like General Rabi are the ones who can write the reports. It's their job.
Can I, for your comment, can I just read what...
May we take Honorable Kosana?
Thank you, Chair. Just for the record, Chair, that, I know the issue of ranks is confusing. Because when you go to page 12, whilst you were there, it says General Musikili. I'm not sure whether when the National Commissioner, when NASCOM goes on leave, a Lieutenant General becomes a General, or he remains a Lieutenant General acting as NASCOM. Yes, for capturing, is it correctly captured here? Like yourself, when you were acting, you are no longer a Lieutenant General, you become automatically a General.
No. There's only one General.
Yeah, hence I'm saying on records here, it says General Musikili, which for me is misleading. Because a Musikili is a Lieutenant General, it's not a General. Because you have Major General Rabi, you have Lieutenant General. So what I'm trying to say to you, to the evidence reader as well, because this, as it captured here, it means at that time, Lieutenant General Musikili was now a general.
It's a mistake.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Cameron.
Chair, if I may, I don't know if it's my place, but just to give some clarity. If we speak to any general, whether it's a full general, lieutenant general, or a major general, we call that person general. When you speak to a lieutenant colonel, you sometimes say colonel. You don't necessarily say lieutenant colonel. So I don't think the intention was necessarily to mislead. It's the same if we call Arendse SC the whole time. SC is not a title. He's Advocate Arendse. So they're different ways. I don't think it was intentionally misleading. I just wanted to clarify that we would say general, whether it's a major general, lieutenant general, or full general. Thank you.
Honorable Mombalo.
No, Chair, we are satisfied with the response and with the acknowledgement that it was a mistake. So this appetite of wanting to repeat something that has been clarified, I don't know where it comes from. So we're fine with that response because he has clarified that it's a mistake. So Honorable Cameroon must not bring another confusion.
Let's accept the clarity from the senior counsel and the enrichment from Honorable.
Thank you.
May we proceed?
And can I just read to you from General Masamola's affidavit at paragraph 117. He says, on 15 January 2025, Lieutenant General Sibiya came to my office and found me with Major General Sibola. He briefed me on the prepared plan/letter for the PKTT. He presented a plan/letter directed to Lieutenant General Khumalo, which letter he requested I sign. I did not sign the letter plan and told him I would prefer that if ultimately the PKTT was to be disbanded, in brackets he says, which I was against, close brackets, I did not want it to be abrupt, but rather be taken through the process of winding it down gradually. I told him to leave the matter with me, and I will continue with it myself and develop the report or plan that the minister required. Lieutenant General Sibiya was well aware that as national, only I had the authority to sign off the letter he wanted to sign. Notwithstanding this, he proceeded to issue the same letter under his own name on 17 January 2025, without even changing the due date to state it as 16 January 20. This letter was issued under Lieutenant General Sibiya's name after Lieutenant General Khumalo and I briefed the minister on the 16th of January 2025 on Lieutenant General Sibiya's involvement and association with criminal syndicate. So if you just to round off that narrative on the 64, so that first letter he's referring to, you'll see at 64 of your bundle attached to your statement, there's no signature by the minister, by the National Commissioner. And then at 69, which deals with the same subject matter, you'll see the space for the National Commission is not there, but you sign it on 17th of January 20. So that's what that paragraph effectively says.
The chair, the council asked a question earlier, and I was prepared to answer that question. Then you proceeded. So let's go to. But what I want to indicate is that let's go to page 59. Page 59, which is SB6, which is the Office of General Rabi, who sent the document to General Sibola on the 14th of January 2025 at 14:10. Then later again at 15:43, sent the same document. In other words, because there's no any writing in between. In other words, it tells me that the document was sent either fix 123 but it was sent again on 15:43. Now on the 14th of January. Then it stays in General Sibola's office for 2 days. General Sibola's office is the National Commissioner. She discusses with the National Commissioner. And General Sibola will never forward the document to me that the National Commissioner never approved. Then General Sibola sent it to me on the 16th of January. On the 16th of January. This is the National Commissioner's office. Now, if the National Commissioner say I was with him in the presence of General Sibola and he indicated that he doesn't like the plan, why then forward it to me by General Sibola again? Doesn't make sense. So whatever document that I'm dealing with comes from the National Commissioner's office. And let me be consistent to what I'm saying. Let us look at the meeting of the 5th of March in Parliament. The National Commissioner was there, the Minister was there, everybody was there. General Masemola made his comment. General Khumalo spoke about the disbandment and he spoke about the status of the current status. And I want to get to that point, Chair, because I prepared on this one. Now, in Parliament, in short, because I do not spend time trying to look for a document that I can find. In short, in Parliament, it says the political task team have achieved the purpose for which they have been established, and they can be used as a benchmark. All districts have stabilized except the eThekwini district. And he puts a map there that shows green. And he also put a graph. That shows that this political killing task team, Chair, I want us to be able to see that here because we've got it. I don't know if we can assist that, Chair, to get to that document SC. Because of the problem that we're not going according to my statement. Let me go there. It will indicate to me where is.
When you are still looking, just hold it there.
Sorry, I was trying to
Senior
follow
Counsel.
your statement.
Senior Counsel.
Sorry.
There is a hand behind.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think that is proper for us to ignore page 61, page 64. For the record, I want to find out if a letter is sent to anyone.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Because it says there's no signature here. Are we accepting it?
Point of order.
Let's take the point of order.
Chairperson, right at the beginning of this process, we agreed on how we would operate in the procedures. That during the time that the evidence leader is reading evidence of the witness, we would only ask questions for clarity. We are now discussing, debating, directing which pages must be left out and not left out. I think that's improper. I think the questions that the members should ask would just be clarity-seeking questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's misguided.
Honorable Skosan.
I wanted a clarity on this, that we accept it as it is. Exactly. I'm not debating here. Debate is tomorrow. I'm asking about if this document, is it accepted? Clarity from the
Honorable Skosan,
general. Thank you.
Please listen to this. The first point is that the point of order is sustained. And the second point is that if you may wish to put a question, may you please do.
Let me repeat, Chair. I'm not putting a question. Just one clarity that is this letter accepted without a signature? Because there's a signature of the national commissioner, which was supposed to be here, and a stamp like any other document here. So I wanted to ask from the general if they do accept as it is. It's not a debate. If you say yes, they accept that, we move on. Tomorrow we'll ask, we'll get into it. But for now, we don't have time for today. It's him who's presenting to us. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sangwe.
Chair, I'm not sure if we need to educate Honorable Skosana on a point of clarity, but I just want to remind him how you explained point of clarity. You said, we cannot hear you, General Sibiya. Please repeat the point. You don't engage on whether a letter that is signed or not signed. That you can leave for tomorrow, Honorable Skosana, where you want to understand. But here we're talking about matters that we can't hear. We want clarification on it, that type of thing. So please, Chair, can you protect us? Because I know that once it starts like this, it descends very fast. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable members, when the witness makes or the witnesses make presentation, please take notes of the matters that you may want. I remember it was on the first day when we were dealing with a witness here. I said to Honorable Sangoni that I was prepared at the time to field her question. And given my proven benevolence, Honorable, you will still be allocated that time. If you were to request me tomorrow to say, I request extra 2 minutes to field the questions that I would have fielded yesterday, but our procedure did not allow, I'm going to gracefully grant you that time. For now, I think I'm persuaded and convinced that the matter you want to raise is a point of, and let's leave it as such, and you will have your time. The chair will remind you in case you forget. Thank you so much. I don't know, do you still have any other question for clarity except the one that you have?
No, thank you, Chair. I don't have any question. I never had a question. I accept your thing, but it was not a question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Senior counsel, may we please proceed?
Again, Honorable Chair, I thought it was clarified with the confirmation of General Sibiya. SB 7 on page deals with the deactivation and disbandment of the National Task Team. That SB 7 is not signed by the National Commissioner, and that is apparent from page 54, where you see a blank. And then SB 7.1 from page 65 to 69, which deals with the same subject matter. On page 69, there's no space for the National Commissioner to sign, but Lieutenant General Sibiya signs it on. So the point was that when he first took the letter to the National, said, no, I don't agree with it. That was on the 5th. Then on the 17th, the National Commissioner's signature is not on the letter, and Lieutenant General Sibiya signs the letter. And his evidence is that he's signing this on the authority of a directive or instruction he got from the National Commissioner's office. The third.
May I clarify?
Is that fairly put?
Can I clarify that? It is important to note that the National Commissioner, when I took the document to him, it actually came from Rabi to Sebola to the National Commissioner. And the National Commissioner said, no, he can sign it operational. He didn't sign. Then from Sebola, she stood up, she walked to my PA and said, I'm printing you a document that you must I'm sending a document to you that you must just print for the General to sign and send. That is why we have an email that comes from General Sebola containing the same email that the National Commissioner did not sign to sign and send. So the fact that he didn't sign, it does not necessarily only signal the fact that he said I didn't want to sign it because I didn't like the plan. Now the plan came from his office, the same plan, and went to Sebola. Sebola is the one who brought it to my office to say print, sign, send. We did. So the fact that it's not signed, he didn't sign it. It's not because he was not in agreement. It's because he said no, it's operational, you can sign. If he was not in agreement again, why did he have to go downward further? Should have ended there. And again, to say that no, I said leave it, I'll do it myself. The National Commissioner, firstly, is not that kind of a person that will say, no, stop, I'll do it myself. He's never done it like that. He would rather call you to discuss and say, hey, I don't think this is the way to go. I want us to put it this way or this way. Or he would still call General Rabi, because the document was prepared by General Rabi anyway, not by myself. Now he would still call General Rabi and say, let us fix this thing. It has happened many times where we prepare a presentation on the CITs, on the cash in transit, where the National Commissioner doesn't agree with the plan. And he will call on everybody and he will leave us all in a room and say, guys, this is not what I want. Call me at 12 o'clock midnight when you are done. And he will leave us. We must now work and work it out here. There's nothing like, no, leave it, I'll do it myself. So whatever that we're dealing with is what comes from the Office of the National Commissioner.
Well, he said in his evidence that you must leave it. When you brought him the first draft, the 15th of January draft, he said, I will deal with it. Then on the 17th, you signed the same letter yourself without his, and we know also from his evidence that you've actually been charged with that in disciplinary. So we're not going to discuss disciplinary. Is that right? Now, what evidences the general's intentions is that on the 22nd, and this is at page 382 of General Masamola's affidavit, he writes a letter to the minister on the 22nd. Remember, he was told in this directive, submit a plan to me on the 20th of January. So he doesn't submit on the 20th of January, submits it on the 22nd, and he says, receipt of your unreferenced letter of 31 December 2024 is hereby acknowledged and the contents have been noted. Feedback is provided as follows. The filling of posts with crime intelligence. That's the first part of that. He says, the directive has been noted. Ports of entry, the contents of that paragraph is noted. And when in relation to the political killings task, he said the contents of this paragraph have been noted. He's further noted that a preliminary report has been requested by 20 January 25. The report is provided as follows. Then he gives the background to the task team, threat assessment overview, the current strength of the national task team, progress on the report of cases, the status of arrested suspects on politically related cases, breakdown of the role of the 388 suspects arrested, ad hoc case docket, total convictions, feedback on major investigations. So this is a fully fledged report. As I scroll to it, the organogram. We also dealt with the Bordet case highlighted by critic the task team. The following cases have been referred to in letters written to the minister, in which allegations have been levelled against the task team. He refers to some of those cases, including the Cato Manor case. He refers to the case of Sindisa Mbaka, who I think that's referred to in this letter of complaint. And then, so it's a comprehensive report, cases of breakdown of cases before the court, cases, and then he says that conclusion that the directive by the minister to disband the national task force has been noted. The initial objective and directive by the president has been achieved with a noticeable decrease of political related killings in KwaZulu-Natal as a result of the task intervention and the relentless pursuit of its mandate. The South African Police Service remains responsible for the finalization of those dockets, possession of the task, as well as the finalization of dockets which are currently in court. The following steps are being taken to wind down the task without compromising pending investigation. Refers to stakeholder engagement. The 115 case dockets are currently pending to be retained by the national task force for finalization. The multidisciplinary investigative approach, analysis-led and execution-guided investigation applied by the national task force will be adopted and used to serve as a benchmark for the realignment of contract against crime. Further directives assigned by the national executive. Now, you can obviously reference this legal team overnight, but this is just not what you said. Whether it's on the 15th or the 17th, this is not the same thing. This is a contrast to what you said.
I agree, Chair. I do agree. Bear in mind, Chair, that document that the evidence leader just read was never sent to any given moment. I don't know about. And in my case, I'm running with a document that was sent to me by the Office of the National Commissioner on the one hand. And if the National Commissioner on the other hand started another route between himself and General Kumalo, that document is not what I was aware of. And you can confirm with all the communications, it was never sent to me. So I didn't know. Any given moment, I was never involved. Not informed. I ran with this, what I was running with as coming from the, and this is what nothing more.
But General Sibiya, we know from earlier questions, you confirmed that you knew very little, if anything, about it. For some reason, you said, even though legally, technically, you're in charge of all the investigation, the detective didn't know about or aware of it. Now, you say you get an instruction from the National Force, that is you're saying. So anything that comes from your office, it comes from a Brigadier Letoko, an official communication, that's what all of you accept. So accepting that's the case on the 3rd of January. But now the National Commissioner himself returns to office on the 14th of January. You go and see him on the 15th of January with this draft, with requiring his signature, and he says, no, I'm not signing. Leave it. I'm going to deal with it myself. Surely that is withdrawing, at least impliedly withdrawing is any instruction to you to proceed with any implementation. And just to round that off, we went this morning, we looked at your mandate. I read very well, it's very clear that in relation to matters that falls in your sphere, you actually act for and on behalf of the national, including matters. And then it goes on to say, except where the National Commissioner withdraws any. So isn't this such a case where on the 15th he had actually told you, General Sibiya, please, maybe appreciate your efforts or whatever in doing this, but just leave it, I'll deal with it. And then on the 22nd, because the directive is from the minister, is to him, not to you or anyone else, he addresses the minister on the 22nd and gives what you now agree is a completely different view on what should happen with us.
I don't think, Council, because we did discuss even earlier, that the National Commissioner never ever said, leave it, I'll do it myself. It has never happened in any situation between me and him since I've been in. And if that was the case, or that is indeed what happened, the simple basic question to ask is, how did it then leave the National Commissioner's office on the 16th from General Sobola to me again? So there's no way that he said, leave it, I'll do it, and then go to my subordinate and then say he must draft a document that you send straight to the minister. And this must be supported by subsequent meetings. For an example, when you look at the 5th of March, I want us to refer to the 5th of March. If what is standing in that document that it was sent by the National Commissioner to the minister, but it is not what they are saying before Parliament on the 5th of March. There they say, no, the National Commissioner has received a directive from the minister to disband. There's been many meetings held in relation to that, and the political killing task team has achieved the purpose for which they were intended for, and this can be used as a benchmark, and we are quite comfortable that we are ready to then translate into the murder and robbery unit. That they will come up with an action plan and the docket will be taken to murder and robbery unit. That presentation is different from that letter that the evidence leader is talking about. That document that the evidence leader is talking about is completely different from what the National Commission General Kumalo presented in Parliament. In what they presented in Parliament, they were saying, yes.
Yeah, we'll come to that. Let's deal with one step. Because now you say you weren't aware of the National Commissioner's report to the minister on the 2nd of January.
I haven't seen.
He was required to report by the 20th. He reports on.
I never saw it. I wasn't aware.
When did you become aware of it?
I became aware of it during the suspension. As I was challenging the suspension, it came from somewhere. It was the first time we saw it.
When would that have been?
Somewhere around mid-July.
So you it must be your version that you weren't aware of it, because on the 4th of February you write again to the Divisional Commissioner Detective and Forensic Services. Again, the heading is deactivation and disbandment of the task. And this is where you say you refer to the minister's sorry, Honourable Chairman. It's on page 70 and 71, General Sibiya, SB 8, and you deal with it on page 16.
Sure, where must I go? Page?
You deal with it from page 16, paragraph 40 of your statement.
Paragraph 60.
16, yeah. Paragraph 40, okay. And the annexure, the 4th of February, is at page 70 and 71.
Now, can I proceed?
Yeah, so this is what you refer to the directive to immediately deactivate. The directive requires immediate compliance and appropriate measures to be undertaken to ensure the effective disbandment of the NTTK in accordance with the current police. In compliance with the above-mentioned directive of the police, you are directed to engage with the divisional with a view to do a proper handing over and follow all processes to conduct a handover process. At 5.2, you say a case register wherein all the cases were recorded and current status of court-going cases and cases under investigation.
Just to take off where you left from paragraph 40.
Yes.
Can I read paragraph 41?
Of course.
The National Commissioner participated in meetings that I have attended and supported the actions that were taken in relation to the disbandment of the PKTT, which processes have been detailed in my deactivation plan dated 17 January 2020, SB7, and which plan the National Commissioner has instructed me to sign. The National Commissioner never requested me to leave matters to him to deal with. I must indicate, honorable members, that I was not able to access the minutes of the meetings, subsequent meetings, because of I've been outside now, and the minutes were. But safe to say that in the National Commissioner statement at the Judicial Commission, paragraph 118, the National Commissioner says, in line with my discussion with Lieutenant General Sibiya, I also had a discussion with Lieutenant General. I told him to prepare a report as contained in the Minister's Directive December 2024, and that we should aim for 20th January 2020 to submit this report. Since this was a direct instruction from me, it took precedence over Lieutenant General Sibiya of 17 January. Now, if the National Commissioner says he directed General Khumalo and his instructions took precedence over General Khumalo, over my document, this means that anything and everything going forward takes precedence based on the instruction of the National Commission. At Parliament, they present and they say, we are handing over. We're handing over. And they handed and they came up with an action plan. In the action plan, I want to refer to the action plan, page 79. When we get to the action plan, page 79, it is in a meeting on the 6th of March. We were together there, including the National Commissioner. And in this presentation, just to give the background, it says the Minister of Police issued a directive to the National Commissioner regarding the disbandment of the National Political Killing Task Team. Various meetings has been held and a detailed progress report submitted to the Minister of Police. The disestablishment and or disbandment will take a form of transition from NPKTT to component serious and violent crime, murder and robbery unit within Division Detective and Forensic Service. The transition will ensure continuity of cases, particularly those that are under investigation and those that are in court. This presentation will on the status of the investigation and of the investigations and the handover plan. Now, here the National Commissioner, in his answering affidavit in the High Court application, confirmed that he approved this implementation plan and that he had been drafted by Khumalo. Further, the National Commissioner mentioned in his statement to the committee that Lieutenant General Khumalo presented to the minister and that he, together with General Musigidi, were in favor of the plan, but General Sibiya and the Chief of Staff of the Minister were against. But what I want to say is that the National Commissioner indicates here that he approved this plan. And this plan, when you go to page 79, it outlines the activities, the responsible person, and the due date. The activities, the first one being approval of the disbandment plan, Minister of Police 2025-03-06. Stakeholder engagement with NPA, including prioritization of the 114 cases, is National Commissioner. And the due date is 17th of March 2025. Approval of the new call-up instruction and Financial Authority 2025-2026 is National Commissioner on the 17th of March. And retaining the dockets under investigation to the KZN Eastern Cape is Project Manager, Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensics, and which means it is now the 17th of March. Provide progress to the Minister, National Commissioner and Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection. It is now the 31st of March. Submit the final close-up report to the Minister on the 31st of March. Now, honorable members, the National Commissioner said this is the plan that I approved, that he approved. And this is the plan that hands over, retaining the dockets to murder and robbery, serious and violent crime. This is a plan that the National Commissioner approved. This is different from that letter that the evidence leader read, and that says...
Yes, General Sibiya, this presentation that was given by Lieutenant General Khumalo in Parliament on the 5th, and which was again repeated in your meeting with the Minister on the 6th, and again on the 27th of March, where General Masemola said Minister and Mr. Kabinde even got angry because they were opposed to it, speaks about a phasing out process, a transition process. If you look at your letter, the 4th of February, in fact, initially on the 17th of January, let's forget about whether it was authorized. It talks about an immediate. That's what the minister said in his directive. Shut the task team down immediately, disestablish it. What Kumalo talks about on the 4th of March, the 5th of March, again on the 27th of March, talks about a transition, the team. Here you ask on the 4th of February, you say, give me a status report and give me the docket. Hand over the docket. That's the difference, General Sibiya.
No,
and the National Commissioner's evidence was that he was in favor of this presentation. He was criticized for not telling the minister that your directive is unlawful or I don't agree with your directive. But ultimately, this is what he accepted and not what you said either on the 17th of January or the instructions you gave on the 4th of February.
Yes. You see, when we say immediately, when they say disband immediately, it does not necessarily mean that close the shop now, leave everything and go. It's not what it says. We can read. We can go through this document that is drafted. Remember, it makes provision for handing. It says case over protocols. A comprehensive handing over protocol for an ongoing investigation must be established and implemented in consultation with the Divisional Commissioner for Detective Service. This protocol should include complete case files, evidence. Now, I want us to go to the previous paragraph that says accountability. Effective immediately, all investigative personnel of the task team responsible for case docket are directly accountable to the Divisional Commissioner and Forensic Service until they are reassigned to alternative units. This personnel will remain responsible for all investigations and resources allocated to them until a formal handing over is completed in accordance with the established protocol. Do you follow, Council? Now, this was not immediate. The same arrangement applies to crime intelligence and other personnel who will be accountable to the relevant divisional and provisional commissioners until the final arrangement are communicated. So which means, if I were to read this whole document into the record, stakeholder communication, all internal and external stakeholders must be notified in writing about the disbandment of the political killing task team, the transition plan for ongoing cases, and the future protocols. So which means, when you read at all these key words, they're not talking like now. They say this must happen, this must unfold, this must unfold. It's a process, but it starts today, or it starts now, immediately. So that is what I was referring to.
Let me read to you what you say in your statement, what you understood the minister to mean. You said, this is on page 17 of your statement, paragraph 45. I understood the minister's directive to mean that the disbandment of the PKTT was to be given effect to immediately. As such, I communicated the directive to the team as per the instruction of the office of the NC. And we know from the NC, those were not his instructions. No, from the NC himself. You spoke about, okay, to be fair, from the office. Then you say at paragraph 40 in the last sentence.
Sorry, Chair. I want to say, when the chair say, when the evidence leader is saying those were not instructions from the NC, no, everything that is reacted to or responded to were from the Office of the National Commissioner.
Okay. Then, but we're dealing with what you understood.
Yes.
The minister's directive to mean. You said it means giving effect immediately, and this is what you communicated to the team. Then at paragraph 46, you say in the last sentence, the minister's directive did not say disband within 6 months or within a month. It said immediately, which means now.
Yes.
Now that's not what you're saying today.
No. I understand the technicality around that, but all I'm saying is that as much as we say, I didn't say they must start next month or in 6 months. I wanted them to start now. And when I say I wanted them to start now, I mean they must start the process now. And this is what happened. But above all, what then happened is what the National Commissioner wanted to see happening, the winding down. What does the winding down entail? The winding down or the phase-out approach is as per the approved plan by the National Commissioner. The one that the National Commissioner said, I approved, the one with the action plan that I just read. This one on page 79. This is what the National Commissioner approved, which is the winding down. That winding down is the one that gives effect to the dockets being brought in on this date. Now, they brought the docket on it says on the 17th, but the handing over was done on the 28th of March. General Kumalo brought the docket to General Sintumul. On the 28th, they sat with a team to do a handing over. I was not there. And remember, the National Commissioner says his plan took precedence. We are now dealing with the precedence that the National Commissioner wanted to deliver the dockets to a specific unit by this date. This is what is happening. That was approved by the National Commissioner in his own statement. Now, on the 17th, they were brought, but on the 28th of March, they did a handing over. That handing over now brought the docket to General Sintumula so that they can be distributed to serious and violent crime. It is at the time when they were taken now to General Mkhwanazi, who then said, I don't want those dockets in my province. Take them to General Sibiya's office. So in my case, I never even kept any docket gathering dust in my office or locked any docket in my safe. I don't have a safe in my office nor any archive. I don't have. So it was just simply misleading the nation to say General Sibiya withdrew the docket, they called for the docket, they are not being investigated, they are sitting in the office gathering dust. They never gathered dust in my office. They were taken, as per the plan of the National Commissioner, taken to where they were supposed to be taken up until the provincial commissioner said, I don't want them. Then the next logical thing was NESCOM. They did inform the national commission and said, General, the PC says he doesn't want this docket. That's when he said, oh, well, let General Sibiya make a plan. Then we put a team together to make sure that these dockets are not delayed. But for that, we cannot put a team here from Gauteng to go to KZN in a place they don't know. And then without any budget, they need to be protected. They need accommodation. They need S&T. Now, we needed to have a budget application. That's when we applied for a budget. And we applied. We did mention even in the report that the PC says it doesn't want these dockets, but they must be investigated. And then we wrote, the National Commissioner never responded. Up until after I left, the National Commissioner wrote a letter that says, what are the dockets doing at head office? Some of these dockets must be taken to the stations where they belong as agreed, which means there was an agreement that they must be taken to those stations.
They must be taken back. That was the agreement. You had taken it away. According to your instructions, you wanted it back. And that was in line with your approach that the team must be disbanded immediately. This transition plan that Khumalo spoke about at several meetings, including before the police portfolio committee, was transitioning the team towards some endpoint. In fact, they say no new cases will be taken. In other words, they will continue with the existing dockets that they have until they complete their task. Your position was to end that task immediately. That's why you asked for the dockets to be taken back. How else would they continue, General Sibiya, with respect, with their task if you've ordered the dockets to be brought to head office in Pretoria?
Council, we are past that stage. We agreed that this docket, the National Commissioner produced an action plan. He said he approved this action plan. The National Commissioner said, I told General Khumalo to write a report. My report took precedence over General Sibiya's report. In other ways, anything and everything that happens after the National Commissioner said, my instruction as the National Commissioner took precedence, which means anything and everything going forward is the National Commissioner's instruction. Now, the National Commissioner, together with General Khumalo, they came up with an action plan. In this action plan, I was not present when they drafted this action plan. That says we will have the dockets delivered to murder and robbery unit on this date. It came from the National Commissioner together with General Khumalo. They agreed. And this is what they're implementing. So whatever that is being implemented going forward is the National Commissioner.
General Sibiya, can I just in relation to this issue, can I ask you to go to page 19 of the core bundle, which is the affidavit of Brigadier Kuneni in the search and seizure warrant application, paragraph 31.
19 of the core bundle, paragraph 31. Yes, I am there, Chair.
You got it?
I've got it, Chair.
Paragraph 31 reads as follows. Let's first go to paragraph 30. On the 26th of March, which you've already confirmed, 118 dockets from PKTT KZN delivered to the National Headquarters, Pretoria, in line with Sibiya's letter WK5. On 28 March, the Divisional Commissioner Detectives Forensic Services, Lieutenant General Sintumele, received the PKTT dockets. On the paragraph 30, on the 27th of March, Khumalo briefed Mchunu in Pretoria on his final disbandment of the PKTT. Mchunu rejected the plan, which was previously discussed and approved during the Cape Town meeting, which involved the phased-out approach at the meeting, as in paragraph 28 above. He stated, that's Mchunu, that a political decision to establish the task team, therefore it will take a political decision to disband it. And this is what I want to ask you about. On 22 April 2025, Sibiya wrote a further letter to the National Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence and Forensic Services, referring to his previous correspondence. He emphasized that the deactivation and disbandment process should be finalized by Thursday, 24 April 2025. A copy of this letter is enclosed here to mark WK6. Now, unfortunately, we didn't receive any annexes to this affidavit. I don't know whether your lawyers, Mr. Levitt, nods no, or shakes his head. And when I asked Minister Mchunu's lawyer, also they hadn't received the annexes. Do you have this letter of the 22nd of April 2025?
I wanted to confirm, to correct something before I proceed, because it's going to also go unchallenged, or I'm going to lose the point that I want to say. Can I respond on this thing on the paragraph 30?
Yeah.
Now, on the 27th of March 2025, Khumalo briefed Mchunu in Pretoria on the final disbandment plan of the PKTT. Mchunu rejected the plan, which was previously discussed and approved during the Cape Town meeting, which involved a phase-out approach, as mentioned in paragraph 28 above. He stated that it took a political decision to establish the PKT, therefore it will take a political decision. What I know is that the minister partially approved the plan. He was happy with the plan, except raising the concern that if you say to me, all the court dockets will remain with the political task team, and that they must remain with the political killing task team, it must continue to operate whilst winding down this docket. Now, the court dockets, since establishment, most of them were just finalized now after 10 years. Now, you are saying, do you want me to accept that you will then take another 5 to 10 years again on this docket? That was the concern. Then he said, I want you to go and think deep and hard as to, do you really want to keep it like this? Because we are saying, if this thing can be taken to a unit that must investigate them, it can be done. But if you want to say, I must agree that it must take another 5 to 10 years again while this thing is running. That I will not accept. That is the point that I know. We can proceed to the council's question. I just wanted to register that thing. That remember, council, remember that the author of this statement was not part of any meeting. Kunene was never part of any meeting. So his statement that he writes here does not necessarily mean that is the gospel truth.
I think my question remains, General Sibiya. This letter of the 22nd of April, have you got it? 22nd of April, 2025, which is referenced in this paragraph 31 of Brigadier Kunene's affidavit.
Yes, I have it, Chair.
So perhaps, maybe you can also respond to this. At page 423 of the National Commission affidavit, there is a letter dated 23rd of April from Lieutenant General Khumalo, and it's also signed by Lieutenant General Sentumile, Divisional Commissioner, Detective and Forensic Services. This letter is in your statement at SP 16, which is at page 221. You got it, Agent?
221, I've got it, Chair.
Yeah, it's from Khumalo and signed by Sentumile, and it's addressed to Divisional Commissioner, Detective Services Head Office. Is that to you?
Addressed this is Divisional Commissioner, Detective Service Head Office.
Handing over of dockets under investigation.
From Khumalo to Sentumile.
National Task Team investigating political related cases, KZN. This office hereby hands over the following under investigation dockets that were investigated by the National Task Team for political related cases in KZN. The under investigation dockets are categorized as follows: dockets in the Eastern Cape and Tata, 2 cases there in Alice, 1 case. Total dockets under investigation handed over is 3, handed over by Lieutenant General Khumalo.
I think the chair evidence that you missed from 206.
So the question is whether this is a response to your letter of the 22nd of April, 2025, which is not attached to the affidavit of Kunene, and which I asked you whether you have a copy of your letter of the 22nd of April. What does that say?
No, this one of SB 16 and page 22, here we're talking about the Eastern Cape matters, the 3 matters, Namhla Trust matter. Now, the initial dockets that were brought when they did handing over, it was on page 206. This is the first 118 cases, plus these 3, that makes 121. So we ought to start during the handing over of dockets under investigation, National Task Team investigation related cases, KwaZulu-Natal. So now, this office hereby hands over the following under investigation dockets that were investigated by the National Task Team for political related cases in KwaZulu-Natal. The under investigation dockets are categorized as follows. Political related dockets are 56.
Are you referring now to SB 15 at page 206?
Yes.
These are all the dockets that are mentioned.
Yeah, this is where it all starts. These ones, they form part of this, but they came almost a month after, brought by General Khumalo. It was approximately a month, 3 cases that were received, because you can see it's dated the 23rd. And then the handing over of all these dockets were done on the 28th of March. As you can see in 220, page 220, you can see General Khumalo and General Sentumile, which are divisional commissioners, doing a handing over to each other, assisted by the staff. As you can see, as mentioned, then there with the signatures. This is the team that even conducted an inspection in all the dockets as they were receiving them. And this is as per the plan of the National Commission and General Khumalo. And this is what they said, even in Parliament, that this is what we're going to do. And they are implementing it now. And this, you can see, General Sibiya appears nowhere. There are no dockets in my office gathering dust. I never even saw one docket, just one. I've never even seen it in front of me. They've never been to my floor or to my office. So I've never called for any docket to come to my office.
General, I asked you whether you have the letter of the 22nd of April. It would help if you have it, or if you could bring it along tomorrow.
There is it.
So it's not annexed to the affidavit, and it's not part of our record. So can I have a look at it?
This letter.
That's the letter that Kunene refers to in his affidavit, 22 April.
Well, it should be in a founding affidavit of Kunene.
Yeah, but it's not annexed. So I've just can
I be assisted to get to where I need to be? Yeah, this is the letter.
Thank you, Andile. Thank you, General. This, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, this is a letter dated 22 April 2025, which is referred to by Brigadier Kunene in his affidavit at paragraph 31. This is, I think this is a letter which you attached to your court paper. It looks like SS19, your court application.
SS19.
This is addressed by General Sibiya to the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence at Khumalo, the subheading Deactivation and Disbandment of the National Task Team on Political Killings. One, my evenly numbered correspondence dated 17 January 2025 and 4 February 25 respectively refer, in compliance with the directive of the Minister of Police on 31 December 2024 and subsequent directives on the matter, you are advised that this process should be finalized by Thursday, 24 April 2025. This includes the transfer of all dockets closed, currently under investigation, and in court to the Division Detective and Forensic Services. A final feedback report on the finalization of this process, including confirmation that all task team members have reported back to their stations of origin, is awaited on or before Friday, 25 April 2025. Honourable Chair will copy this and make it available to you and to the honourable members of the committee. So that General Sibiya is pretty emphatic and pretty clear that the task team was going to be disbanded, dockets handed over, the team, those in the team must return to their stations. And of course, as you said earlier, this will go to the murder and robbery team squad, and they'll take over these matters. Now, do you agree with me, at least, that this is different from the implementation plan or the transition plan that Lieutenant General Khumalo presented to the Portfolio Committee on the 5th of March, to the senior management and the minister on the 6th of March, and again on the 27th of March? It's different. There, it spoke about the team will continue, they'll be phased out over time, they'll retain what they have, and they'll complete the cases that they have. Here, you're saying, no, you're not going anywhere. I want you to return everything by the 24th of April or by the end of April.
Yes, I understand from that angle, Chair. To start with, as we were, remember I was running on this node that we have all agreed that it is happening. Now the dockets have been handed over on the 28th. They are somewhere at head office, and I must say now these dockets must be where they must be, so that they are not gathering dust somewhere in the head office. They must be somewhere. They must have been processed already. That is where we were. Chair, I take your point, and I agree that it will be different if ever the action plan says. Because when you go to the action plan, you can see, I just want to refer to the action plan they were saying. But the action plan is talking up until the 31st of March, I think. I just want to check the action plan. Let's go to the action plan as we read from it, 79. Now, the action plan says to me, submit the final close-up report to the minister, 250331. This action plan comes from there, is approved. Is the approved plan that says that it will come from, by the 31st of March, it says, submit the final close-up report to the minister, who project manager, divisional commissioner, detective service, and forensic. Now, if this is the case, and this letter is written dated 22nd March, it's dated 22nd of March. As far as I'm concerned, I am well within the right to say, now that you committed to the 31st of March, if one say by Thursday the 24th of April, let it be that this thing is being concluded. Whilst we understand at the same time that it might necessarily not mean that come the 27th or the 24th of April is completely done. But because of even on their own date, it was they gave themselves a date of the 31st of March. In my case, I say, okay, let's do it on the 24th of April, that now is settled. Here we're talking about the final report, close-up report. So that is why I say I feel that we're still within the plan. And the whole intention was really guided or pushed by the fact that we wanted to be effective, we wanted to make sure that we comply, and we wanted to make sure that we implement so that this thing doesn't take the next 5 years.
General Sibiya, there was a meeting still on the 27th of March where the rollout of this plan indicated the task team would stay in place until they complete the work that they have, all the dockets that they have, 118, 121 dockets, and only then will it be phased out. That was the National Commissioner's plan all the time, his instructions to you and to Khumalo. You again overrode those instructions on the 24th of April when you wrote the letter. And you said, I want you to close shop on the 24th of March or the end of April.
Can I be shown, Chair, that instruction that says on the 27th of March there was a meeting?
That was we'll find the reference. That was a meeting where, I'll read it back to you in the affidavit of General Masemola, where he says that both the minister and his chief of staff differed, and they even got angry because they also expected the task team to be disbanded then and there immediately.
Personally, I feel that, Chair, if I say something and I produce a document that I wrote and say, this is what I said and here's the document. But I hear a lot where they say the National Commissioner said this, but there's nothing in writing in that regard. And of which I'm expected to accept that it is true. I don't have the correspondence that says there was this and I said this. I'm saying everything that I wrote is in writing. So can I be favored with this statement where the National Commissioner...
We'll get that part of the statement, but the plan that I'm referring to and which the National Commissioner has referred to is the one that was presented to the Portfolio Committee on the 5th of March. That one you've seen. You're familiar with that one, where Khumalo addressed the Portfolio Committee.
I know about that one, but the plan that the Council is talking about is the one of the 6th of March.
And the one of the 6th of March, the presentation, you were present in that meeting.
I was.
You were present in that meeting.
I was.
And it doesn't they talk about closing down the task team or giving a date for which it must be closed down.
It talks about it. They say, Chair, when you give an action plan, this action plan says...
Just give us for ease of reference, just give us the reference, the page or the annexure number.
Page 79.
Sorry?
Page 79.
Page 79 of your bundle.
Of the bundle, main bundle.
Yes.
I'm quite sure...
that's the one you rely on.
Yes, I'm quite sure, Chair and honourable members, that just like honourable member, chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Police said, there was never any reluctance. Everybody was in agreement that this is the route to go and that we are taking that route of disbanding. There was never any objection. And then leading to the next meeting the next day, that produced the action plan. The action plan produced or crafted by General Khumalo and himself, approved by the National Commissioner, which the minister supported, although with reservations on when it comes to court cases. But the minister partially approved. He said, I'm happy with the plan, but I'm concerned about 1, 2, 3. But the same plan, which was approved by the National Commissioner, of which the National Commissioner admitted that this is the plan that he was satisfied with. It says approval of disbandment plan by Minister of Police 06/03/2025. Now, if this is an official document that the National Commissioner says he approved, talking about approval of disbandment plan at 06/03/2025, stakeholder engagement with NPA, including prioritization of the 114 cases by the National Commissioner on the 17th of March, approval of the new call-up instructions and financial authority 2025-2026 by the National Commissioner on the 17th of March, returning the case docket under investigation to the KZN Eastern Cape by the project manager, divisional commissioner, detective forensics on the 17th of March. Provide progress to the Minister, National Commissioner and Deputy National Commissioner crime detection on the 31st of March. Now, submit the final close-up report to the Minister is the 31st of March. In other ways, when you submit a final close-up report, you can only close-up report, but submit a close-up report when you finally close the whole thing and say, I've closed and this is the report, is done and dusted. This is the close-up report.
Senior Counsel, I want to declare a break. It's 19:30 now. The General has been here from 17:30, and I think we may need to give him a break. Unless you want to indicate something to me, we must not break here. And you say, but in the next 5 minutes we would be done.
Definitely won't be finished in the next 5 minutes. Chair,
Yeah.
is it not possible that we can adjourn and continue in the morning? I'll probably be another hour and a half next.
Okay. No. Yeah. Before I take the break.
Or can we have a shorter break?
Let me hear what the honourable member.
Tea break for 15 minutes.
Honourable Ngola.
Chair, our experience suggests that on the day when members interact with the witness, it usually takes longer than the day when the evidence is led by the evidence leader. So we would suggest, Chair, that at least let's push to an extent that he finishes leading evidence today. Then tomorrow be reserved for members to interact with the witness. We can take a break, Chair, if he feels a little bit tired. Then we come back and conclude. At least it's 7:30.
Look, my plan was that I have observed the strain that the proceedings take on the members. And my plan was that from now onwards, we should start at 10 o'clock. So if we can't be done tonight, so it means the earlier part of the morning is going to be forfeited. So I'm summoning your endurance, honorable members. Let's break for 30 minutes. And then we will come back at... No, we're breaking for 30 minutes.
Chair, you can't only hear Nola and nobody else. I'd like to speak.
I still want you to speak, honorable break.
Yeah, I know you don't want me to speak, but I'm going to speak. Yeah. So it's not only the members that you should consider, Chair. Practice dictates that we should be fair. And the General has been here the whole day.
Yeah.
And he has to concentrate a lot harder than we do. And if he's tired, then that's it. So you shouldn't really ask us how we feel. You should ask him and his legal representative how they feel. And if we need to start tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock instead of at 9 o'clock, that's fine.
Yeah, I understand that this is your second day in the proceedings, honorable members. Can we agree to Honorable Skosana?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think you can ask the witness if really he wants to continue. If he wants to continue, we can. But tomorrow, 7 o'clock, I can't. Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Sauls.
Chair, I think it will be very unfair in terms of consistency because we had the other witnesses not granted the same privilege. One witness we sat here until midnight. So I think we shouldn't create a different impression. I would propose that we take a little break, we come back, we work and we finish. We come back tomorrow and it's just the members that questions. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Honorable Mathais.
Chair, I do think we should just ask the witness if he is able and willing to continue, and we can finish up tonight if he is. But us having had previous witnesses that pushed much later doesn't mean that it was the right thing to do during that time. And in hindsight, I think it is a progressive decision of the ad hoc committee members to say, let's check with the witnesses. It is much more taxing having to give testimony for such a long time. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I'm not seeing any further hands. And there is a feeling that we must check with you, Honorable Sibiya. may I stretch you for the next 1 hour, 30 minutes?
Yes, I'm right. I'm ready. I'm still fit to proceed.
Okay, honorable members, we are breaking for 30 minutes. We will come back at 8.
Sure, he's a general after all. He's used to such kind of things.
Yeah.
He's a general after all. He's used to such kind of things.
His foot are on his own combat.
It's dinner, Chair. It's dinner anyway. 30 minutes for dinner. Thank you.
Yeah, dinner or no dinner, that one I can commit myself. What I'm saying is that we are breaking for 30 minutes. We want to resume. Senior Counsel General, are we ready? Honorable Sangweni.
Thank you, Chair. No, I just wanted to come in before the SC resumes. Chair, I've got a request, man. The testimony today has been very confusing. Can we request that we get a write-up of a chronological order of this communication? So who sent what to whom, when, and so forth? Because it's a bit all over the place. If we could have that in the morning, it would be really appreciated.
Okay. Senior Counsel, did you get the point that the Honorable Member is making?
Right up.
Just a chronology of the correspondences that have been happening. You remember before we broke earlier, you said to the General that I'm going to ask you questions about the period leading to the dissolution, the period at dissolution and post-dissolution. So my understanding is that the correspondences that have been happening in the department between the senior echelon, the Honorable Member is requesting that if that information or that timeline, if we can have a timeline of the correspondences for proper understanding, just to have that in a proper chronological context.
We'll try our best. We'll do it, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hopefully we get on before 12. Chair, may I proceed?
Yes. No. I have handed the reins over to you so that you can lead us. I believe this is the last round. Yeah.
Sorry, General. Just leading up to, and I'm reading from because you know, if I'm not putting things to you properly or fairly, then obviously you must tell me or you disagree. Because your understanding is that there was some kind of an agreement, and this is evident or evidenced from this action plan presented by Khumalo, and the dates are there, and they're all 23 March. And even so, you seem to say that you even indulged that by making it the 24th of April, a month later. But a cut-off date had been agreed. That seems to be what you're saying.
But that what was approved by the National Commission in his own way.
Okay. So if I may just put to you because again, just on the objective fact, clearly the task team was not disestablished or discontinued or terminated at the end of March.
It was.
It was also not disbanded by the 24th of April. It was also not ever disbanded because the commissioner, as you now know, after you made a submission on the 12th of July for money, because you were now going to distribute the work of the political killing task team to the murder and robbery squad, and in other words, just another division or another section was going to continue with the same work. You made a written proposal, and that only afterwards, after I think you were, don't think you were officially suspended, but you were stay-at-home order. So that only came on the 27th of July. So that was refused. Mkhwanazi had, however, made and Khumalo submission for additional funding for the task team until the end, until March 2026, and that was approved. So all that we know. And as we speak, we know the task team is still operating like they used to. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what General Masemola said prior to this meeting on 5 March. I appeared before the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee of the DEED for a briefing by the SAPS, amongst others, focusing on the challenges relating to crime intelligence and investigation against Major General Khan, the status of the PKTT, and details of an interview by the Provincial Commission of KZN during the 2025 Police Day. I think that was in January 28th. It was a virtual meeting, and then he says who was attendance, and you were also in attendance. During the session, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi made an allegation that the minister knew a gentleman by the name of Brown Mogotsi. This is but one of the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi at the meeting. Minister Mchunu denied knowing a gentleman by that name after the meeting. In a meeting where I was present together with Deputy Minister Matlala and Poshielo, and the minister repeated his denial regarding Brown Mogotsi to me and the two deputies. And this is the one on the 6th of March. I attended the ministerial meeting in Cape Town. In attendance at the meeting was the Minister, Deputy National Commissioners, Policing and Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Musikili, and Lieutenant General Sibiya, Lieutenant General Khumalo, Chief of Staff in the Office of the Minister, Lekganyane, Lieutenant General Tudumile, a Lieutenant Colonel, and me. In preparation for this meeting, Lieutenant General Khumalo prepared an updated presentation to the PKT. After Lieutenant General Khumalo presented the briefing note to the Minister, the Deputy National Commissioner of Policing and I were in favor of the plan, but the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sibiya, and the Chief of Staff of the Minister, the Cabinet, were against the plan. They were in favor of the immediate disbandment. The minister's conduct in these meetings and in general regarding the disbandment was very concerning to me. I inquired from the minister at the beginning of the meeting what was the reason and background for decision to disband the PKTT. And then the minister responded that the political killings took place pre-94, not after. During the meeting, the presentation of Lieutenant General Khumalo was partially accepted. The minister was adamant and supported by Lieutenant General Sibiya and the Chief of Staff that the dockets had to be returned to the station of origin and not to another unit or structure in KZN. The minister also made it clear the phased-out approach for winding down of the disbandment of PKTT must be finalized during 2025. Nevertheless, and this is really the point I want to ask you about, because it seems to override this plan that was presented on. Nevertheless, the meeting concluded that Lieutenant Generals Khumalo and Sentumile must revise and amend the plan in accordance with the decisions taken during the meeting. This must be prepared for sign-off by the minister. It was agreed that there would be a further meeting convened on the 27th of March to finalize the plan. Until then, no further action would be taken because the plan had not been approved and signed. The following was highlighted in the presentation. The need for the avoidance of adverse and unnecessary challenges that could be faced if the PKTT is disbanded was of paramount importance. In this regard, proposal that there be a phased-out approach to the disbandment along the lines set out in the preliminary report. 2, insofar as the 114 dockets were already on the court roll or before the court, the recommendation was that these 114 dockets remain with the current PKTT office, both in KZN and the Eastern Cape, until finalization of the prosecution process, and thereafter there will be a gradual withdrawal of the remaining PKTT members until all cases are finalized. And then there was a proposal how the remaining members of the PKTT would have to have the following responsibilities. They're not going to read that out. That's for the record. That's at paragraph 138 at page 44 of General Masimola's affidavit. Then the general reproduces this plan at paragraph 139, and that is where you say there was some kind of an agreement or consensus or whatever. It says there, submit the final close-up report to the minister, 31 March 20. But then at 140, the National Commissioner says, on 27 March 2025, a follow-up meeting was held regarding the implementation of the PKTT disbandment plan. In attendance at this meeting was the Minister, the 2 Deputy Ministers, Lieutenant General Sentumile, Lieutenant General Sibiya, Lieutenant General Khumalo, and a Lieutenant Colonel and me. I must mention that the PKTT portion of the meeting, the other attendees appearing on the list was not present in the meeting. Furthermore, the Lieutenant Colonel's name doesn't appear on the attendance list, but she was in attendance in the meeting during the presentation on the PKT, as she accompanied Lieutenant General Khumalo and understood that she had in the preparation of it. When the PKTT disbandment were agenda item discussed, the minister became visibly angry. At this point, I, together with Lieutenant General Khumalo, was still proposing that the disbandment not be implemented, but if it was going to be implemented, that it be a gradual disbandment as proposed and agreed in the 6th of March 2025 meeting. I have no idea what transpired after the March meeting that had such a significant influence on the minister. He was now completely against the agreed gradual approach and reverted to the immediate disbandment. The minister appeared to be angered by the fact that the statistics presented to him in the meeting showed that the PKTT members were still working and had made progress as reported by Lieutenant General Khumalo. So, Lieutenant General Sibiya, for your comment, this is what National Commissioner said. There was going to be the bottom line is no immediate disbandment. They will continue to do their work until these cases are finalized.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Agree with the fact that the National Commissioner didn't agree with immediate disbandment. And he actually produced a plan next to the phasing out approach. And that plan is that what was exactly what happened.
He also didn't agree with what you wrote there on the 24th of April in that letter which you handed me and which Brigadier Kuneni, the investigating officer, referred to in his affidavit, where it calls for the return of the dockets and effectively the disbandment of the PKTT by I think also the 24th or the end of April.
Remember that, Chair and members, the National Commissioner never made it visibly clear that he doesn't agree with the minister. And I'm sure he has said it many times, even in the commission, in particular at the Matlala Commission. He said he didn't really open. They asked him to carry out with him an unlawful instructions. He did. He never visibly really said, no, I don't agree. The National Commissioner worked with everyone, and he never indicated really that it's not in agreement. That's why he could come up with an action plan that he approved, one of the six. And you remember that statement where he said, he instructed General Khumalo, and his instructions to precedence over mine. We were not in competition with he's the National Commissioner. Once he say left is left, once he say right is right. So to say his instruction precedence over mine. Personally, I'm saying whatever that happened on instruction of the starting from the email that I received on the 3rd, leading to the action plan crafted by General Khumalo, leading to the docket being brought over as per the action plan. Everything that happened because the National Commissioner gave that instruction.
Well, it doesn't appear
from Senior Counsel.
Sorry.
I just want to bring this matter to the attention of the House. There are South Africans who are following this proceeding, and at times they struggle to hear I don't know whether the problem is the sound of the respective devices that they are using at their houses. But if we can try and help the public so that we do not get a regular feedback about people complaining about the sound that they struggle to hear. If we can try and help you may proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. But you see, the National Commissioner's position remains consistent with, and this is apparent from his evidence, and I'm reading to you again because you will recall that you submitted a proposal for additional funding. Why? Because the PKTT was going to be disbanded. You asked for additional funding. Clearly not for the PKTT. It was for the continuation of the work of the PKTT. It was dockets you had now requested to be returned, and this work was presumably going to be allocated elsewhere. So on the 22nd of July, and this I think this is while you were at home, on the 22nd of July, the National Commissioner disapproved your request for funding for the investigation of the 121 political task team killing dockets proposed by Major General Mogotsi and recommended by yourself. This was in essence a proposal for the 121 dockets to be investigated and finalized by the Serious and Violent Crime Investigation, Murder and Robbery Section. And then the funding request by you is attached. And then the National Commissioner says, I disapproved the funding because it was essentially a duplication of the PKTT's mandate. I also questioned why the dockets are at headquarters when it was agreed that some dockets from the PKTT be returned to the station of origin. And that is still the case until today, Lieutenant General here. And you accept that?
No, I don't agree. And
you don't agree with what? I'm saying the position as far as the PKTT is concerned, they still remain in place. They still investigate all these dockets. They've been returned. They're working on them. They're processing them. They're proceeding with prosecutions, etc. And they have now been extended until 26 March 2020. I thought we agreed that earlier. Those are the objective facts.
Council, you give me a wrong proposal. And when you ask me, do you agree? And I say no. And you say you don't agree with what? I'm saying to you now, Council, when the dockets were collected and were taken to General Mkhwanazi, he rejected. And when he rejected, they informed General Sintumule immediately informed the National Commissioner. The National Commissioner said, let General Sibiya make a plan, the DNC make a plan. Then they put a team together, and General Mogotsi prepared a report and a request for a budget for the members to go down and carry on with this. It's not a question of we were expanding and then starting something new. We can't close a task team only to start another one. That was not the idea. And I'm sure we all agree that General Mkhwanazi did agree that he refused to accept the docket because he says he was not told how the docket left. When he found out how the docket left, he immediately said, no, I don't want them. Let them go back to where they can take them to General CSO. And I also want to make sure that, because Council, there's somewhere where I wanted to highlight that General Mkhwanazi did in his statement, where he made a statement here and at Matlala, where there is a contradiction, because at one moment he said he spoke to General Khumalo and asked he was informed by General Khumalo as to what happened, why are the dockets there. The first time he got to know about the fact that the dockets I had to do, he said is when he got a call from General Sintumu. And the second time around he says, no, there was a case management plan or discussion in KZN, and there's a colonel who told him that no, the dockets are at head office. So he gave two contradictory statements. So I just want to
General Sibiya, with the fact that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi refused to accept the dockets is neither here nor there. He never had the documents in his possession or under his control. The person who was responsible for the dockets was the project team leader, and that is Brigadier General Khumalo. So when the dockets are returned to General Mkhwanazi, he says, well, why are you bringing it to me? I've never had these dockets. What must I do with the dockets? So I would submit to you with respect that that's neither here nor there, that he refused to take the docket. Surely, and that's also what he said in his evidence.
No,
just to round it off, that these dockets must be returned in the way they were taken away in the first place.
No. Let us look at this simple what it is. The dockets were taken to General Sintumule, who is the Divisional Commissioner Detective, who is the custodian of this docket, called General Mogotsi, who is the Deputy Provincial Commissioner for Crime Detection, that I'm bringing this docket down. And the General said, let me hear from the PC if I can receive this docket. The Provincial Commissioner said, I don't want this docket in my province. Take them to General Sibiya's. And that is a fact. That is what happened. He doesn't deny that he said that.
In fact, he wasn't even aware, General Sibiya, that the dockets had been removed. I mean, this was only confirmed on the 20th of May, according to his statement, at a case flow management meeting, when he subsequently learnt that the dockets were handed over on your instruction.
I need a statement where he says, I learned for the first time when I received a call from General Sintumule about the docket. And that's when I got to know that there are dockets. The dockets are not here. he gave two versions, different versions. And those two different versions cannot be mixed. They cannot be ignored as well. They must be put together on different affidavits.
And also, Sibiya, I'm submitting to you that we will be here even longer if we dwell on this. I am saying to you that it is of no moment. What we were discussing was whether or not the directive of the minister, 31st of December, to disestablish the task immediately, whether that was ever implemented. It clearly appears to be the case from our interaction, from our discussion, from what I've put to you, from what you've put to the honourable members before this, that was not. It was never implemented immediately. There were differences. Maybe we can leave it at that. There were differences with this plan. But at the end of the day, we know that the PKTT still exists and is still in operation.
I agree. It was never implemented fully. But what happened is exactly in terms of the action plan that says this is what is going to unfold. We are going to be taking the docket. The phase-out approach talks about 3 stages. The first stage being to take the docket to murder and robbery unit, which was presented by General Khumalo in cabinet, in Parliament, Portfolio Committee, and the very next day at the meeting of the 6th. Now, that is what they were implementing in phases. The first phase being take the dockets to the murder and robbery units. That is why the other dockets instruction was given that they be, the 3 dockets instruction was given that they be sent to Eastern Cape, Umtata. But the bottom line is that what the National Commissioner and General Khumalo presented on the 6th, that we're going to phase it in, is what happened. The bringing of the docket is the first phase. And remember that the National Commissioner had already said he gave an instruction and even told them that ignore that one, to ignore my instruction. And of which the National Commissioner is allowed to do that. So whatever that flowed thereafter from General Khumalo cannot say, or anybody for that matter cannot say, yeah, but you gave these instructions and it was complied with. Already the National Commissioner instructed General Khumalo to say, ignore that one, or ignore this. This is where we are going now. So there's no way any other person can listen to me over and above the National Commissioner, especially knowing the position of the National Commissioner. So General Khumalo cannot here come and say, or General Sintumule cannot say, I was instructed by General Sibiya. The bottom line is, the National Commissioner said, Khumalo, do this, and that is the report that was presented before the minister. That includes the phase-out approach. Now, when we talk about the phase-out approach, this is what the National Commissioner said, we are going to do it in terms of the phase-out approach. Now, the phase-out approach, let's spell it out. The first phase is bringing the dockets that are under investigation. The second phase means the dockets that are in court for decision and in between. The third phase being the court dockets that we had to now be carrying on until their finalization. To an extent that they, in their presentation, they even said most of the cases will actually end in 2025, which was not. We're almost towards the end of 2025 and they are far from being over. These are court dockets. You cannot say they will all end in 2025. But of importance is the fact that the first phase says to deliver the dockets to murder and robbery where they belong.
Can we perhaps look at a few aspects that are more favorable to you?
Well, everything should be favorable.
At paragraph 85 of your statement on page 27.
27.
Yeah, have you got it? 27 of your statement.
Yeah, or 27 of my statement.
Of your statement, yeah, paragraph.
I've got it, Councillor.
The docket once open is in the custody and control of the detective, and I, as the Deputy National Crime Detective, am responsible for all the dockets, including those that are with the DPCI and IPID. All dockets in the country at all police stations fall under your responsibility. And I want to reference, if I can go to the information note at page 60 of the core bundle, and specifically page 62 at paragraph 3.5.1. Maybe you can read 3.5.1a.
Page
62, paragraph 0.5.
This is a business case submission to improve the performance of the in accordance with the SAPS annual performance plan. This is a document that I drafted for the approval of the National Commissioner that seeks to improve the performance. Now, it reads thus: the purpose of this document information note is to provide the National Commissioner with the situational analysis of the detective performance and the proposed measures to improve it in accordance with the SAPS annual performance plan. The crime detection consists of 3 divisions, that is the detective, forensic services, and crime intelligence. And the value chain of crime detection is defined at the time a crime is reported until prosecution, and further enables the department to effectively combat and investigate crime through adequate training and resourcing for crime detection. So
can I ask you to fast forward to paragraph 3.5.1 small a on page 62?
Dockets allocated to various investigation environments. The Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection is the custodian of all case dockets within the South African Police. However, there are case dockets that are investigated by other environments for whom the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection has no control over, whilst he must account for such. These case dockets are taken into account when the performance of the detective service is being measured. The table below is an indication of the total case dockets not under the control of the DMC Crime Detection. Now,
so let us, don't want to spend time, expand on it. It seems to me that your statement in your paragraph 85 on page 27 is supported by this document, this plan, which you say was approved by the National.
Yes.
And it does, however, say at 3.5.1 small a, however, there are case dockets that are investigated by other environments for whom the Deputy National Crime Detection has no control over, whilst he must account for such.
Yes.
So it seems a bit unfair. You must still account for them, but you don't have any control over them.
That is what you are correct.
Isn't the PKTT one of such environments?
No, it's not.
Or are you referring to IPID?
Can I read into the record? we have national components such as the borderline operations. We've got chemical monitoring, counterintelligence investigation, crime intelligence gathering, cybercrime investigation, PCR, Directorate Independent Complaints. We have flash services. We've got Interpol, narcotic investigation, coordination, National Head Directorate for Priority Crime. We've got also National Priority Violent Crime, National and Transport Organized Crime Groups, Non-Ferrous Metals, Organized Crime Desk, Precious Metals, Priority Crime Management Center, Sector Investigation, SANEP Project, seconded members, other organizations. Now, Serious Commercial Crime Investigation, Serious Economic Offenses, Serious Organized Crime Investigation Unit. This is just head office national. Now, when you go to the total number of dockets there is 1,133. So those dockets are the dockets that are somewhere at head office, but not under the detectives. I need to know where are those dockets because the system says it's still open. In the Eastern Cape, we've got 2,305 case dockets that are like the Eastern Cape banking and electronic crime, Eastern Cape crimes against the state, Eastern Cape fraud and state statute, Eastern Cape serial and electronic. So when you go according to the provinces, you can see the total number of case dockets. Now these dockets are all over the country, and when you look at and you concentrate and you go further, you will see that the same as for the case dockets being investigated by the Independent Police Directorate (IP), these case dockets are also taken into account when the performance of the detective is being measured. But neither the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, the Provincial Commissioner, or the Deputy Provincial Commissioner Crime Detection has any control over these dockets. Currently, there are 26,795 case dockets under the investigation of IP. In other words, there are these dockets that are at IP. Starting from when IP started, they sign for dockets from the police station. When they close the docket, they don't return the docket to the station to get files somewhere in IP office. Now, the system is open this side. But once you push for all the dockets that are at IP, that are at the DPCI, all those respective environment, your system improves, the performance of the detective improves. That is why you will see that you have 40,929 outstanding for more than 2 years. Are with DPCI and the DNC crime detection. There's no control over this docket. There are more dockets at the units under the DPCI, but there is currently no system in place to draw the total of all cases within the DPCI. This also impact negatively on the performance of the detective service, as the performance is calculated with the case docket taken into consideration. Now, we've got heavy workload of the detectives, and the table below dictated the total docket carried by members of investigating units. Now, when you look at the members, we've got 184,935 case dockets. And you look at the total case docket, members who are carrying between 1 and 50 dockets. We have 2,651 members who are carrying between 1 to 50. Members who are carrying 50 to 100 dockets. We've got 648 in the country. Members who are, no, this is the Eastern Cape alone. 101 to 200 cases is 450. Those that are carrying between 200 and 300 cases on hand, and one person carrying between 200 and 300 cases, you find that you've got 118 members. Now you've got members that are carrying 500 to 600 dockets, 1%, we've got 7. And then those that are carrying 601 and more is 4. And then we've got a specific number, I've got a name here in Mtata, who's got the highest workload of 685. I don't know the situation.
General, just to interrupt you there. So they were then ultimately a recommendation of how to improve performance detective service, isn't it? And that you'll find at page 84, there were these recommendations that were made, and they were approved by the Divisional Commander Detective and Forensic Services, HK Sentumile, on the 20th of February 2024. They were approved by you on the 22nd of February 2024, and they were approved by the National Commissioner on the 10th of March 2024, although he says 6.1.1 approved. Are you at page 84? 6.1.1 is the DPCI and IPID have their own SAPS 6 on the EIS. He approves that, but he says 6.1.2 not approved. All case dockets at crime intelligence, POPs, ORS to be returned to the detective service environment. 6.1.3 is approved. 6.1.4 approved. 6.1.5 he says it requires expand or explanation or meaning, not approved. 6.1.5 is the National Commissioner to direct all provincial commissioners to implement a docket reduction strategy, in brackets recovery plan, and then the other recommendations are approved. So that would have been the status quo until it's changed. Has it changed since then?
No, it hasn't changed. Here I was just actually highlighting the fact that we have got, as detectives, we've got dockets scattered all over the country that we cannot account. And we've got dockets that are open for more than 10 years in the system. Others are open for 20 years in the system. Others are open for 15 years. Where are those dockets? So that is why I make this presentation that actually seeks to make sure that we know how many dockets we have. And then if we know how many dockets we have, why do we still have a simple assault case open for 5 years? Why must it take so long? Why do we have a docket that hasn't been attended to for more than 10 years? Where is that docket? Why is it open? So this is when we need to make sure now that we close the gap in making sure that in the system, what we have is dockets that are alive. Now we've got many dockets that we cannot account for years. And to an extent that at some point we even received a query from correctional services that there are certain inmates that you find that every month or second month their docket get postponed for 5 months. They've been in prison for quite too long. Their dockets are not being finalized because they keep on being postponed. So this seeks to address issues like that.
But General Sibiya, I can reference these are your document in bundle, in the core bundle. At 87, 88, you address the issue of poor performance of the detective service. So it's all commendable. You even address IPID, and also at page 90, you address the Provincial Commission on the alleged poor performance, demanding feedback from them by the 29th. But if you look at all of that, you don't see any reference to the PKT.
Because it was never an issue in my case, the issue of the PKTT. It's a just team that was running, and it doesn't form part of this. It was not even a focal point on my side. Here I was addressing the whole country, looking at the crime levels and how to improve the performance of the detective.
The other document, there was reference to it, but we also know that this report at page 54, 59, which was drafted by Mogotsi, that was after the July 2025 briefing, and his conclusion is at page 59, where at paragraph 3.18 he comments that the disbandment of the political task is partially disbanded as they still carry docket to court and docket are sent to and from senior public prosecutor. Conclusion: the statement of the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal during the media briefing is incorrect that the dockets are gathering dust in the Office of the Deputy National Crime Detection because the team were analysing and inspecting the docket, and extra funding is requested from the Office of Chief Financial Officer to finalise the investigations in order to render service delivery and justice to the deceased families as the investigators are to conduct the investigation in KwaZulu-Natal, and the budget of Division and Forensic Service cannot cover investigation. That was the Mogotsi report.
Yes, that is the
which I read to you earlier, which the National Commissioner said he disapproved of. He didn't agree.
Yes.
But again, I'm as I said, these are the kind of things that happen, which seem to support your approach to how the matter should be handled, how the PKTT docket saga be handled.
Council, on when this report that you call a Mogotsi report it was after the press briefing by Provincial Commission on the. Now we needed to make sure that there was a report as they conducted an inspection. They received the dockets and they realized that, but what the Provincial Commission is saying that the dockets are gathering, and then they conducted, because they had conducted an inspection on all these dockets. He said they are not being attended. And if I can refer the Honorable Chair and members to page start now on page 234. Sorry, page 234.
234 of
main part.
Okay, your bundle. SBA 19.
Yes. It is important to take the members through this document. This is the 121 dockets spoken about. Progress report on political killing cases. When you look at this docket, let's look at first page, which is a hiding, and it's a double murder and attempted murder. It was reported on the 20th of 2016. And this one affects an ANC council. The last time it was, last day of investigation date, it was on the 2023-03-24. So in order to assist the honorable members on how to go through this document, you can see it has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns. Now, when you look at 1, 2, 3, the fourth column, and you see the date on which this matter, the last day of investigation, you will realize that as you continue to page.
Okay, so just this is an analysis of the docket that were handed over on page 234 to 300 SB 19.
Yes.
So who prepared or who did this analysis? You didn't do it yourself.
No, I've never been involved in the process.
Had any of that.
I've never seen any of it. Never opened, never seen anything. So you never reached my office.
Just got this report
from the team. Now, when you look at this docket, and let me hasten to also mention that all these dockets are KZN dockets, plus maybe the last three of Umtata, the three, to make 121. No Gauteng matter is here. No Katiso Molefe, no Ket Matlala here. These are all KZN, those dockets that were handed over. So now when you go, you will see that, let's say, two Mpopo men, it's a double matter. And it's not politically related, this one. It is just a matter where the deceased was shot while sleeping in their house. So we also have, you look at number 3, Denauza. At Denauza, it's a house robbery and theft. It is not politically related as well, as you can see. And then even when you page, or you look at the last date of investigation, you go to Wanongoma, robbery, waiting with a firearm. The last day of investigation was the 15th of 12, 2024, and it's taxi related. And then look at the Muden, it's murder that was opened in 2021. The last day of investigation was 2022-02-24, and it's a traditional leader case. Now, this is one of the dockets where you've heard General Mkhwanazi saying that some of the dockets were at the stage of arrest. Here, the situation is charge of pointing of firearm is outstanding. J50 to be signed. Arrest second suspect, Zita, or so-and-so, place the docket on court roll. Now, it does not necessarily mean that it was really ready to just go and arrest, because you still have to take it to the prosecutor to sign the J50 warrant of arrest. But since this docket will be seen for the first time by a new investigator, who will have to acclimatize, study the dockets, consult with the prosecutor, then act on it. But without wasting time on this docket, if you keep on opening like this at number 7, you'll see that the last date here is 2020-03-30. The docket were not gathering dust in my office for 3 months when this docket was not attended to since 2020. It was never opened.
So can we summarize the point of this with the honorable?
I really want to summarize, Council, but I must also say that this is the crux of the 121 dockets that were taken to head office gathering dust. Now,
yes, one is not all of them are political killings.
Not all of them are political killings. Some are drugs related. Some are just traditional land-related
violence, drug-related,
taxi violence.
Leaders.
Yeah.
So it's a whole range of things which come up ordinarily. There's nothing special about it.
But of importance, let's go to 237. I just want to demonstrate at the go where you say in Umlazi, in Escort, in Thornville. This docket of Umlazi, the last day of investigation is 2023-08-16. That's when an entry was made in that docket. It was already gathering dust, not being attended to. When you look at Escort 1, 2019-07-21, the last day when this docket was open, 2021-06, Thornville. Now, you go on and on and on the whole list as you go page, and you will see that these dockets were really not being attended to. This 121 docket that is much being spoken about, no, they were dead already, put in a corner, not being attended to. There was no agency here. I'm saying to this committee, they can call for those dockets and even call General Motsebe to say, all right, let's see that the press briefing was General Mkhwanazi telling the truth to the nation, or was he misleading the nation when he was saying the docket of the political dust team have been called by General Sibiya, that's sitting in his office, gathering dust in his office, making the country angry with lies. Here are the dockets. And I'm still saying this ad hoc committee can call for those dockets just to demonstrate, because they are there. We also have copies of this type of docket. If you go paging through step by step, you will see that this docket, it doesn't matter which page you choose. You go, let's say I went to 250 now, you can see 2021-09-06. That was the last date of writing in this case docket. So all I want to say, honorable members, let's go to 279. The last date, this one is 2018-12-2026. 2018. Now, you go there, one above is 2022-06-01. 11. So I'm just demonstrating to this house that there's nothing like the dockets were gathering dust in General Sibiya's office not being attended to. Let us be fair to the process, and let us tell the people of South Africa that.
So you deal with this at page 31, paragraphs 101 to 103 of your statement. Page 31, paragraphs 101 to 103. Sorry? Have you got the general?
Go to page 31.
31, there's a summary in the status of the...
May we please take Honorable Nolo?
Thank you. I don't want the general to leave. For example, he has made an example of the docket number 5 model, where it says outstanding. The prosecutor must sign the J50 to be signed. Then the next step is arrest. So my understanding of this, which is reflected in the report, is that there was an imminent arrest. But we continuously get confused because the general keeps on saying, this does not mean that really there was going to be an arrest. So we are getting confused in that from that angle. We don't understand. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, if Muden, this docket, the last time it was open, it is 2022-08-24. That is on the 24th of August 2022. And the status says J50 to be signed. From 2022 to 2025, why didn't they arrest this person? Where was the docket? Yes, it is there in the docket. But from 2022 today to when the dockets were handed over, why would you want to blame 3 months over 3 years? 3 years the docket were with you, you didn't arrest. For 3 months the docket are at head office, and after you rejected them after all, then you say you address the nation and you say docket are taken by General Sibiya, they're at head office, they are gathering dust. When you rejected them first time around, it's not fair. And I wish the nation can also register that point that they were misled.
Chair, I'm satisfied with
So you can proceed, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I almost said Comrade Chair. Set up time of the night when you get a tongue twister. But you dealt with this General Sibiya at 101, 102, and at 103, perhaps you want to read that concluding paragraph on page 32, 103.
Can I read from 101?
Yes.
There's a hand behind.
Before you read, let's take the hand of Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. The evidence leader was saying he apologized, but we didn't hear him well because he was not on the mic. Can you please clarify exactly that? Thank you.
He apologizes for what?
Saying he apologized too, but we could not hear him well because he was talking, not on the mic. Oh, I think there was not. I'm saying, what was he saying? Because he was talking somewhere on the corner there. Thank you.
Okay. Sometimes when we have moments like this, I'm going to ask honorable members to stretch their arms, those light exercises. Okay, no, it's fine. Let's come back to business, Senior Counsel.
General Sibiya wanted, thank you, Honorable Chair. He wanted to read paragraphs 101, 102, and 103 into the record. It's page 31 and 32 of his statement.
I just want to say, honorable members and chair, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi said during his press briefing that the dockets were taken to head office, to General Sibiya's office, and that the dockets were gathered in dust in his office, in my office. He further said that some of the investigations were nearing an arrest stage. I just demonstrated that they were never in my office and they were never gathered in dust, and he rejected them. This is not true. The dockets were not in my office. It was provided with a report on the status of investigation of the dockets, and the report on the dockets was prepared by General Motsipe, who I would suggest that the honorable this committee, ad hoc committee, should in fact really request General Motsipe to come and clarify some of this, because she's the drafter of the report, and she together with a team are the one who compiled that report. But of importance, I want to say it appeared from the report that some of the dockets were last looked at 5 years ago and some 4 years ago. This means that the dockets were gathered in dust for many years. And a copy of the report on the 121 docket is attached as SB 19. Now, I want to say that really I'm failing to connect the statement of General Mkhwanazi when he say, when we took the dockets, we thought that the dockets of Katiso Molefe and Kat Matlala, or the Big Five, are included. Therefore, we missed the target. It defies logic because all these dockets are KZN dockets, and the persons to whom they were referred to are all in Gauteng, and the dockets would be in Gauteng. There is no basis for belief that the KZN dockets would contain Gauteng cases. Such a statement is designed to mislead. Now, I'm just saying the task team, the fact that apparently they were asked or requested to come and assist Gauteng. I think somebody needed a reason to say, Mare, how can we say this docket were being disbanded? This unit is being disbanded because of these matters of the Big Five? No. This thing comes back a long way, not influenced by anything, but purely by the circumstances. Starting from even when the CFO said post the elections, this task team must be deactivated. It has got nothing to do with what was happening in Gauteng. Now, when you say it is because of what was happening in Gauteng on the Katiso Molefe or Kat Matlala, the Provincial Commission of KZN says in his address, there was a white man by the name of Mr. Swart who was arrested in Vereeniging, who works for QTEX. And I want to commend the people of the members of Gauteng, because when the KZN team came or arrived, they had already effected arrest before his arrival. They have arrested. In fact, they were arrested same day by members by the Metro. Then he says, let me pause. But I want to know, what did General Sibiya do there? I played no role. I didn't know about the matter. I never called for a docket. I never did anything. Now you say, all right, Katiso Molefe's arrest. On such and such a day, members of the PKTT went to arrest Katiso Molefe. Calls were coming in and say, we see black cars. We don't know whether it's robbery in progress or what is going on. Now they say, all right, he says a team was dispatched from head office. When they got there, they found that the members were doing their work, and they left because the members explained themselves and produced their IDs, and the members of the DPCI left. What did General Sibiya do? I was nowhere near the picture. I didn't do anything. I never did anything. I was not involved. How do I get associated with the fact that we took the dockets because of that? Those are the challenges that I really want to know. Why? Even if someone hates you, but don't lie to the public. Let's go.
Can I assist you and refer you to pages 23 and 24, the top of 25, where you deal with the operations of the PKTT and the alleged involvement of organized crime. You deal with it from paragraph 68 through to 75.
May I just be allowed, Chair, please, to finish or push this paragraph 103, because it is also significant. Now, in paragraph 103, General Mkhwanazi sent a team of 10 people to head office after his press briefing on the 6th of July, 2025, who wanted to take pictures of the docket. General Motsipe, however, refused because the president announced that there would be a commission of inquiry. The National Commissioner called General Motsipe thereafter and informed her that the team sent by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi just want to take pictures on the dockets. General Motsipe still refused and said and kept the dockets locked in their office. Now, General Mkhwanazi goes and addresses the nation. He doesn't have information of what he's talking about. He addressed the nation and said the dockets were taken. They are at head office, sitting and locked somewhere in General Sibiya's archives. I don't have archives. I don't have safe in my office. Now, having realized that, but he lied to the nation. He sent a team of 10 people to say, go and inspect those dockets. You can't go address the nation, then you want to go and inspect after a fact. Now, they say, no, but General Motsipe says, no, but you already addressed the nation. Now, this is for the commission now. Let's wait. Now, the National Commission then calls and say, no, Cookie, they just want to take pictures. No, they said what they said. Now they want to take pictures so that they must justify. Now for them to get the docket, then an investigating officer get appointed in my disciplinary hearing, which is General Patekile. General Patekile then come wearing a cap that says, I'm the investigating officer. I'm investigating the charges against General Sibiya for defeating the ends of justice. Then takes the docket to General Mkhwanazi and National Commissioner at the college. Now they sit with those dockets, with General Makashalala. They go through the dockets now on their own. And they can see, because when they took the dockets together with General Makashalala, they could see that, but these dockets were not being attended. They were never attended to. And what did they do? They realized that should this docket go to the commission as they are, we might be exposed. What do? An instruction get given that let this docket go to KZN. That's when there was that information that says, but why now taking the docket to KZN? Because this docket must be seen by the commission. That's when it was said that the dockets, copies were made of the dockets, but there are copies of the docket that can show for a fact that these dockets were not attended to for a period of time, for a number of years. They were there. So I've exhausted this part. I just wanted to demonstrate that part, that it is my prayer that General Motsepe be summoned by this House to just come in and clarify certain things. And then can I proceed, Chair? Where must I proceed, Council? I say I'm ready to proceed, or should I just proceed? That's correct.
So, yeah, I was dealing with your involvement or knowledge of the operations of the PKTT and organized crime in Gauteng, and you deal with it from paragraph 68 through to 75 on page 24 and 25. At paragraph 70, or let's start at 69, you say, the investigations referred to in Gauteng were headed by Brigadier Kopani of the Organized Crime Unit, who reports to Major General Khumalo, who is the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Crime Detection. I was aware that Lieutenant General Khumalo of the PKTT was also part of the investigating team, but the investigations were headed by organized crime.
Please assist me to get the page. Where?
Page 23 of your statement.
Page 23. I've got it.
Okay, so I was just reading back paragraph 69. You want me to repeat it?
Yes, the investigations referred to in Gauteng were headed by Brigadier Kopani of the Organized Crime Unit, who reports to Major General Khumalo, who is the Deputy Provincial Commissioner, Crime Detection. I was aware that Lieutenant General Khumalo of the PKTT was also part of the investigating team, but the investigation were headed by organized crime. Now,
so you can read the next paragraph too?
I was not aware that the Gauteng Organized Crime Unit made a request to the PKTT for assistance to investigate and dismantle the organized crime syndicate operating in their country, and which is said to be controlled in Gauteng province. I was also not aware that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi deployed members of the PKTT to support the Gauteng Organized Crime Unit. Now, personally, members, I want to believe that this thing of saying we are sending PKTT to assist members in Gauteng of the cartel against the cartels that is operating in Gauteng, it's not true. It's not correct. Not true completely. What is happening here? It is something that was actually planned, carefully planned, to be able to fight to fight and defy the instruction of disbandment of the PKT, because these cases were really running. The case of Swart, Mr. Swart, was resolved already. The case of that involved maybe Katiso Molefe, it was well under investigation and it was running, and there was no interference from my part because that says do this or don't do this from my side at all. Now, to say now we know that the reason for the disbandment of the PKTT is because of there was this connection with the drug cartel. And yet, when you look at it, all the cases that are here are KZN cases, nothing to do with Gauteng. Now you just say, no, we received this request to go and assist. The process started long time ago of disbandment. It started long time ago. It didn't start because of these cases, these two cases. If the reason why was to protect those ones, I think they would have done with these cases long time ago and not even bring all the cases, the 121 dockets, and disband the whole task team just because of those two cases. I don't think it's fair, or it's correct. It can't be correct. It's not true. So, as far as I'm concerned, somebody needed a reason to be able to fight back and push back on this thing.
So you said paragraph 72. I also do not know who authorized the operation between organized crime and members of PKTT.
Yes, because at some point, PC of Gauteng didn't know, and then you will hear different explanations where General Mkhwanazi said we received from organized crime, and then I heard him also saying that no, it so happened that they were working with General Khumalo of crime intelligence, and when they realized that there are cartels, then it became a counterintelligence, and then as a result, it became a counterintelligence measure under General Khumalo, and then that's when they come in, and then because he requested assistance back home in KZN, and then that's how they got in. Now, when they came in there, they say when we realized that this team is running around, they are conducting investigation, and then that's when we disbanded and we missed the target because we thought that those dockets are part of the 121 dockets. No, it's not correct.
Okay. And the arrest of Mr. Katiso Molefe, were you aware of that? Were you involved in that at all?
I was not aware at all, and I was not involved. I don't even know the detailed facts of the case. I do know for a fact that now they're talking about being involved in the murder of Mr. Swart somewhere there. And then I also heard that it's somehow connected to DJ somebody. But safe to say for me that as the Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection, I don't always get involved on the day-to-day cases that are running. If a case is running smooth, I don't get involved. If there are challenges and I'm approached either by the National Commissioner or the Deputy Minister or the Minister, or let's say a family is complaining, I jump in. And I'll give you an example. Of, if you remember the Lusikisiki 18, because it was a national crisis. I mean, 18 people, family members wiped out. I went to Eastern Cape. I spent almost 2 weeks there running on the ground with the members. We arrested all of them. If you remember the case of the journalist in Mpumalanga with the wife, the team were running smoothly.
You were in Lusiki.
I was in Lusiki.
The minister was also there.
He was not there. He came there with the management for a visit, for a briefing. I'm the one who briefed them there.
And they said that Brown Mogotsi was also there.
No, it's not true.
Did you not see him there?
Well, we were at the police station in a hall like this, and then there was no Brown.
Okay, I interrupted.
Now, the one of in Mpumalanga, the journalist that was murdered there in Mpumalanga, it actually disappeared and nobody knew where they were together with the wife. I was called by one journalist and say, General, can you please assist also, get involved in this thing? I called for a meeting on a Sunday. I called for a meeting on Sunday morning, called all the investigators, even in Gauteng, intelligence, everybody. We met in Mamelodi on a Sunday and we launched an operation. I went with them there from we went. And in 2, 3, 4, 5 days, we traced the bodies in the bush. We resolved the case. I jumped in when there's a need. I don't interfere in cases. So I was just saying, it's not like one is interfering in cases. And it must be known that I get involved in all the cases throughout the country, including the AKA matter. I spoke to the parents of the other parents, not the parents of AK, but I spoke and I went with the spokesperson there. We were involved. So a lot of cases we get involved. We're not interfering, but it shouldn't be that when it suits somebody, because somebody showed interest in a particular matter. No, he showed interest because he wanted to do 1, 2, 3, 4. It's my job to get involved in nationally in all the cases.
So is it your evidence that the disbandment of the PKTT, or the attempt to have it disbanded, because we know as a fact it hasn't been disbanded, is the attempt to disband it, does it have anything to do with organized crime in Gauteng or anywhere else in the country?
Not at all.
Is there anything that appears from the Molefe report on what is contained in the docket or referred to in any of the docket? Does it relate to or link up with organized crime in Gauteng?
Firstly, I haven't seen a Molefe report. I haven't seen any report. I haven't seen any docket. I've never been involved in any docket. So in this case of whether Katiso Molefe of Mr. Swaro, I don't know anything. But what I know is that in the 121 dockets that I have, there's no Katiso Molefe, there's no Mr. Matlala there. The only thing that I must mention, though, is that what I know is at some point, I got a complaint from Forensic Science Laboratory. It was the general responsible for the component there to say members of the PKTT went and they summoned the official that is involved, the ballistic expert. They called the ballistic expert from home in Luate under the pretext that the prosecutor wanted him to correct a 212 statement, and they asked him where he was. He was at home, and then they called him to Luate police station. Then from there, and it was a team of armed. Some in camouflage uniform and some in your NIU uniform, and then they took him to his office to open the office of the ballistic at night, which cannot be done. It shouldn't be allowed, and it was wrong. They then forced him to open the office, and they were there interrogating him, and they demanded to take the files. They took the files and the laptop of an forensic expert, the ballistic expert. They took even the files of the PKTT, including a gun or guns. And for them to be removed there, I think they called highway patrol, but they called another unit of the police to come and have them removed there. And there was even a hostage negotiator called. I had in one address, General Mkhwanazi saying, I don't know whether it was at Matlala or at this ad hoc commission, where he says, no, they are being influenced to open a case. They spent a day with that person, they even bought him lunch. It's not true. We're sitting with affidavits, we're sitting with reports of the brigadiers and the generals that were reported to IPIT. And they even say when the laptop came back, it was tampered with. They could not even open the laptop, it was tampered with. Now, that is being rogue. And if this house really would allow also something like that and not question it, it's being rogue. You cannot have a disciplined member of the police unless you think you are above the law. You will go to the forensic department at night and force the forensic office to be open and seize some documents or the laptop. That laptop has lost its credibility as we speak. That laptop, it has been tampered with. Now, we must bear in mind, Chair, neither is General Mkhwanazi an investigator. Doesn't know anything about investigation. Colonel Khumalo, Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo, was Mkhwanazi's driver. He's also investigating this thing. I don't know if General Khumalo's got investigation. I know he's investigating, but he's never been an investigator. I don't remember him being trained as an investigator, unless he's got that certificate that says he did investigation. I might be wrong. Now, the same member of the political killing task team members, including Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo, these are the team that are investigating, kicking the doors. There are so many cases opened. They went to Fort Hare University and they took money from accused number 1 at Fort Hare University. That matter is investigated by the DPCI. There is evidence, they don't deny, but nothing is happening. Why some of the people are above the law? They can do as they please, Nobody takes action because they are protected. We need to know how many cases were opened against these political killing task team members. They are there. No action is being taken because there are some powerful individuals that cannot be questioned. It's wrong. The country shouldn't allow this. They are here, they are operating, but yet they are suspects. No.
Can I ask what your thoughts are on whether Lieutenant General Khumalo can be your head of crime intelligence and serve as the head or the leader of the political killing task?
It is very wrong.
Why is it wrong?
You cannot start from you being a brigadier at a lower level, major general, lieutenant general. You are still in charge of the political killing task team. The function of crime intelligence is to gather, collect, collate, analyze, and support the investigative capacities. You are crime intelligence. This country is suffering already in terms of intelligence. There's no intelligence in this country. Yes, they are doing a good job on the ground to a certain extent, but we are sitting with, tell me, who are the people that are killing the children in Hanover Park, El Dorado Park, the kingpins, the people that are behind? Where are the suppliers of the drugs, all the firearms, the proliferation of firearms? Who's behind the cash in transit? Where do they cook these drugs? The clandestine laboratories. We've got a number of criminal activities that are taking place. The hitmen that are all over from KZN, that are being supplied by KZN into the country as a whole. Let us be able to contain the situation. Crime intelligence needs to be able to tell us who's behind the touching of the trucks. Where are the people? So that we don't have a repeat of all this. So counterintelligence is struggling as we speak. And there's so much that they can still do, yet its leader is busy running around also conducting investigations. It's wrong. If you are in intelligence, be in intelligence, don't be seen anywhere, and focus on intelligence.
Senior Counsel, before you continue, I must take some notes here. General, you mentioned names of your colleagues who you say they went to collect money from a suspect.
Yes, they did. Hotel
in Forte.
What in Forte? Accused number one. Hotels were paid for them. They were bought clothes. They were rented vehicles, and the money was deposited into their bank account. I'm saying something that exists, that is there.
And who did you say are those colleagues of yours?
PKTT members. And I listened to when Judge Matlala was asking the nation.
I don't want you to elaborate. It's just a clarity seeking. So in my record, I must just say PKTT members.
Yes, I can mention names if there's a need, but in this case, I'm quite sure about what I'm talking about. These are the same members who went and kicked the doors at forensic and seized the laptop. These are not trained detectives.
How many are those members? Because it's like you are reluctant to give. How many are those members that you implicate in this bribery?
I have statements, I have reports, but they may be between 6 and 10.
Okay. And then the last, did I hear you properly when you say there is no crime intelligence in this country?
There is, but it can do better.
No. Just to check if I properly captured that statement. Did you say there is no crime intelligence in this country which will be knowing who is committing these criminal activities, the hitmen, this and that?
Chair, many of the operations that we see happening, like your crash in transit, they are there. They give information, but there's still a lot that can improve or where we are not winning the fight at all. And that is where I believe that crime intelligence should actually... That is why there was a meeting where the minister at some point wanted to know who's behind the drugs, the drug laws, the drug cartels, who's behind the proliferation of firearms, who's killing people in these gang-infested areas, in all these areas. We need that kind of intelligence. Who are the kingpins behind the explosions?
So essentially, even if you may not repeat that statement, you are just saying that where you stand, you are unhappy with the progress that is being made.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I think I just wanted to understand that, but I see there are two honorable members who have, or three. It will be Honorable Skosana, Honorable James, Honorable Ngola, in that order.
Thank you, Chair, once again. I think the clarity is not yet clear from the General, because what I've noted as well is that the General said there's no crime intelligence in this country. Now, I just want to capture, because I don't want to, when we start tomorrow, then it's like we are misleading the witness on the day. So this clarity, it doesn't come up clean, General. I think when you said there's no crime intelligence, do you really mean that there's no crime intelligence in the country, or something else? Was what you said on record is that in this country there's no crime intelligence? I thank you, Chair.
Look, Chair, literally speaking, I don't say there is no crime intelligence. They don't exist. They exist. But there has been instances even where General Mkhwanazi himself is saying that in case that there's no crime intelligence really that is giving satisfactory performance there, because you have a lot that is going on. There were instances where you find that there is cash in transit, sometimes 2, 3, 4 times in a day, even in the Eastern Cape. Yes, now we say we need crime intelligence that will immediately after crime has been committed. That day, that week, we need to already know who's involved. This is the crime intelligence that we are looking for. That is proactive. Many a times that will know things before they happen sometimes, because they've got informers on the ground, they will know what is going on. I don't necessarily mean that there is no crime intelligence. And if this is what it meant or how it was understood, Chair, let me withdraw it now at this point in time.
What are you withdrawing, General?
The statement that says there's no crime intelligence, because I wasn't meaning literally speaking that there's no crime intelligence.
But the one that you said that you are not happy with the progress that crime intelligence is making, you stand by it.
I stand by it.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. When General Sibiya spoke, he didn't mince his words. He was clear. He even qualified his statement. He qualified his statement. When General Mkhwanazi spoke, when General Masemola spoke, they all said the same thing. When we questioned General Masemola and the crime detection, which spoke to crime intelligence in this country, he said there's actually no, it doesn't exist. He did say that. All three of them said exactly the same thing. Yes, there's a unit called crime intelligence, but how effective is that unit? So he has withdrawn his statement now. So I'm not sure if this is even worth going into, but all three generals came here and they qualified and they spoke about exactly the same thing you're speaking about. And when General, when we have operations, that's the one thing we lack is intelligence. So let's be truthful here. Thank you.
So, Honorable James, you want him to restate?
I don't know what to say because he withdrew.
He says, where I stand, I'm not happy with the progress that crime intelligence is.
I don't know what to say, Chair, because he said there's no crime intelligence. But he qualified it by making examples, which I agree to. And I also reflected on the statements made by General Mkhwanazi as well as Masemola. But then he went and he withdrew it. So my input was based on what he said.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Solis, is your hand up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can I check who else want to speak so that we take the honorable members and we hand over to the senior counsel? So if your hand is up, Honorable Sol,
no,
it will be Honorable Ngola and then yourself. So those are the last hands of members that I'm taking. And it's now 21:52. So at some point around 10 o'clock, we should be starting to prepare ourselves for the fifth round.
No, thanks, Chair. Let's take it as withdrawn that statement. It's fine. The second thing, Chair, which I think emanates from your first question, we are running an inquisitorial process here, and we are due to make an analysis of whether or not there's a necessity for us to do a second batch of witnesses. And at the center of the terms of reference of that committee is interference in the police service. Now, I don't think we should take the evidence of they and them as it is. General Sibiya must tell us who went to Forte by name, who went to Forte to solicit money or bribes or however you term it. From who is this accused number one? We may not be familiar about the details of the case. How much was solicited? I think we need that detail to be registered and recorded. Thanks.
Do you want him to say it now or can he submit to?
He can submit, Chair.
Okay.
We can submit this fine.
Either way, General Sibiya, if you feel you may want to write that list, you said about 6 to 10. So the understanding is that 6 is the minimum number of names we can get. So if at some point during the proceedings, you feel like you may want to list the names, you can just say, Chair, I think I want to give you the names. Or if you want to submit a list, you will indicate and say, no, we will send you that. Whatever way is comfortable, gives you comfort. I think we were fine. Honorable Source.
No, Chair, I just wanted to say that not all of us understood the General to say that there's no crime intelligence. My interpretation of what the General was saying was that it can do better. Because how the question came about, SC asked the General, does he think it's a good idea for General Khumalo to be the head of PKTT and crime intelligence? He then responded and said, no, it's not a good idea. Why? Because his focus is split. And as a result of the split focus, crime intelligence as a division is suffering. That's how I understand. So I just wanted to state for the record, not all of us interpreted in that texture.
So is that what you said, General Sibiya, that we are not convinced that it's ideal for General Khumalo to be head of crime intelligence?
It's very wrong to have his feet both in the investigation. He cannot be. If you are the first time also it happens. Like all the previous intelligence heads have never been running investigations and also running intelligence. You conduct investigation and you're not only focusing on political killing. You choose cases that you want to focus on. You want to go to Forte, you go take. Forte is not a PKT. There are other cases. Then they bring in traditional leaders cases. But in other areas in the country, they don't go. I just read about the one in Mpumalanga. Many cases of political killing testing, they are not involved. I can still mention the one of IFP who was killed 2-3 months ago. The IFP council, it was, I think, member of parliament was killed. But
yeah, I think what the member wants to understand, when you say it's not ideal, and now you emphasize that it's very wrong. Are you saying it in terms of his abilities or in terms of division of labor? Because at some point you said, I think you made a statement like he was somebody's driver.
No,
and that he knows nothing about investigation. So if we can just understand that proper, when you say it's very wrong to have him as head of intelligence, is it wrong because of his abilities? Is there a mismatch? Or is it wrong because the focus must be on one field and it's like there is a combination?
Let's get it right, Chair. When I talk about the driver, there is a Lieutenant Colonel Khumalo.
Oh.
And there is Major General Khumalo who's in Gauteng, Divisional Commissioner. So I say, if you are the head of intelligence, that's the position that you must take serious. You're carrying the country's intelligence. Your line of approach, your line of work, operation, focus on intelligence and support the country on intelligence. But let the investigators investigate. Let us intelligence people gather. That is the. So I do have information in relation to corruption. I'm not so sure whether this is something that I can just say without, unless I'm forced to by council house. I do have.
Look, I can check with you. Is there anything that prevents you from listing the names?
You see, council,
or is it possible for you to submit the list?
I think it's best to submit it. It's better when we submit it rather than really trying to create drama like some are doing. I don't think it's necessary to be mentioning people's name like.
Okay, Honorable Skosana.
Yeah, I think, Chair, as he said, the General said that there's between 6 and almost 10 members. And on the submission here, we have 4. There's names, there's 4 here on page 176 and 177. The names are already there. I'm not going to say much. I think tomorrow we will get to it. But explosive, I must say. Thank you.
No. You know, honorable members, you remember in one of our proceedings, we said that when we speak, we must not inject fear in each. No, Honorable Skosana, you know, when you say no tomorrow, but explosive. I don't think that that is the right way to use. Okay. Honorable Nwala.
No, Chair, I was going to do a follow-up on the proposal I made. I think in the index core bundle, there is the names, as Honorable Skosana is saying, in page 177. Therefore, of course, with some Sergeant Mkhwanazi will receive the Polonek and the quote. Thank you, Chair.
But why do you have to do that, Honorable Nwala? Senior Counsel, when we broke earlier, I said we should come back at 8, and so we came back at 20:10. So now it's 22 hours. We are going to break at 10 minutes after 22 hours. So you have 10 minutes now to do that which was left, and then we will break and come back. Yeah. We are not breaking now, Skosana. The Senior Counsel is finishing the 10 minutes of the time allocated to him.
Can I finish up, Honorable?
I don't know. When you say you finish up, you mean you can run to the end, or you?
I can run to the end without having to.
Having to break.
It's not.
Oh, okay.
General Sibiya, is there faction or is there factionalism in the police?
That's the most difficult. Looking at how things are at this point in time. I'm sure the whole country has watched how the National Commissioner, together with General Mkhwanazi, have been carrying. You can see that General Masemola, basically General Khumalo and other team members arrested by IDEM. I didn't know the reason why they was not even part, but I know that angered General Mkhwanazi and General Masemola, extent that they reacted to this. And unfortunately, the newspaper article then suggested that the National Commissioner will be arrested next week. And as a result, the next thing what happened for the whole week, he was not actually that much active because we could not see him. We were the one attending the meetings. And I heard General Mkhwanazi last week here in this committee saying the National Commissioner was at the doorstep of being arrested. And that's why they had what they did. So which confirmed the fact that was a preemptive strike. But what I want to say is that is there a faction? It is for this committee to decide. But what I want to put on the table then is that, let's take for an example, there is these members of crime intelligence who were arrested. The National Commissioner appoints General Particular in the Western Cape to conduct an investigation. Then I get suspended. The National Commissioner appoints Particular to investigate. I get suspended on issues related to issues that affect General Khumalo. He appoints the same General Particular to investigate. The National Commissioner, there is an investigation that is being conducted apparently where from the Public Service Commission, they're investigating the appointment of Major General Sibola, who is in the office of the National Commissioner. The National Commissioner still appoint, I'm told, is same General Sibola, who clears this investigation of General Sibola, saying that the National Commissioner can appoint whoever you appoint and that they must condone. I don't have that report. I'm not. The National Commissioner, after Khumalos were arrested, he clears them within 2 weeks. Their investigation is clear. There is an investigation that is running by IPIT that involved one of the Lieutenant Generals, the Deputy National Commissioner at IPIT. I'm also told that this investigation, the internal investigation, has quickly been completed and cleared. I know IPIT is still running, but internally they are cleared. In my case, I was not under investigation by any institution, and other than the investigation that they themselves, like your Khumalo and General Mkhwanazi, and they are running after me about. So I'm just saying, looking at the unfair way in which this whole thing is being handled, one can actually come to a conclusion that there are those that are very close to the heart of the National Commission, and there are those that you want to see out. I know where I'm sitting. Now, as we speak, I'm facing 4 parallel processes. 4. at this point in time, I'm supposed to focus on the Matlanga and the ad hoc. And as I'm trying to focus on these two, I'm expected to watch the proceedings and record so that I can also go and put a report together so that I can also represent myself there. Then I was then suspended and charged departmentally. Now I must go then to the other labor lawyers to deal with this thing when I'm dealing with these ones that are assisting with Matlanga. Then as I'm still looking at that, then I get criminally chased on again. So now I must now look for the lawyer for the criminal because each and every environment that has got its own expertise. Now I'm facing with 4 processes. I haven't been sleeping. I have to, during the day, attend to the unions. I have to attend to that lawyers. I have to, at night, I must listen to what, who said what about me. So it hasn't been an easy process. Now, before I left, before the National Commissioner suspended me, after the arrest of General Khumalo, he calls me. He makes me to sign the approval for the finance support for General Khumalo and the team that was arrested. In my case, we are applied to date. We haven't had anything. And you do get lawyers who says, no, I can't spend so much time and I have nothing. I'm not being paid. Tomorrow they ask you a question, but who's financing your legal battles? And they're not approving it as well. What must I do? And it was clear that you go to the ad hoc, you go to the Matlanga or criminal, you are entitled to be covered, but I'm not. So I'm just saying these are the things that makes me believe that all animals are equal, but others are more equal than.
But what is this? Does this manifest differences with you, dislike of you, or even victimization? Or does this manifest that there are factions within SAPS?
All of them.
All of those.
Yes. I feel that in my case, remember I came back as a result of the court order, the labor court that says go back. And many heard General Mkhwanazi saying, I don't know why this man came back. I don't know why the organization allowed him back. I don't know why your colleague would say that because I joined the police at a very young age when I was 20 years old. Today I'm 57 years old. I've been working very hard for this organization and he knows that how we were released is because of my involvement in the investigation of Richard Mudul. I'm the one who arrested Richard Mudul, not him. I worked with Minister Begitele, former Minister Begitele. I reported to him at that time and General Dramat and Petros. And then General Mkhwanazi was just there for a few months and then also removed and then Minister Riapia. I am the one who was involved there. Now, when we were released or removed, all of us, because of the rendition matter, where I was not involved, that's why the court said this can't be because this man you can see was not there. The same applies to this thing of this disbandment. I cannot for the life of me, where I'm sitting, imagine that an instruction, a lawful instruction comes from the minister to the national commissioner, from the national commissioner to me. And the deputy national commissioner must lose his job because of that. And then they bring other stories to muddy the whole thing and say, no, it's because of the cartels. We didn't know what we now know. They're not connected, this thing. Just tell me what was my role in those cartels that we're talking about. Where I'm sitting, I have a document that was produced by Crime Intelligence. When the minister said, I want to know who's supplying firearms. Where do these firearms coming from? Why are we not able to arrest these people that are supplying the firearms? And who's supplying drugs? Where do they manufacture drugs? Do we know who are the kingpins? Do we know where the clandestine laboratories are? Why are you not arresting them? The presentation was presented by Crime Intelligence. We have those present. The big five that is being spoken about is not there. And if it is indeed true, it is there, it exists. Why are they not being arrested for drugs? Or for whatever reason. But personally, I'm not involved in the big five. I don't know the big five. So I'm just saying, you ask a simple question, are there cartels or are there factionalism in the South African Police Service? I'm tempted to say yes, but I think it's better left to this committee to look at what is happening after our presentation and decide.
Well, you said at paragraph 110 of your statement, page 4, I do not believe that SAPS is playing faction.
Why did you say, which one? Which paragraph?
At paragraph 110 on page 34.
That's exactly what I said.
That's what you said?
Yes, I said I do not believe that SAPS is plagued with factionalism. However, I will make oral submission when I appear in front of the committee on some observations.
Yeah, so you've spoken about...
Those observations are the ones that I was talking about now.
Yes. Khumalo, then you related, it's all in paragraphs from 108 through to paragraph 115. You describe your relationship with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, with Khumalo, and then with the National Commissioner.
Logically speaking, Chair, if you are the accounting officer of an organization and a senior member is charged in terms of the MFA or PFMA, you are expected to act, and especially if it involves finances, you are expected to act. There's no way that the person is criminally charged by a department such as IDEC, and you don't act. You just keep the person, you even bring the person to work in your office. You're defying logic there. There's no way that a person who's been charged by the criminal court of law, charged for corruption or for whatever they've been charged for, you can't keep the person. You must say to the person, now that you've been charged, we suggest that maybe perhaps you should go stay at home and then clear your name and then come back. Not to quickly, within 2 weeks, even conduct an investigation that clears them, and then they continue to run as normal as possible, yet they are facing criminal cases. In my case, everybody, you are making it clear to the whole world that you are pushing me out. You want to see me out. And you're even embarrassing me. You send him, I'm the Deputy National Commissioner, you send in the special task force, junior members that I've been working with to come and harass me at my house. It's not fair. Let me not say too much, Chair.
Yeah, sometimes. Can I just ask you lastly, do you know any of the deputy ministers?
Yes, I know them.
Both?
Both of them.
Deputy Minister Matlala and Dr. Boshelo?
Yes.
You probably know Deputy Minister Matlala better because he was the deputy also to former Minister Cele.
Yes, but I know them equally the same because it's not like I meet them every day.
What is your relationship with them?
No relationship whatsoever. It's a professional relationship. They are the deputy ministers of the organization.
Have you ever exchanged WhatsApps with either of them?
I have exchanged many WhatsApp messages with all of them. And but that what was spoken about the last time that involved I forgot the name. Please remind me if you have it because I know where you are going. Let me put it this way. That is not my language to call someone a Keida Makubela or something like that. Can we read it? But that message, unless it's a message that was sent to me by somebody and I forward to the either Inspector General or to Deputy Minister Matlala, I don't remember. I don't know. But I'm not the author of that WhatsApp message because that's not my language.
You want me to read it here?
Please.
Good afternoon, DM. Is that for Deputy Minister or for Deputy Minister Matlala?
Yes. Deputy Minister.
Which one?
DM is Deputy Minister.
So it could be either Matlala or Boshelo?
Yes.
Please note the following.
Please?
No, I'm reading, I'm back quoting you the WhatsApp. It says, please note the following. One, a source has indicated that CI, that's Crime Intelligence, has procured new spyware equipment to the value of 13 million rands over the past weekend. The equipment was sourced from China and did not follow the normal process, e.g., minister needs to sign for anything more than 10 million. Then my suggestions that we should commit the National Commissioner to this. He needs to come out and say whether he knows about it or not. If not, he must investigate. If yes, why is the minister not informed? But then it goes on. Then goes on to say, therefore, only a handful of individuals are privy to the details of the procurement and its usage. They include the current DIVCOM, the Secret Service account head, the supply chain head, and a tech specialist. It is believed that the usage of said equipment will be for political purposes, targeting ANC leadership. DM comments. DM should take note of the above and exercise vigilance with any type of electronic communication such as cell phones, emails, etc. No. Comrade Matabula has also been briefed. Please try to check. I'm not sure what is going on.
Now, I don't even know who's Comrade Matabula. And I don't talk the language of Comrade, or Comrade Matabula or the ANC. I'm not involved in politics. So this one, be rest assured, the Chair and the House, I don't take responsibility for this message and I actually deny it with the contempt it deserves. I at all. I don't associate myself in that type of writing and I don't accept it at all. Total.
So now that your electronic equipment being seized, you handed it over. It's been seized.
It was seized now, and then they're still waiting for this one that I'm having now. But I must still go and hand over.
You're still sitting.
Can we get closer to the microphone, Senior Counsel?
You're still sitting with your cell phone?
Yes.
So I must still hand that over.
And they're waiting for it. As soon as I land, they want it.
So you're pretty confident that this WhatsApp is not going to be downloaded?
They won't download it, not in me. But remember, this is crime intelligence. Anything is possible. But it's not my language, Chair. I'm not a comrade, and I don't know who Comrade Matabula is. And I've never circulated anything that speaks about to do this for that for the ANC. Just when you're speaking to talk about the comrade, and I spoke to Comrade so-and-so, and no, take me out of there. So I'm saying I reject it. Even if they can show it to me, I'll reject it.
Thank you, General Sibiya. Thank you for your patience and your cooperation and your stamina.
No, the last thing that I wanted to just confirm, Chair, may I say that I worked well with the National Commissioner. And when you look at my performance contract, and I wish we can go to my performance contract, which page? The National Commissioner assessed me and has been assessing me 301. The National Commissioner has been assessing me very well. He said I'm competent. Yes. Now, when you go to 302, you can see that I gave myself the self-rating of competent, and the supervisor also rated me competent, and the agreed rating is competent, all of them. And then you can see the date is 2025-04-04. And I was also informed by the office that manages the performance of the detectives. That says to me, in terms of the performance index of the detectives, it has improved since I joined. In April 2023, it was the rate was at 44.41, and the grading was at 2, and the rating was D, and that is that of the at head office. Now, when you look at as it goes down, it improves from the first one, April 2023, and you can see January 2024, it was at 63, and then at annual, it is 53.84. And you turn the page, you will see that in April 2024, it's at 65. In May, 65.95. When you go to semester one, quarter two, semester one, it was at 71%. In October 2024, it was at 74%. On the 10th month, the performance index of the detectives is at 74.02. And that was also even confirmed by General Rabi in a meeting that the detectives seem to be doing very well, and the performance has never been where it is now for many years. Now, I'm just saying the relationship between myself and the National Commissioner, even when you look at from between January to the 4th of July, we were working well with the National Commissioner. I've been with him, going with him to places. He's been sending me in all important meetings. I've been chairing all important meetings, including the Board of Commissioners. I have been acting also as the National Commissioner. To me, to hear that the National Commissioner has always been believing that I am involved with the drug cartels, that is beyond me. So I'm just saying, I do know that I've been at some point called by the media houses. Sometimes media people who says they want answers from me, and then I said, okay, what is in connection with? They say, can we meet? And then I meet, and I listen to them. They say, you know that they say you are about to be arrested, and say, arrested, but what for? They say you are involved in cash in transit and in drugs. I'm every day with the National Commissioner or with the Minister. I'm all over throughout the country. I don't have time to go to meet some drug lords somewhere and start engaging in the operations such as those. So I'm just saying that I don't commit crime. I'm not involved in crime. It is unfortunate that at this point in time, I'm faced with the situation that I'm faced with. My request to this committee, Chair, is that I'm still to participate at Madlanga. I'm facing the disciplinary process. I'm facing the criminal case. And my raid was made public. And then even when I was suspended and I was instructed to return the firearms and the appointment certificate and all that, and then it was also leaked that says, no, we took things such as firearms and this and that. That puts the life of my family in danger. So this is the position where I find myself. I had to prepare coming here, and I don't have my devices, my laptop. I don't have my access to the documents. I had to make sure that I prepare for this. To me, I want the chair to take note that I fought hard. I worked hard to try and be able to present here, but it is difficult for me. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to present. And honorable members, I really appreciate the opportunity. Just waiting for tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much. Honorable members, this is how we're going to proceed. Can I take the hand of Honorable Skosana?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted clarity, Chair, not a question once again. The evidence leader asked the witness about the message on WhatsApp. So I'm not sure whether I heard very well that he said perhaps is the one which he forwarded because he's talking about the CADA or whatever. And I want for him to put it on record in terms of clarity. Does he own up to the WhatsApp message, or that WhatsApp message alleged between himself and the deputy minister is not his WhatsApp? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, it's just for him to re-emphasize, because I think he has said it in a chapter and a verse. That is what he wants you to repeat what you said, General, but I think I heard you properly when you said, even if it's brought to me, I will reject it. It's not my message.
General, I almost said General. You will be a General, sir. I must say, that is not my writing style. I don't call people comrade. And I don't know who Comrade Okeda Matibula is. That message, whoever has got it must own it. It's not my message.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, please listen properly. We are going to break for 10 minutes, and then when we come back, we will adjourn the meeting. It's just on a lighter note, honorable members. I want to bring the following to your attention. There are two honorable members, Honorable Breitenbach and Honorable Nomvalo, who came to me to request to be released. For sure, the honorable members sitting next to Nomvalo could have noticed that he was struggling very badly. So we had to release him to get attention. And then Honorable Breitenbach had a commitment, which it's a prior arrangement. So I should think the members may be able to rejoin us tomorrow. Earlier in the morning, we read a list of members who were going to arrive late due to the challenges of flights. And in that list, we had not included the names of Honorable James and Honorable Sangoni. So we have to put it on record that the members have informed the table that there were 4 names that were read in the morning. So for the purpose of proper recording, it must be 6 names. Honorable Sangoni, Honorable James, Honorable Matthews, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Nomvalo, and Honorable Mwango. Those were the names that should be recorded. And the last apology, or the last 2, were for Honorable Malema and Honorable Ngola. And the rest of you arrived on time when the meeting started. So tomorrow, we are starting at 10 o'clock. And then I want to take this opportunity and thank General Sibiya. It has been a long day, and I very carefully listened to the last part that you made. We want to thank you for your endurance, and we will meet again tomorrow. Do not take home that statement that says it will be explosive. We are going to be cordial, like we have been today. Senior Counsel, I want to thank you. Thank you so much. Thank the honorable members for their commitment, the staff of Parliament under the leadership of Dr. Tuli. I want to thank you so much, the members of the media who have been with us here the whole day today. I also want to profusely thank you. The meeting, the proceedings of today have unfortunately come to an end. Thank you so much.
Good night, Chair.
Some of my files, yeah, they're going to lock it. We're coming back. Okay, thank you.